There it is right there. Pardon me. Excuse me. Oh, God. Excuse me. I can't quite seem to shake this off. I don't know quite what's going on. Let me have a gulp of water. Yeah, so pardon me. So yes, so we meet again. Thank you for coming. Good day to you. So we meet again. Thank you for coming. Good day to you. So welcome, one and all. Another session commences. So I'm somewhat discombobulated. I don't know why I do this every day, but the words, you know the curious thing. I'm not sure how many of this I've done, but every time that the thing kicks off, I feel somewhat nervous. I don't know why, but I do. But there it is. But nevertheless, we'll soldier on. I think as the show grows in, then my confidence grows as well. So welcome one and all. We meet again. So the session commences and your company is required. Remember when I used to open the session in that manner, but the session has started. So let's just let's get straight into it. So let's get straight into what we're going to be talking about. No more preambles. Wike finally opens up on Tinubu's presidency, says rotational presidency settled. So this is Yemson Wike, of course, who was determined to have the final word in that PDP space. And it looks as though he may well have had the final word in that PDP space. So that's Yemson Wike, of course. We can only describe it as mocking. It's just mocking Atiku now. And he's well entitled to mock because he fought long and hard. and he emerged victorious. So Yemsin Wike finally opens up on Tinubu's presidency, says rotational presidency settled. So quite what he's talking about there, we'll find out shortly. Tinubu's victory, Wike Lords Makinde, Nigerians, let's take it again. Tinubu's victory, Wike Lords Makinde, Nigerians for pushing presidency to the south. So I think very much he's talking around that the power transiting from north to south narrative. So presidential NASS polls, 7 PDP states withdraw, case for review of elections. So it looks as though now the language of surrender is slowly petering through. Presidential NASS polls, 7 PDP states withdraw, case for review, case to review election results. So it looks as though now that's the language of surrender, the inevitability of it. Supreme Court extends validity of old naira notes to December 2023. Sometimes I wonder if this platform should start a church, because there is nothing we say on this platform, often instances that does not come to pass. Every single thing that we said about the presidential election, give or take a 10% margin, exactly what we said on this space is what happened. Even our spreadsheets, led ably by Kulata, exactly as we said, giving or take a 10% margin was exactly what happened. And during this naira swap crisis, as the thing was going through the Supreme Court phase, we've always said that the Supreme Court will extend this thing to the end of the year. And what has happened? The Supreme Court has extended it to the end of the year. Just call me Prophet One Man, because I do know what I'm saying. So there it is right there. Another one comes to pass. Not another one bites the dust, but another one comes to pass. So pay attention when we speak on this space, because we know what we're talking about. EU denies calling for INEC's chairman sack. So it's from that factory now. I think actually we're going to touch base there, because from that headline now, I just remembered we've not been to Igbo magazine, Igbo Times magazine lately. So that sounds like an Igbo Times magazine sort of a headline. But then, of course, let's find them. Igbo Times magazine. Sorry, but I beg your pardon. There's this particular space called Igbo Times magazine that, it looks as though they may have shut it down. I can't find it anymore. But no, that sounds very much like an Igbo Times magazine sort of a headline. EU denies calling for INEC's chairman sack. Of course, EU would not call for INEC chairman sack, so completely nonsense from the get-go. Appeal Court grants Atiku Obi leave to inspect electoral materials. So yes, it looks as though now they are not going to go down without a fight, and they will fight to the bitter end, but the end ultimately will be bitter. I'm not quite sure how invested in that fight Atiku is actually. He's somewhat tagging along with the Obi narrative, but how much longer is he going to hold on to that space before he leaves Obi as that lone voice in the wilderness? Appeal Court grants Atiku Obi leave to inspect election materials. So there it is right there. Obi has assembled, of course, a team of lawyers, and is pushing hard against that space. Electronic transmission of results not mandatory for INEC, according to Section 60. So that is APC responding to that space. But really, I'm not sure that APC should be engaging with them at all anymore, because the campaign has stopped. A president has been elected. Anybody that wants to go to court is welcome to do that. All the APC has to do is just to lawyer up, and they have the funds to do that. They have the whole of the CBN vaults to do that. So they should just lawyer up rather than doing this back and forth within the public space. So there it is right there. So there it is. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come join us on the screen, I'm going to post a hyperlink right here. So let me post the hyperlink up, especially if you're a new voice, we'd like to hear from you. So that's the hyperlink there. Let me make sure it's the right one. Yeah, so if you're a new voice especially, but even if you're one of our traditional voices, we'd still like to hear from you nevertheless. So if you want to appear on the screen, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space. Soon as I've finished fleshing out the talking point, then I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in a conversation. And if you would like to lubricate your host, if I look a bit thirsty and you think I need cups of coffee, click on this link here that says buy your host cups of coffee. It's 3 easy steps to lubricate your host. So do that. So click on like as a matter of must. Just as you're coming in, you must be doing that. Click on subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you're wanting to go. So that's at your discretion. If you want to come join us in the studio, click on that. And at your discretion, click on the thing that says buy your host cups of coffee if you feel that he's deserving. So do all that. And as you do all that, let me provide you with a little bit of a musical inducement to gather my breath.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, oh yes, you go for me, water, 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 only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido, hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́ni àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní rí wà gbéṣe o.
And there it is. That started very well, didn't it? I got kicked out by my own system. So yes. Let me just. Who's that? Is that Thomas? There is. All right. Okay. Let's remove that. So just bear with me one moment. Let me just remove that. All right. I want to play you a clip. Let me play you a clip to start things off. Let me play you this clip. Bear with me. Actually, let me bring the panelist up. My system kicked me out, so that was what happened. So let me just bring the panelist up to set things up. So good to see you guys. Can everybody hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes.
How are you?
All right, brilliant. I'm good. I want to play you guys. This video is to do with the naira swap space. So we kick it off from that naira swap space. So let's watch this video.
Today is a day of happiness for all Nigerians. The Supreme Court of Nigeria has given us all the reliefs that we sought for by a very unanimous judgment. The full court Court gave a unanimous judgment 7-0 that all our prayers through the court have been accepted. This is a victory for Nigerians. But this policy, which was designed and targeted at a political party and its candidates, has brought untold hardship on our people. This is why the three of us took a decision to come to the Supreme Court. We are APC members.
Let me just pause it there for a moment and gauge immediate reactions. Let me bring Alexander on first. So, Alexander, good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good. I'm good. So we're kicking it off somewhat with this now Supreme Court position that the naira swap policy that is too constraining on the Nigerian space, and they've loosened the noose somewhat and said the old currency should run to the end of the year. So what are you then making then of this? They granted all of the prayers of the governors that went to the Supreme Court. So what are you making of that judgment by the Supreme Court?
3 weeks too late. 3 weeks too late. They made the citizens go through unnecessary hardship because they wanted to deny someone of his pathway to victory, in their opinion, by staffing in the cash flow of the country. People have suffered because of that. It's an unforgivable policy, and I've seen it's now becoming obvious now that it was all planned and prearranged. It's a bit funny that a week after the elections, the Supreme Court decides to loosen its to pass a decision saying that the old currency should be extended through December of 2023. It's unbelievable. What a country.
Do you think Buhari will accede to this judgment? Because of course, the purpose for which they set up, they put the policy in place, it has or more to it has not been achieved. So they were using it as a big stumbling block for Tinubu, who has gone on to win the election anyway. So are you expecting then that the Mala from Daura will adhere to law and order?
Absolutely, strictly and completely. Total adherence to the Supreme Court judgment today, I expect. I don't expect otherwise. It was all pre-planned. It was all direction from him, from the president himself. This doesn't make any sense. This is too obvious. We're not dummies in the country. At least some of us are not. And we know what's playing out over here. Is it just coincidental that this decision was made a week after the general presidential election? It's not coincidental. That I can assure you. So it's I said to someone today, this Buhari guy governs Nigeria like a military dictator. It's amazing what he does and gets away with. This is not a democracy. This is
sorry, Alexander. Hopefully, this is the last we'll see. Or because I see Buhari very much as the last of an old guard. I see him very much as the last of an old guard. Is the last of those sort of politicians that we will ever experience in Nigeria again. Certainly, we will not be having anybody that's ever been in the army for a good while anymore.
No, I think that's the end of what Ophir used to call the 1966 crop. The war guys. I think this is the last bit of it. But I think that we need a generation between the ages of 45 and 60 now to effectively become big players in the governance of the country. I think the world has changed. Loosely speaking, they said this is the digital world now, and these old school guys are running on analog. We need to be able to take our country to the digital age. You know, the kind of things that I saw something last week when I went to one of my group homes where we care for people with disability. And this woman who's a new resident, I went to see her, and I kind of figured out she wasn't as handicapped, for lack of a better word, as she appeared to be, because immediately I spoke with her 3 times. She said, "Why do you sound so British?" You know, I said, "Because I was born there." You see, when I'm speaking to Americans, I tend to put to tune the accent better than when I'm speaking to my Nigerian brothers and sisters.
You know something funny on that accent space. The last time I came over your end to your end of the pond, we went to this pancake, whatever it is, to have breakfast, and I asked for a glass of water, and that then turned into a debate. I said water, which is what water is, and the lady just gave me a blank look. I said a glass of water. You know, I had to get an interpreter. You know, I don't know quite what language you speak in America.
You were in Philadelphia. You were in Philadelphia, weren't you?
Yes.
Yeah. So I went to one of my group homes. Like I said, she's a new resident, and then I was telling the staff that Tinubu had won. INEC hadn't declared it, and she had this. I'd never seen this before. She had this equipment, this digital thing that they wear, like what you call it back in the day when we were much younger. You would know what I'm talking about. But this is all digital. She wore it, but it's high. You connect it through the Wi-Fi, and if you call Nigeria, a screen pops up on that equipment.
Is it a pager?
I don't know what it's called. I don't think it's a pager, but it's like a mini screen that you wear on your face, and you speak with it, and it just shows you, and it's so real. It's like you're in Nigeria. You see, I mean, this is the world we live in today. So we need this digital boys to come and take over the economy and take us to where we are. You know, it's Nigeria is like I was thinking of your platform this morning. I said this, and I hope it doesn't come across gross. It's like a woman who is very, very fertile and just looking for a man to come.
Why are you thinking of steady, Mr. Gomez? What's going on?
No. It's serious. That's the only analogy I could come up with. A fertile woman who can't get a man to get her pregnant. That's the fertile woman is Nigeria. The man she's looking for is us, the citizens of the country, to take her to where she belongs, because we have an amazing country. I mean, knowing what I know today based on the nation and experience, you can ask for a better country in terms of natural and human resources. But I don't know why we can't.
You're breaking off. You're breaking off every day, Alexander.
I don't hear.
No, we can barely make you out. No, not that much better.
Or
no.
Go to somebody else.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let me come to you, Charles. So, Charles, we were speaking about the the naira swap policy, and a verdict has now come in from the Supreme Court to say that the old nairas, the 500 and 1,000, should run concurrently with the new currencies till the end of the year. So now this is and they also somewhat described Buhari as an autocrat. So are you expecting Buhari to adhere to law this time around, Charles? All right, if you're not there, then is anybody there? All right, we'll continue with the video. But can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, so the people that are not here, then I just have to remove them. I really not keen on people just.
Man, I'm hearing you.
Oh yeah. All right. Sorry, let me just play this video. It's discombobulated me somewhat. Let's carry on with this.
The president of Nigeria is from the APC, but we disagreed with him on this policy and its implementation. And when we tried everything to settle this behind closed doors, we had no option but to come to the Supreme Court. We are very grateful to the court for its unanimous decision and the orders it has given to the government, federal government of Nigeria, to ensure that from today till the 31st of December 2023, the old naira notes of all denominations shall continue to circulate side by side with the new naira notes. That's the major decision of the Supreme Court. The other decision is that the policy of currency confiscation, where you deposit money in the bank and the bank chooses what to give you, is unlawful and illegal and shall end forthwith. So Nigerians can go to the bank and collect whatever they have deposited and get on with their lives. Those that said that we went to the court because of elections are wrong. We went to the court because our people in our states are suffering and businesses in our states are coming to a halt and lives were being destroyed. That's why we went to court. We left elections in the hands of God, and we all know the result. Even though this policy was designed to ensure that we did not win the presidential elections, we have won. But the policy must go because the Supreme Court has now decided that it was unlawfully conceived, it was unlawfully implemented, and the Supreme Court has extended the legal tender status of all our notes, old and new, at least to 31st December. And if before 31st December, we feel the need to come back to the court, I will not be a governor then, but these two, by the grace of God, will still be governors. They will come back to the Supreme Court if we need to extend it further. But we hope that will not be necessary. That is all I have to say. I would like my colleagues who started this reform journey, because it's not rebellion, it's reform. We came to the Supreme Court to make Nigeria.
So really, to what El Rufai has said so far, so the first thing, sorry, Charles, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
All right, brilliant. I thought you were trying to play games with us, but no,
No.
sorry, no, sorry. Yeah, no. To what has happened? First, the Supreme Court has extended the life span of the old 200, 500, and 1,000 naira notes. So that's the first thing, and then the second thing. But then. And then they granted all of the prayers of the governors that went to court, by the way. And then they also said that Buhari was an autocrat. So there's that bit. So the first question then is that would Buhari adhere to law and order now? And then El Rufai went on to say that the object of that Naira swap policy was to truncate Tinubu's presidential journey. So El Rufai, a senior APC man, the administration institution and APC administration, Tinubu and APC candidate, untangle that for us, Charles.
Okay, from my analysis, first of all, Buhari is going to uphold whatever judgment the Supreme Court passes. But from my understanding behind this Naira policy, I think actually, and it was a good one, from my understanding, I think it was a plan. It has always been the initial plan. If you look at things objectively, if the Naira policy had not been brought up, what would have happened would be the elections will take place, there will be rigging, and there will be the idea of this election was bought off by Tinubu or APC, the normal way we normally see elections. However, I think, in my own opinion, I might be wrong, but I feel that this Naira swap was meant to, first of all, divert Nigerians' attention from rigging in itself, and two, legitimize rigging again. It's a double set. So it's more like rigging still occurred, but at the same time, the APC administration actually tried to prevent it with this Naira swap. If you understand what I'm saying, because when the whole legislation came out and everything, everybody was like thinking that this doesn't make sense. So close to elections, why would you Why would you try and derail your party from winning? Do you understand? And I don't know. I don't know the game, but I don't know whether even the fight between Tinubu and Buhari now, I'm even doubting if that was real. I don't know if that was all acting. I don't know if the whole naira swap was just meant to, in the eyes of the international community, meant to. Okay, APC actually stands for fairness. APC is trying to make this the first and fairest elections, even though we're actually going to rig it massively. Because at the end of the day, it worked practically very well. Because now everybody is going with the narrative that this is the fairest and fairest elections in the whole of Nigeria, which I really don't understand how we come about that. Why? Because of the ruling party decided to cut off people from spending money. But there were a lot of videos that still showed that money was still being distributed. And now people are of the notion that instead of money being distributed to the grassroots, it actually was just distributed to the what do you call it, to INEC in itself. So I don't I think this whole thing was just a game. I think it was just they used that particular naira swap policy to actually legitimize rigging. That's my own opinion, basically.
All right. I'm not quite sure. That's an interesting perspective. Did you want to come in, Solly?
I just wanted to ask if you could explain all these allegations or show some kind of proof or explain it logically, because you keep on saying, oh, they played this game, they played that game, it was all a plan. But, you know, like, do you have anything to reference with all these things that you are saying? Like,
No, I don't have anything to. This is just me. Just using
okay,
commerce. This is just me. Just this is my perspective. Like if I'm going to put things in common sense, because I really won't see why a ruling party. This is the first time in its history why a ruling party would try and sabotage itself from within. And at the end of the day, you come out and form that you're united, and I really don't get it. So that's just, it's just my own analysis. I just feel the whole naira swap isn't actually, wasn't the real purpose of it wasn't actually meant to stop people from rigging, but it was meant to legitimize systemic rigging from the inside. That's what I just feel. Because
okay.
like I've said, this is the first election apart from 1993. I still don't get it why people are saying this is the fairest, this is the most transparent elections. And like I said, this naira swap is one of the major reasons why people still have that notion that this guy actually tried to make these elections fair and fair. See what, even with his party, he worked against his party and everything. But at the end of the day, once the elections actually started, we actually found out that these guys are actually working together. Do you understand? Even
But
with him, yeah, go on.
okay, you are saying the money was not distributed, but this time it was distributed to INEC. That claim doesn't add up, because usually the money is meant to be distributed to the people. So was it distributed to INEC so that INEC can distribute it to the people after they voted? Because I don't see how the money that is supposed to go to people going to INEC now
So,
makes the people vote. It doesn't add up.
okay, so if you look at the bone of contentions with these elections, where is the bone of contention coming from? INEC, really? It's not really
And
coming
you
out
also
from.
said,
It's
and you
not
also
coming out.
said
It's
you
not
want to
coming
Hold
out.
on, hold on, Solly. Let him respond to you.
It's not coming out. Even though there were videos of bribing, people are not actually talking about this political party is giving tout money or this that. Everybody doesn't even. It's as if all of a sudden the whole money politics just disappeared. Now everybody is shifting focus to INEC. This elections was not fair and fair. BVA issues, they are changing your amount. It doesn't. It seems as if they bought you off. You are working for APC. All those kind of things. That's where everybody is attacking INEC from. Even in doing the last elections, APC and PDP, I don't think people went for INEC. It was more or less people were saying it's political parties, whoever bribes your grassroots or whoever is able to swing voters to their side. That's where we're approaching rigging from. But all of a sudden, rigging from the electorate disappeared, and now everybody is focusing rigging on INEC is not being free and fair. They're not following what they promised and things like that. And to be honest, this election, I won't lie to you, one of the reasons why there was massive turnout was because for the past few years, there's been voters' apathy. People don't trust their votes. People feel their votes don't count because they feel that at the end of the day, money will change hands. People, they will bribe people money. They will vote for the highest bidder, and that will be that. But one of the reasons why people are also attacking INEC is because, I won't lie, INEC painted a scenario that proved to us that the votes will count, especially when it came to that BVA uploading. Then APC and the federal government also painted a picture that there's not going to be spending of money, giving money to touts or things like that, no buying of votes because of this naira swap. So as far as I'm concerned, I still don't. I believe this was a systemic rigging from within, and it actually worked. That's what I see.
So if your votes don't count, then did the votes in Anambra not count for Peter Obi?
The votes in Anambra.
Or the votes from Lagos?
No, the votes from Lagos. That one was also systemic now because see, okay, let me explain something to you. See that votes from Lagos.
You can't pick and choose.
No.
Either it counts
The
or it
votes
doesn't
from
count.
the votes from Anambra, even without everything that has happened, there was no way in chance that APC was ever going to win any of the Southeast states with everything that happened.
But you said votes don't count now. I don't understand where you are going. If votes don't count, why were those children voting for Labour Party?
What children? Did you see them? Did you actually see them voting, or you just saw people giving children holding cards and they were recording and saying that people voted?
All right. I'm not sure. I'm not sure where Solly is going. Let's bring Babati into the conversation. So, Babati, are you there? All right. Let's bring Ola into the conversation. Ola, are you there? All right. So the people that are not with us, then let's bring.
Let me ask this question. This naira policy, this naira they are allowed to run to December. My question is this: is it that the cashless policy still stands, and the naira policy they only give him extension for people to phase out the old naira, and the cashless policy still remains? Your cash withdrawal limit still remains. Because I didn't hear you read those bodies. Did this scrap the cashless policy? Or what?
Yeah. All right. Let's listen on. Let's listen to the end and let's see what they're making of it. Let's listen to the end.
Better. And by this judgment, no president or central bank governor can come and announce a policy that ambushes the lives and the livelihoods of the Nigerian people anymore. We are very proud of what we've done, no matter what people say about us. So I would like to ask my colleagues, Governor Yahaya Bello, to add to what I have said, and Governor Matawale of Zamfara State to also add. Your Excellency.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. In addition to what our senior brother and our leader have said, we appreciate God and we appreciate the Supreme Court justices. They have proven that this is the place and the hope of all men, not just common man, men and women across this federation. Secondly, this particular decision today has laid a solid foundation for our incoming president, the president-elect, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to start and cruise on a solid foundation. This particular decision today has proven that Nigerian law is a respecter of no one, including Mr. President. Nobody can take the laws for granted and go scot-free. This is what it has proven today. I congratulate Nigerians. I congratulate the common man. And I sympathize and condole those that have lost their lives in these struggles to ensure that they earn their livelihood. You did not deserve it. And that is why our leader here, Governor El-Rufai, myself, and Governor Matawale, and all other governors, including some PDP governors, especially the governor of Rivers State, Sokoto and Abia. That is Governor Wike, Governor Tambuwal, and Governor Upeazu. You know, we all jointly come together to make sure we save our people. And today, Nigerians can have their lives. We appreciate all, and we appreciate the media for the role you have played in this struggle. You ensure that our struggle never go in vain. You are the real heroes of our democracy. Thank you, and God bless you.
We will take your question.
Let's take your question and let us
comments, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Though my colleagues has already said everything, which you all understand why we are here, and I saw from all your faces that not just we that approach the court, including all the cameramen and the interviewers, you are all happy, you are all smiling because of this judgment. So we are all excited. As they said, you know, many people have been challenging us that because we have huge amount of money that we put in our houses, that's why we come to court. But you know it is not true, because like myself, I challenge EFCC that they should go to any of my property and boggle it and take any money that they have seen in my houses. Therefore, it's not about me, or about Erufai, or about Bello. It is about the Nigerians. Therefore, we have met it today, and we thank all the judges. 7 of them give same judgment. So we thank all of them, and we thank all of you for being here to see all the proceedings, and we know we have won this battle. Alhamdulillah.
Thank you.
What question?
I have a question for you, sir. Any of you can answer the question. The opposition party has said that this policy has shown to Nigerians that the All Progressives Congress is confused. And now we are seeing the court ruling on a matter that your own party, your president, initiated. And the court, you came to the court, and the court is ruling against it. Does that confirm these statements that the APC is confused?
No, it does not. First, let me say that this is a policy of the PDP. Emefiele was appointed central bank governor by the PDP originally. So let's not forget where he came from. And he's the one that put this policy together to help the PDP win the 2023 general elections and deceive the president into thinking that it is possible to withdraw 2 trillion naira from circulation and reprint everything in 3 months. No country in world history has done it. He deceived the president. He gave the president wrong information. And the Attorney General, unfortunately, we have to claim that one is from our party, supported this policy. And we know why. Go and look at the antecedents. These are people that wanted to run for president or governor in our party and didn't make it. This is their revenge plan. But the Supreme Court justices today have shown that this is a policy against the people of Nigeria and it's invalid. So let's not go back to what has happened last week. The election is over. Our candidate has won in spite of the obstacles. But for us, what is important is that ordinary Nigerians, traders, farmers, and businessmen can now move on with their lives. Go to your bank and collect all your money today. You have the right to do so by the order of the Supreme Court of Nigeria. Whether the federal government obeys the order or not is up to the federal government. But I know President Muhammad Buhari very well. Part of the reason why I convinced my colleagues to go to the Supreme Court is because we are among the closest governors to the president. And we wanted to show him, if those closest to you disagree with you so publicly on a matter of policy, you need to reflect on it. Okay? President Muhammad Buhari is a man that obeys the law. He may have been misguided by his advisors.
So those are fighting talks. That's fighting talk right there. No question about it. So the warfare within the APC is still very much ongoing. What are you making of that? That was an ugliness we just saw. Let's kick it off with Kulata. Kulata, what's going on there? Will Buhari adhere to that?
Does he have a choice?
Well, he didn't have a choice in the first instance, and he ignored them.
I mean, they were cooking something, and at the end of the day, it didn't work. So at this point in time, what's the point? They've lost. So just stop people from suffering. Do you know that they've already destroyed the economy with this nonsense policy that they did? You're going to see the economic numbers that comes out in a few months. Even the idiots, on the Rise TV, they're now saying, no, it's a bad policy, it's a bad policy. They're the ones cheering for it in the past. Same thing with Peter Obi'S mentor, Atedo Peter side. He too is now come out and reversed his position on the policy. So all these people, they actually thought they will sabotage the election, go after Tinubu, and use this draconian policy to go after him. And look at where they are now. They have shit in their faces because they lost. So Buhari doesn't have a choice. He has to follow the. I mean, he needs to follow the Supreme Court order. Did you see how the Supreme Court attacked him? You read? I mean, I don't know because I just joined you guys. Did you read the brief that they said it was not? It was almost like implying that it was a despotic leader.
Yes, they called him an autocrat. They called him an autocrat from yeah.
So that's almost calling him a despot. So he has no choice but to do what the Supreme Court wants. So at the end of the day, what does this say? Well, it will allow Nigerians to stop the suffering. But that was just unnecessary suffering. That was harsh. That was unnecessary. Because at the end of the day, it didn't change anything in the results. It actually made APC lose more Senate and House seats. Because at the end of the day, Kaduna now, a lot of their seats is now gone to PDP.
El Rufai did not hold back at all in that press conference. He was saying to us that the people advising Buhari were people who contested for positions and lost, and they were looking for revenge. So we know that Emefiele, he aspired to the presidential seat, but he couldn't surmount the law to even go to the primaries. And we know that Abubakar Malami, he wanted Kebbi State that ticket for the governorship, but he had to give up his ministerial position for that. And because he couldn't give up the immunity that, because of all of the atrocities that he had committed, so he had to abandon that. So he is saying, and he said it publicly, that these are people on a revenge mission. So do you think that this is not the end of it, and punishments will be handed out somewhat down the line?
I will say if it's up to El Rufai, this is not the end of it. But someone like Tinubu, I think it doesn't battle like this. I think it will just look like, okay, let me use this against you later on. So this is going to be a favor that he can pull from these guys later on. But El Rufai will punish them if he has his own way. Like, I mean, someone I know that has to leave the country immediately is Emefiele. Once, I mean, I won't be shocked if he's already abroad right now. Once Buhari hands over, Emefiele needs to run because there are many people that will go after him because it's made many politicians lose their seats. A lot of politicians could have won, but they've lost now. And across the broad spectrum, PDP, APC, everywhere. So, I mean, look at, for example, Etiosa local government. There are people are now fighting. The Baki W was supposed to win or something, and then some attack guy, I think he's from the south or something, won the election. So right now everybody is now pissed at Labour Party. I'm like, didn't you guys know what you were doing when you were doing all this obedience, no shishi for whatever? I mean, those nonsense ones. You can't even get out of my head. So at the end of the day, anybody involved in this cashless policy better get far away from El Rufai. But I don't think Tinubu will punish anybody. I don't think he does his own things like that.
How quickly are you expecting because the space cannot bear another day of all of this. So how quickly are you expecting, if not Buhari himself, at least Emefiele to come out and say, okay, I'll let things run to adhere to the Supreme Court judgment? How quickly are you expecting a positive response from the federal space?
Haven't they made any announcement? I mean, are they supposed to make an announcement after this thing came out? Like,
no, they are meant to make an announcement because the directives that they've given to the financial sector still subsist until they tell them otherwise. The bank, because all of these old naira notes, they're still in the commercial bank vaults. But until Emefiele tells them to release it, they cannot release it. So, okay, he has to make some sort of a pronouncement.
That means they cannot wait more than Monday. Buhari should be embarrassed with this ruling. I think they shouldn't wait more than Monday before they come out with something. I mean, this is frontal. I mean, they did not hide it. They were very, very. They lashed out. The Supreme Court lashed out. So Buhari has no choice but to change this because election is over. It's only governorship election that is left. I know that's also important, but you failed, so you can as well now stop people from suffering. So I expect something by Monday. By Monday at the latest, they should come out and reverse this thing. But I've even heard some banks are still collecting the old naira because CBN actually still did not officially tell banks, but they had some banks still going to collect the old naira. So maybe for the next election cycle, the politicians have been holding on to them will flood it because right now states that have lost, they need to win their governorship elections back. So I think I expect something on Monday, and I expect a flood of cash to come in afterwards. Because I don't think CBN has destroyed those currencies.
No, neither do I. Let's bring Ola into the conversation. So, Ola, what are you making then of this Supreme Court judgment and Buhari's notoriety for not adhering to the rule of law? Are we expecting just acting out of character this time around? Because I don't actually think the decision is Emefiele's. I think he has to be directed by Buhari to adhere to the law. And also, if the Supreme Court has to hand out punishment, which they should, because they gave an instruction and it wasn't carried out in the first instance, who should they be handing out that punishment to, Ola?
You see one thing about those trying to absorb Buhari of wrongdoing. That's just some kind of fraudulent PR, because it clearly, constitutionally, is there that the only person that can instruct the CBN governor to change the currency is Buhari. And within the presidency, we have economic council. So, and it simply means that if Buhari now acts without asking for advice from some of the members of that economic council, then something was wrong. So whatever they call Buhari, they were right. Now, on who should face that punishment? I got to learn from a military officer that sometimes if your boss, even though you are supposed to respect the last order, if your boss give you some kind of order that you know that this thing can land you into trouble in the future, you can disobey and find your way to avoid those trouble. See, the thing here is, there's no way you want to say, because we know that Buhari is immune, he has immunity, but Emefiele does not have immunity. So to me, if left to me, I don't see how, when they want to really punish, I could be wrong, I don't see how Emefiele can escape this. Because Emefiele himself has shown tendency.
Which one is Emefiele now? Emefiele.
Okay, Emefiele. Okay. Yeah. So Emefiele. So now he has shown that tendency and recklessness in how he's behind in everything. Have you ever heard in any issue of any central bank in the world that a sitting central bank governor will be taking nomination form for political position, and you are supposed not to be political? So to me, whatever Erufai is saying, they are just doing Buhari PRs. They shouldn't say that rubbish to me. But for Emefiele, I said that okay, that the first person to get out of the country, if the politician really want to get this guy, they will get him. Because personally, I think that guy has a lot of questions to answer, and the fact that he has a lot of questions to answer wherever he goes, like this guy hunt this guy Ibori, they can see hunt this guy down wherever he is. To me, it's going to be difficult to jail Buhari for taking action, whether in the office or outside the office. Because if the guy went outside his office, he took decision based on his office. So it will be difficult to deal with Buhari. I'm not a lawyer, that's just my opinion. It may be difficult to deal with Buhari outside the presidency whenever he leaves. So, but as for Emefiele, if they really want to get that guy, I think they can get him any way they want. So, the naira policy, whatever policy were, like Kekulata rightly said, they've damaged a lot of things. When you damage things, to recover, it's not that easy. Because, the small businesses, the medium scale businesses, you just damage things just because you need to get at some people. And it is ridiculous now that like everyone that was even celebrating this thing, that everyone is now like they are now supporting, oh, it's a bad policy. Where were you? This is what they're saying, that when our people now suspend their senses just to back some political moves, and they stand correct while doing so, they should be ashamed of themselves. They should be ashamed of themselves. This is not how to run country, and they are running the country just in a manner that the thing can even see backfire on them. That's what they don't know. So to me, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So I think Emefiele has some questions.
Drop the Emefiele now. Yeah, it's not necessary. Just call him by his name.
Okay, Emefiele. Sorry. Yeah. No, I wasn't even doing it intentionally, to be honest.
I'm never going to touch Emefiele and Buhari on this case, because I think this is just a smokescreen. Like I've said, it was just some funny. Because if I want to ask, so who was Buhari supporting? What was his reason for the policy? Can we name one person actually you think Buhari was trying to push for these elections?
I think he was supporting Atiku.
I don't think so. Atiku himself was not. I don't know why I feel this way, but I don't even feel PDP was even that much of a threat for. As far as I think it was even Obi that was more of a threat to PDP than. And again, with the splitting of votes between Obi and Atiku's camp, I could see no threats. Even if he supported him, with what happened, that I still don't see how he would have been able to achieve that with his votes being taken away from him. If PDP was to a force, then yes. But for the fact that Obi had already taken votes from Atiku, I could really see no reason how this would have made Atiku win, even if Buhari supported him.
Look, Charles, people just keep saying Obi was a threat. Maybe it's a threat or whatever you want to say. All these are kind of narrative that you can never really back up any way you want to. You will see that right from the beginning, the fundamentals here has always been that this thing was going to be between Buhari, between the Atiku and Tinubu, and it played out. The only thing was that we never knew that this guy will pull his weight. We remember when Thomas was saying the Obi was not going to make 3 million. We even begged Thomas not to bet, because we even think that he could still push, but not to the point that this guy is going to win. So let's forget about this. The thing is this: Buhari within himself, if we should follow what El-Rufai said, wanted to bring his own candidate. He even said that, okay, he never imposed any candidate. He never picked any candidate for the governors, that the governors, they pick their own successors, that they should allow him to pick his own successors. I think the governors quickly maybe they reasoned and they knew where Buhari was going. And those governors too, all of a sudden, they quickly remember that, oh, they are part of the security or whatever, economic council or whatever they want to call themselves. All of a sudden, they realize and told Buhari that, no way, we all hold this party. We are going to give you this fight, choose whosoever you are going to choose from them. And this guy didn't choose anyone. He was pretending I just have to agree with them. Then, from the rumor, this PDP chairman was telling us that Lawan was the candidate that Buhari preferred. Even when Rufai said, okay, he went back to Buhari to ask, is it true? Buhari could not face Rufai and other governors and tell them that, okay, this is the one he preferred. So, see, I don't see how Obi would have been. Maybe he has some other candidate that we are not aware of that he would have imposed on Nigerians. We don't know. But clearly, maybe some people that think it will be dangerous for them, for the life, for the power to shift away from them, because when you look at the atrocity committed under Buhari alone, it won't be a surprise to you if some people will not like anybody from maybe their clan to become the president, because we've witnessed it under Yadua, we've witnessed everything under Goodluck Jonathan. So they are afraid of whatever is going to happen to them too. So they will have to do everything. So it could be one of them. It could be those people that now, okay, that start with let's say Buhari or Emefiele and say, okay, let's find a way to make sure that we stop this guy. You know, everybody knew that. We all know that. Okay, it was Tinubu that was bragging around that anything money cannot do, more money will do. So, okay, let's find a way to paralyze this guy. Let's find a way for this thing not to work. That's what I believe they went to say, okay, we are going to frustrate you. Now, if they are trying to frustrate, if they were trying to frustrate Tinubu, the only logic there is that they would rather prefer Atiku to be there. So if you ask me now, who were they trying to bring on? Who were they trying to push into that seat? And then I will tell you that is Atiku. And eventually they failed.
But let's be honest, if it was actually Atiku, let's even postulate and say that, okay, yes, Buhari wanted to actually push Atiku. Don't you think Atiku will still have won, notwithstanding? Because the votes between Tinubu and Atiku, Buhari's influence on INEC still stands. It would have been quite easy for them to blow out Atiku's vote counts. Even if you really wanted to do it, don't you think it would have been possible?
No, it wouldn't have been possible. Look at it this way: Buhari that could not even impose his candidate, that the governors, okay, unlike Obasanjo imposed his candidates, even though the governor forum didn't want Yadua, right? But as for Buhari, he could not even impose his candidate. They forced him to accept their own candidate. They told Buhari that this time around, the team must go to the south. And Buhari could not even argue with them because these guys, they were ready. So what I say, like what I'm trying to say is this: whenever these governors want to be up and running, if you stand on their way, they will move you and they will crush. See, if those governors actually want Buhari to go at any point in time, I can guarantee you that if Buhari will not go, he will just escape it slightly. So that's just the way how powerful they are. So these same powerful governors, don't forget, they still control the state. Now, look at what Wike did in Port Harcourt alone now. At least some element of this rigging manipulation now. At least we were able to establish one today. At least I was able to establish one. So the same way, these governors, they will do everything in their state to make sure that this Buhari will not have his way. So Buhari will not be there. So what will Buhari do? For example, what will Buhari do when the governors were the ones that will be moving around with the police? Even if Buhari or the Inspector General of Police pass order down to this to all those police to do so, the police too, the officers too, they will think twice that, okay, if this thing backfire, if I don't listen to this governor, what will happen to me tomorrow? Because they know that Buhari is going already. And if Buhari is going, the Inspector General of the police is going. So to me, they will look at where the power, because some of these first men we think they are not politicians. More are even more politicians than even the civilians. That's the way I see it. So Buhari had no option than just to be looking, except he wanted crisis. That's the only way that you say, okay, I will impose this thing by fire and by every crooked means. So to me, the governor won in this case. Then as for obedient, maybe I should quickly say, as for obedient, I think that they could have won. Honestly, today I find irregularity in the River State. Immediately I was posting that irregularity in River State, someone was pointing another one to me that happened in the southeast too. So those people that are saying that if someone that wants equity to, you must come up, you must come with a clean hand. So all the bragging from the obedient, all the bragging from others is going to get very, very dirty, or dirtier very soon, because you can't say part A rigged and part B didn't rig. It's a lie. All of you rigged, and despite that rigging, there's no logic. There's no logic that will support that Obi could have won. So what others actually want, whether they just want outright cancellation of that electoral of that election, and whosoever want that thing to be cancelled now, to me, they are enemies of Nigeria, because you are creating chances for those people that don't want to leave the position of power to find perfect excuse to stay there. So, like when we say this electoral process is the most transparent, why is this most transparent? Now, Shaz, have you gone to that site that you are unable to download a report there? So
I've gone to the sites, but some of them were blurred out. I couldn't see anything.
Did you download? Forget, did you download? I downloaded. So when you bring your results here, the first thing I say, give me the word, give me the polling unit. I will go there, and I was able to get one fraudulent. In fact, it was erased. That was in Port Harcourt. It was erased. You know, you see that clearly. They blanked that thing out. I compare with the original. Man, rigging this election. In fact, you're about to see some kind of magic, some kind of massive rigging. But what I started thinking about is this: how come that these people could not think straight? How come that did they think that after this rigging that people will not have access? So why this electoral process is the most transparent is this: before now you could not access all those materials, all those score sheets, but now it's just like if you want to participate in how to move Nigeria forward, you can easily download everything and keep. So the copy of those things now, I can tell you there are so many copies with Nigerians that it's now become even difficult for you now to tell lies. So whosoever is advising, or whosoever those people that are advising obedient that they are the only one rigged out, they should think twice. They all rig one another house. Obedient camp, they rigged. Tinubu camp, they rigged. And this guy, PDP, all rigged. And
all right.
That the policy is just to play Nigerians. No, I don't believe they made that policy to cajole Nigerians. The policy just backfire on Buhari, as simple as ABC. That's just the way I see it.
All right, brilliant. So to that obedience space, yeah.
Mama, please, I sent you a video via Instagram interview the SDP presidential.
I saw it, but it was too lengthy. It's a half an hour video, and I wasn't sure if we're able to see through that. Yeah,
just click a little bit. It just let people realize that everyone rigged, and he explained how all of them rigged that. Nobody should be clarifying. Sorry?
Can you give us a summary of what he had to say, the SDP guy?
Yeah, he just made Arise News, because the Arise News, he told them they are not doing investigative journalism, that they just sit down there and be saying what does not happen. That why would they say somebody rigged? That everybody rigged, both PDP, Labour Party, APC rigged. But APC is the best rigger, so that's why they won. And he said that they shouldn't go, that even though they want to go to court, they should have called Tinubu to congratulate him. That it doesn't matter. That if they go back to the the Accord meeting, the meeting they had, all of them, they sign. They are called the sign that is stipulated there that even anybody that have won, that they should congratulate each other, even though they want to go to court, and they are not following the step. That the Obi shouldn't come and cry foul. That it will rigged. That in Anambra, in Enugu, all what they did there, he knows everything. All these agents, they have the report as well. So that's the summary. Thank you, Roman.
All right, brilliant. So to that obedience space still, it looks as though Obi has followed through with his court threats. Appeal court grants Atiku Obi leave to inspect election materials. The Abuja division of the Court of Appeal on Friday granted to Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) and Peter Obi of the Labour Party to inspect documents used by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) for the conduct of the 25th of February presidential election. The permission was sequel to two separate ex parte applications filed by Masas Abubakar and Obi, who came second and third respectively in the presidential election won by Bola Tinubu of the All Progressive Congress (APC). Masas Abubakar and Obi are alleging substantial non-compliance with the Electoral Act 2022 in addition to violence and rigging, which they claimed marred the conduct and outcome of the election. They had at separate media briefings on Thursday in Abuja vowed to ventilate their grievances at the soon-to-be constituted Presidential Election Petition Tribunal. Had approached the Abuja division of the Court of Appeal for permission to inspect the materials used by INEC in the conduct of the election. Other respondents in the suit are PDP and Labour Party, INEC, Mr. Tinubu, and APC are the first to third respondents, respectively. Abubakar's lawyer, Ade Damola Faloku, in arguing the motion, prayed that the court grant the ex parte brought before it in pursuant of section blah, blah, blah of the Electoral Act, paragraph blah, of the first schedule of the Electoral Act 2022, and under the inherent jurisdiction of the court as referenced by section XYZ of the 1999 Constitution. The application, which was predicated on 6 grounds, sought, so let's find out exactly what they are requesting. The application, which was predicated on six grounds, sought for 7 reliefs, adding that a schedule of the documents to interrogate the respondent was also contained in the application, supported by a 12-paragraph affidavit. Counsel to the applicant adopted all the averments contained in the affidavit and urged the court to grant the application. So they've not actually given us the details of their prayers. In their application, Mr. Obi's lawyer, Alex Ajeseme, SAN, also prayed that the appellate court to grant the relief sought in the motion ex parte in the interest of justice. He stated that the motion was brought pursuant of section blah blah of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended, and he goes on to quote the relevant statutes. Mr. Ejeseme also informed the court that they had deposed a 12-paragraph affidavit and are relying on all the averments therein in urging the court to grant the application. After listening to the applicant, the presiding judge, Justice Joseph something or the other, subsequently granted the request of the 2 applicants. Chairman of INEC, Professor Mahmoud Yakub, had declared Tinubu winner of the 25th of February presidential election after securing a majority vote. Besides, Mr. Tinubu met the constitutional benchmark of scoring 25% in 2/3 of the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. So he did actually score that 25% in Abuja. I'm not quite sure what the argument was there. So it looks as though they're not giving up just yet. That's what it seems like. Some people, let me actually give you the wiki bit as well. Tinubu's victory, wicked Lord Makinde, Nigerians for pushing presidency to the south. Nigerians have been appreciated for supporting the return of power to the southern region of the federation. This is as the River State Governor Yemson Wike on Friday appreciated Nigerians for supporting the power shift, saying that the issue of rotational presidency has been settled for good with the emergence of a president-elect, Bola Tinubu, who is from the southern region of the country. Correspondents gathered that Wike, while speaking in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, said he was glad that the state governor, Seyi Makinde, was part of those who made this historic movement. The governor had joined his fellow G5 colleagues to commission the Oyo State 5 million liter aviation fuel dispensing depot in the Ibadan airport. According to him, I am happy he, Makinde, is one of those who made history by making sure that power shifts to the south. I have told people that those who fight for change, who fight for revolution, may not be direct beneficiaries of that fight today. History has it that all of us now are aware that when power finishes from the south, it will go to the north, and whenever it finishes from the north, it will come to the south. So it does not need to be written in the constitution at all before it is implemented. And I thank Nigerians for standing firm to see that these issues materialize. Wike, who is a governor under the platform of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, is the leader of the 5 aggrieved governors of the party, popularly known as G5 or Integrity Group. So that's Wike claiming victory there. Presidential polls, National Assembly polls, 7 PDP governors withdraw case to review election results. 7 state governments controlled by the People's Democratic Party on Friday withdrew the suit they filed against the federal government of Nigeria over the conduct, coalition, and announcement of last Saturday's presidential and National Assembly elections. The notice of discontinuance, which was signed by their lawyer, Mike Ozokome, SAN, take notice that the plaintiff doth hereby wholly discontinue this suit against the defendant herein. The 7 governors had dragged the federal government of Nigeria before the Supreme Court over the conduct, coalition, and announcement of the outcome of the February 25th presidential and National Assembly elections. The plaintiff in the originating summons marked XYZ are specifically asking for an order of the Apex Court directing a holistic review of all results so far announced by the federal government of Nigeria through the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. The suit was filed by the Attorney Generals of Bayelsa, Adamawa, Akwa Ibom, Delta, Edo, and Sokoto states. According to the suit, the agents and officials of the federal government and INEC failed to transmit the collated results of the poll as prescribed by the provisions of the Electoral Act 2022 and INEC's regulation and guidelines for the conduct of elections 2022. Recall that the APC's Bola Tinubu one Saturday or so, it goes on to give us all that. So there it is. They are withdrawing the lawsuits now. So is that a reversal to surrender, or is that are they coalescing under one lawsuit? So through that space, let's hear from you. Yes, let's actually kick that off with let's kick that off with Desmond. Desmond, good to see you.
Yeah, thank you, woman.
All right, before you kick it off, actually, just a bit of housekeeping. Have you received all of your payments from Ajanle Koko?
Not yet. Nigerian network is pretty slow. So.
All right, please notify us once you have, so that we can tidy that space up. So now, yeah, so to that space, then the 7 governors of the PDP withdrawing their lawsuits challenging the results of the elections. So it is inevitable that very quickly they'll start to yield. The bending of the knee has started.
Oh, woman. I mean, there is a lot of ways to this whole fiasco that is happening, and if I'm being honest, with the whole suit and everything, I really do not see any swelling in. You know, first of all, why they actually filed a suit for the review of the whole result is because they already have the results and they know they're gonna win that case if they go by unit to unit. Even if they take their time for 6 months looking at it, they know they have the original result. And secondly, that's number one. In fact, number one is the whole process. Number two is, even if there's okay, did Tinubu win? Even if whatever the process wasn't, they still have the original result with them, confirming that Tinubu didn't win. Number three is that there's so many things wrong, and that's why I said I really do not see any swearing in. I really don't see it. And also, there's a part of the constitution that
maybe you should stop telling us what you see.
okay.
You saw a rerun. You
One
saw
man,
it be victory. A lot of the things that you have seen, they've proven to it. So don't worry about what you don't see.
I didn't.
We're trying not to mock you, so don't set yourself up for a mocking.
I didn't project this level of rigging, to be honest. I projected more of vote buying, bringing out kids to vote. I projected all this, but I didn't project, what Oshowere said, selection, more of giving people votes. I didn't project it, to be honest. But now the third thing to this suit is the fact that there is a part of the constitution that makes it clear that you actually have to get 25% in Abuja. And now Tinubu got 16.4 something percent. So there's a lot of things wrong, and it all needs to be reviewed, and it needs to be stated in the court. So I don't know how they're gonna swing this.
Mama, can I interject, please?
Yeah, come in. But how are they going to swing what though? Because the wheels of transition is already in motion. Let me just bring you this headline before you have that interjection. The former president of South Africa had visited Tinubu at his private residence. What's his name? Dr. Tambo Mbeki. So he's just gone on the congratulatory visit. And if I show you this picture on the screen now, the real owner of Nigeria has gone to congratulate him as well. So the real owner of Nigeria. So if you look at this, then you know that once this guy has congratulated you, it is fait accompli. So you can see it right there. So that's Dangote, just making sure that all of his deals are still in place. So there they are, taking photographs with the certificate of return. So there it is. So I'm not quite sure. The swearing in will take place, but I think somebody wanted to interject.
Yeah, regarding the 25% of 24 states in Nigeria, the law says you have to meet 25% of 24 states and FCT.
Yeah.
That means, they didn't clarify FCT as a state.
FCT
So
is like
FCT is not a state.
It's more like
a state
on its own.
Let me explain to you. Let me explain better.
Yes.
FCT is not a state. Those clarified as states are the 35 states. And when you say "and," that means it's not a must. You have 25% in FCT. If they want to make it mandatory,
but they did get
say
hold on. But he did get 25% in FCT, did they not?
No, he got it.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. If they want to make FCT mandatory for you, they've written "and in." So far, that "in" is not in that law.
Sorry.
Yeah, there's no "in" there. It's just only "and."
And then come back again and review what you just.
Okay, if you have it available there, you can read it. I don't have it available here. So far, there is no in the statement. It doesn't cover FCT. It doesn't clarify FCT as a state.
Yes, then.
So it's not a must to have it in
For what I saw from the African this thing analyst, it was done in Ghana and two other places. That seems to be a problem. They were trying to analyze it that they were reading Nigeria constitution that you should get 24% in 24 states. And there was a clause like and mean Abuja. So they were trying to figure that out. That is in our constitution that Abuja must be one.
Abuja must be
hold on, but the 25% is not included, but must be one was included in our constitution. So at least you guys should read that out.
Where does it say it must be one in the constitution?
I said I was watching it on this. So you guys that have the constitution, please read it, check it if it's true. But they were saying that was a clause that, but the 25% in 24 states does not include Abuja. Because Abuja is not a state. But winning Abuja is in the constitution. One is more than two runners.
We treated this issue 3 days ago. See, Buhari didn't win Abuja and is the president of the federal republic.
Listen. One is more than two runners. One is more than two runners. If it's two runners, Abuja does not matter.
Wait. Even when Kulata came here to point to the clause that explained that thing further within that constitution, we resolved it here 3 days ago. For example, Tinubu won 23 states, and you now need someone to break that tie. And if he had won Abuja, you now see Abuja as a state this time around and make it 24. That one would have been an issue to make it 24.
You are very right.
So when that 24 states cannot be met from the 36 states of the federation, you have now to use Abuja now to break the tie. That's what the constitution is saying. So all those things, whether you read about it from the legal community or whatever that has happened in the past, I think the thing has been met. So the INEC would not have issued that certificate of return had Tinubu not met those criteria. So this matter is dead. As far as I'm concerned, it's a dead issue. We can't be talking of whether he has met the requirement or not. It's a dead issue. Clearly stated in the constitution, Tinubu has met that criteria, to the best of my knowledge.
All right. Back to you, Desmond.
Yeah. I don't want to go through that again because if you have to actually know what it means before you, you don't have to win Abuja, but it's required to get 25%. That's why you're talking about
Desmond, it's just simple English. It's just simple English. Sorry to stop you again. It's just simple English. Instead, 24 states, and Abuja FCT is not a state. If FCT had been a state, they would have said 25 states. 24 in the 36 states, you must get 25%, at least 24 states of 36 states. So FCT that's why they put an FCT. So it's because FCT is not a state. That's why they do categorize together.
A candidate should receive the highest number of votes shall be declared elected only if they also fulfill the quota of 25% of the total vote cast in about 24 states, including the Federal Capital Territory. Are you hearing it now? So
yes, including making it 37. You have to make 24 including in the old 37.
All right. No problem.
Can I interject? Okay.
Can I interject?
Comment Zeta.
I am not a constitutional lawyer, but when they make laws in the constitution, I don't know why they write it the way they write it. In all over the world, That's the way they write constitutions. They leave loopholes for facts and for arguments. The simple English, if what this is saying is what they actually wanted, would have been and in Abuja. But they said in and Abuja. That means since Abuja is not a state, it doesn't have a governor. If you can only get 23 from other states in Nigeria, and then get, if you can get 25 in 23 states in the whole of Nigeria, and since Abuja is not a state, and you get 25 in Abuja, it will be counted to you as 24. I'm not a constitutional lawyer, but that's what it meant. But be it as it may, let's wait. 29th, then they will kick him out, right? So continue.
Yeah. Anyway, like I said, there's, even if that doesn't count, which some lawyers have said, yeah, this is how it was interpreted. There's so many, things wrong with this election, and if they start bringing it out one by one, it's going to be difficult to maneuver and just disregard. I don't know how they might just disregard everything through technicality. I don't know, but let's see what happens. And then again, I saw you read something about Wiki. I think Wiki has actually, I don't know, shot himself in the foot in this election. He's gonna become politically irrelevant, in my own opinion, because this gonna be a real election. I'm pretty sure Rivers State people will show him that all the rigging that he did this presidential election. I mean, they were not ready for Wike. Wike surprised them. That's, to be honest with you. He surprised everybody with the whole thing he did this time around. I mean, Rivers State people will show him, and he's not gonna like it. All this whole dancing and campaigning he's been doing for the governor, he just used everybody. If I'm being honest with you, he used the guy he was campaigning for governor. He used all of them. He used the 5Gs. He used the 5Gs because now, if everything goes right and he doesn't come and show his hands again in the gubernatorial, he's going to lose that governor. PDP is going to lose that gubernatorial. I don't know. He just shot himself in the foot for my own.
Can I interject?
Yeah.
When people talk about Rivers State, it's a state I know very well. You want me to talk about it?
Yeah, sure.
You see, right from the time of Ada George to the time of Wike, at least this space is the time I knew very well. I don't really know if somebody who knows Rivers State very well, for someone to say in Rivers State, I know who won, I don't know where that person is getting that thing from. Because right from the time of Ada George to the time of Wike, we voters don't really know who won. When the person you voted lose, you might see yourself as one of the stupid people that voted him or her. But saying that somebody coming out from Rivers State election and saying that we know who won, that person must be a liar from the pit of hell. In Rivers State, I keep telling people, they don't do election there. They don't. Right from time immemorial, this is a global platform, and I've been saying this here. Whatever the governor is doing is in collaboration with the traditional rulers of the land. Before the election day, they have agreed and mapped out the percentage they are going to give to each candidate. That being said, however, I don't even know why people are seeing Wike as dead on arrival. Because this has been happening in Rivers State and people have been celebrating them. What changed?
What changed?
Yes, because in 2015, Wike technically chased a sitting governor out of the state. And you know the song? You remember the song? We can a man you be, oh, na man you be, na man you be, oh, na man you be. You've forgotten so soon? In 2019, what did Wike do? We can a man you be, oh, na man you be, na man you be, oh, na man you be. 2023, Wike did the same thing. Why can't they continue shouting na man you be? I mean, you think when River State people are doing that, their war chant, when they chant, how many them there? Now we not go beat them, how many them there? You think they're kidding? Anyway, if you think that Fobara will lose River State gubernatorial election, you have to think again. Thank you. That's just the interjection I want to do.
Yeah. The thing is, what changed is the era. But to be honest with you, that's basically what changed. The era has changed. If the era didn't change, I mean, Labour Party wouldn't even be going anywhere, if we're being honest.
Hello? Hello? Des, you didn't hear what I said.
Yeah.
You see that vote Labour Party got, it was that percentage, it was allocated before the election proper.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for saying that. Thank you very much for acknowledging that this election has been an allocation, not anything voting.
You don't seem to understand me.
Okay.
I said in River State, when I talk, I like people to listen and understand me. I said in River State, I repeat, this is a global platform. Right from the time of Ada George, at least that's the time I know, to the time of Wike, it is callous for any voter to say in River State, I know who I voted for. I know who won. That person is a liar from the pit of hell. Because in River State, voters don't really know who they voted for. So whatever you see there, you just got to believe it. But if you say you won't believe it, take it to court. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I don't know which side to go again. Well, let me still go to your words. In Rivers State, election was allocated, so apparently just Rivers should be cancelled, Abby. We already know. I mean, I have a lot of friends in Rivers, and I know what they are saying. Like I said, this is really a different era, and know who they voted. If you are saying they don't know who they voted, that means they don't get brain again. I mean, they know. In fact, I don't even. You're basically calling everybody in Rivers, say that they know Sabi book. Abi they mumu. Everybody know who they voted because they are there when they voted. They casted their votes and they recorded the vote. You know, so I don't know how else to say it. If everything being equal, Wike, I repeat it again, everything being equal, Wike will lose gubernatorial election. Everything being equal. To be honest, APC this election, I mean, they might have gotten 25%. I can categorically tell you that there is no way in hell APC would win Rivers State. No way. There's no way in hell APC. I mean, people in Rivers don't even. APC has collapsed in Rivers. So I don't see any way in hell for APC to win Rivers. That's why I said that this election was just sham, and But anyway, we'll
And
still.
Desmond, what is giving you this assurance? I'm interested because initially, what's giving you this assurance, especially when they've returned 200 and when they return the 500 and 1,000 naira notes, when money politics we play now. So, what's giving you that assurance that we will
Well,
not?
Wike still bought votes. He still shared his dollars. If I remember, it's not about money. He found out that the whole money he was the dollar $200 he was giving to a lot of people wasn't doing it. That's why he busted out. I started.
Des, can I interject you for a second?
Yeah.
Did you watch the Prince Adewale Adebayo's interview on Arise News?
I did.
Okay. Did you mention the part where he said some of his agents also caught the Labour Party sharing dollars at the polling booth?
Yeah, I mean, I heard all he said.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I heard all he said.
What was he lying? What did you think he was lying?
That's why I said it doesn't matter. The problem is, see, if everything being equal, yeah, if you want to buy votes, let me buy vote too. If you want to, whatever, if you want to carry children and vote, let me do the same. But leave the process alone. Do you understand? Leave the process alone. All this, the thing is that everything is against Tinubu as of now in the court. Is basically against Tinubu because
tell me what is against him. What do you think is against him?
There are videos of him almost persecuting himself, saying "grab it." That all these things are gonna play out in court.
Grab. Oh God. God. I thought. From what you've learned, you would have dropped somewhat the naivety.
No,
I'm still.
I said there's so many things to hinge on. Do you get me? It's not just one. These are things that is gonna play out in court.
Like what? Like what?
So I should start from top and start.
No, like that's your biggest joker that you said grab it.
No, it's not big. Why would it be? Because I told you the first actual one is the process, which is what they are hinging on. The process is faulty, is unconstitutional. That's number one. Which they are gonna make their case.
What is the constitutional process, if you can teach us?
Colata, you know that I don't want to start explaining that again.
You said it's unconstitutional. So if you know it to be unconstitutional, then explain how.
Well, I think the 64 of the Constitution that everybody keeps hammering about, says it all. You have to transmit from the polling booth. I mean, in any way that you can transmit on the polling booth, that particular place should be put on hold, or they should cancel it. That's what it says.
No, what section? I have the document before
64,
me.
I think. 64.
What section of the Constitution is that?
I'm wondering. Transmission doesn't mean electronics. You can transmit by calling and see. The word transmission, you believe because they say transmission now, it has to be by uploading. Transmissions simply mean you can call. Okay.
I beg, just leave it. I don't want to argue. If you want to see it on your own biasness, that's fine. I'm not ready for this time. But I've made that first case, whether you want to see it the way you want to see it. Second one is, if they start bringing out, because that's what you read now, they want to interrogate the whole whatever, from EC8 or whatever INEC was reading out and collating on. They have to interrogate it properly because they already have their own original results. Do you understand? And when they bring it from all the polling units, it's not favoring Tinubu. That's number two. And number three is the whole, they still have to know what the whole 25% about FCT. I don't know. I don't really see that as an important case, but they still have to know what that constitution says about it, which I don't think that should even be a problem. Number 4 is now if they start making the violence and the whole vote buying and the whole everything, how this election wasn't free and fair, and it was all about violence, and they have to
And
go.
what violence? Because there were not that much report of violence in the course of these elections.
Well, we just agree to the fact of violence. If there's not much, then there is a violence. So
no, that hasn't been the theme that has come through in these elections. Violence has not been a theme of this election.
One man.
Yeah.
Are you aware of any Nigerian election that they've cancelled because of violence?
No,
it's just clutching at straws, isn't it? All this, I mean,
I'm not aware of that. There's none of them. That's why I'm bringing out all these cases. Yeah, that's why I said number 4. That's why I said there's a lot of ways. Number 4 is that violence that happened, which is still shouldn't make it a credible election. You understand? And now, if you're talking about it, you haven't seen Atiku talking about grabbing ballot boxes, snatching it and running away. You haven't seen P2B talking about it. But now you have seen Jagaban saying something about it. So
were there reports of ballot boxes being grabbed and people running away with it?
So many. It's not one, it's not two. It's a lot.
To do what we did, to do the BVS, and then they go and set up to go and do BVS.
It didn't matter. One man. What the case is that the woman that they got his eye stabbed. We go to court. I'm making a case for my eyes. I need so amount of money. You can pay me whatever, how much. Sue Tinubu per se. Do you understand? There are so many cases today. If I have money and my eyes is stabbed in an electoral process, I'm telling you the fact that I'm going to sue Tinubu.
Okay. So,
please.
How many votes is gouging? Okay. Hold on a second. How many votes do you discount from gouging of eyes?
What?
You said there was violence. They gouged someone's eyes or something. I said, so how many votes do you discount from Tinubu's voting total because of that violence?
No, you don't. You cannot discount the votes. What you can do on that instant,
they canceled the whole elections.
What you can do, not cancel the whole election. What you can do, with the court permits to do, is disqualify in that instance. That's what. On
the basis of what? On the basis that somebody got assaulted, they will discount.
On the basis of you signed 2-piece accord. INEC has its electoral law on violence. All these things are case. One man, do you understand me? All these things are case. So that's why I say there's so many.
It's not case, so it's desperation. You say you've not really landed anything that is significant. It's just the thing.
Well, that's. I'm just telling you what is going to.
Tinubu said grab it, and therefore INEC will cancel the presidential election. Because Tinubu said grab it.
That shouldn't be the mode to cancel. That's be the mode to disqualify. That's what I'm saying.
They should disqualify Tinubu, Abi?
Yes, INEC has his rule on that. That's what I'm saying. So many cases to this. I'm just telling you what's gonna play at one man. I don't care what happens. I'm just telling you what's gonna play, whether you like it or
whether I like it or not. You told me that there was going to be a rerun.
You said that woman we sued Tinubu for what?
No, I said if I was that woman, do you understand?
Oh, okay, if you were that
I'm going to sue Tinubu.
For what?
For what?
If he's in America here, trust me, Tinubu would vomit a lot of money.
Hold on. What would be the basis of that? You are not looking good, by the way, Des. What would be the basis of that lawsuit? Did Tinubu stab her in the eye?
I don't understand.
Yes, I don't think you do. That's the point. But you said it. You don't understand.
Let's hear this. What the lawyer said. A lawyer said you can go to the police station today and confess that you commit a crime. That it doesn't mean that they will see you as a criminal. What will you say about that? That
Okay.
a self-confessed crime is not tenable in the court of law in Nigeria. I'm not a lawyer, but the lawyer says so. So
let me make
if
this
any lawyer is hearing that,
one
come
man.
and confirm.
If
So that Tinubu say grab it does not mean that he has committed that incitement or whatever you want to pin
one
on
man,
him.
see, there's what we call, I don't know what is called, but I've forgotten the term. It's just like if you as a person were doing a business and you're caught saying you're going to kill me. It doesn't matter whether it's you that maybe I end up dying. It doesn't even matter. But as long as that video is showing that you said something relating or threatening relating to my life, it doesn't matter whether it's another person that did it or whether it's, I hit my leg and I ended up dying. You have a case. You have a serious, telling you, a serious case to defend in the court. It's just how it is in every part of the world. That's just what I'm trying to say. Do you understand?
That's what's different between church, take your country back and grab it. Something can be taken by force, and you can grab by force. What's the difference between the two?
There's a difference now. Do you want to take it there? If you want, like I said, if you want to listen to me with your own biasness, that's fine. I don't want to come and argue. If you don't want to listen with a partial mind and try to, analyze what's going on with the partial.
I'm only asking question now.
Yeah.
Des, have you been depressed?
No, this is it. Are you asking? Can you not hear it? Oh God!
Why are you people laughing at him? Why are you guys laughing at him?
No, because Kulata is just a wicked guy.
You see, sometimes in Africa we don't recognize depression, and when somebody is going into depression, we don't recognize it. I know how much Des invested in this, both financially, physically, and probably emotionally. So I know what he's passing through. So you guys should leave him to air out a kind of what I would call encouraging words to motivate him to recover. Please, let's continue. Thank you.
Well, nobody actually knows me here. I'm not depressed, please. I am far from being depressed. Like I told you before, what I am is ashamed. That's what I am. I am not depressed in any way. I'm ashamed of my country, to be honest, and I wish that we could have done better. That's what I wished.
Des,
But
did we shock you? Us Nigerians, did we shock you, or did you shock us?
no, he didn't actually do anything that was surprising. I mean, it's just the normal thing. So it wasn't really a shock. It was just disappointing, I would say, because I thought we've passed a certain stage in our democracy, but it's unfortunate that we haven't. And with what happened, I don't know where we're gonna pass that stage. I honestly do not know. But yeah, I'm not depressed, please. I mean, you guys can laugh. I am always very, one man know me now. I'm not the kind of person that's, preach it. I'm gonna say something according to what it is, whether you want to hear it or not. It's just the simple truth. That's just what's gonna play out, Yeah, I think that's it, one man.
All right, brilliant. Let's move the conversation on and take it to Walt P. So Walt P, are you there? All right, let's move the conversation on and take it to Thomas. Thomas, are you there? All right, let's move the conversation on and take it on to whoever is there. All right, let's come to you then, Zita. I'm going to I'm going to shuffle the people that are not immediately available because so many people in the background. Let's come to you, Zita. Then, how much of a role do you think the G5 played in this election? Sheyi Makinde, of course, he delivered the state. In fact, how many of the G5 states was delivered? Let's start from there. Three. And that was Oyo State, River State, and which other one?
Benue.
So how much of a role do you think the G5 played in this election?
You see, just as I said the other day, if you put a tea, if you make a tea and you're stirring your tea, you're stirring it anti-clockwise. Then all of a sudden, you want to stir it clockwise. If you wash the water, the tea itself, it's as if it's having a kind of distortion. It will bounce. Sometimes you even want to jump out.
1 second, Madam Sita, just to correct something. The Benue case was not about governor playing a role. The system, the game actually consumed him. So he doesn't have, he can't lay credit for what happens in Benue. So we can just say 2 of those G5 actually work for.
As I said before, one man, 3 of the out of the 5 G5 states was delivered. Can I continue, one man?
Yeah, carry on. We're listening.
Okay. So you see, when something happens, you don't really see the effect. Maybe 7, 8, 10 years down the line. You see that thing those G5 governors did. Everybody will see the result very clearly. They had a big effect on this election. They might sound funny, they might sound like a joker, they might sound people looking for their stomach or people's personal interests, but 6, 7 years down the line, the South will understand what they did. It will be very clear what they did. They played a very big role in this election, very big. They sensitized a lot of people from the South. Those that doesn't even know what was going on, those people sensitized them. So it's either you vote for Obi or you vote for Tinubu. Do you get the point? That was why Atiku lost a lot of vote in the South. Because of that sensitization. No Fulani man will be in the Aso Rock again. We will not, what is there for us? So, well, I don't like APC. I'm not going to vote for Tinubu. Then I'll vote for Obi. Or I'm PDP. I don't want to vote for Peter Obi. I'll vote for Tinubu. So that's just what played out. They did a lot of sensitization.
All right. Wike also said, because he was making his statements out of Ibadan, Wike also said that Wike also said that what this election has established is that the order now is that power transiting from north to south. So he was saying there that even though it's not a constitutional matter, because this sequence has now followed through in this instance, after the 8 years of Tinubu, the power will go back to the north. So do you agree then that this solidifies this unspoken agreement between the Nigerian states that power must transit north to south? So does that solidify that as an understanding, if not an act of law?
There is something, most times there is something they called unwritten constitutions. Unwritten constitution. Let me give you an example of unwritten constitution. If you are one-time president, it's not written anywhere in the constitution that you will not live in Abuja, but you won't live in Abuja. You can have maybe what they call guest house, obviously, come once in a while, come there, relax, stay, but you can't live in Abuja. But it's not written in the constitution. So you see, this thing, in as much as it's not written in the constitution, it has come to stay. It has become an unwritten constitution. Anybody that tries to change it we have a blowout just like Atiku did.
All right. All right. And what are you making of Dangote's visit to Tinubu to congratulate him? Photographs taken with the return. This seems to be the new thing now. Photographs taken with the return certificate of return. So when elements like Dangote are going to visit Tinubu, that is the establishment rallying round, is it not?
Visiting somebody that won an election means I'm happy with you. And
yes, but it's the person visiting now. It's the richest man on the planet, a black man.
Do you think he has a choice? I don't think he has a choice. Legally, that's the person that has been declared winner and who is going to be the next president of Nigeria. So everybody just have to align until, according to some people, it's said otherwise. They will visit him now. He's the president-elect. They will take photographs with him. They are looking forward to working with him. He's getting his congratulating message. Everybody is sending their own, looking forward to working with him. And that doesn't stop anybody from going to court if you want to.
All right. So the Court of Appeal has granted an ex parte motion for the PDP and the Labour Party to examine INEC materials. But what do you think they'll be looking for, and what do you think they'll find?
They can look for everything they want to look for. And they can find whatever they want to find. And they will bring it to court. Looking at the material is different. Bringing it to court is another thing. Getting a lawyer to defend what you brought is another thing. Winning the case is another thing. So there is nothing wrong in that. They're bona fide citizens of Nigeria and they contested in the election and they have the right to look. Why would they be stopped from looking at the material? They have to. If they're grieved, they have the right to look at the materials.
What is your understanding of the basis of their grievance? Because I'm still not clear. They are aggrieved, but I am not clear as to why. So what do you think is the number one primary reason why they feel aggrieved, the Labour Party and the PDP?
Okay, one man, this question, I think I will be the wrong person to answer it, but I must answer it anyway. In the first place, I never, in as much as I made spreadsheet for four of them, I always told you people that the one that I see that is achievable is Tinubu, maybe Atiku. Then now Tinubu won. It's not a surprise to me. Atiku did not win. Well, maybe if he has won, it wouldn't have really been a surprise to me that much. But I didn't want him to win because somebody from his area just leaving the place. So that is one. But Obi's own spreadsheet is unachievable. So Obi losing is not a surprise to me. So them going to saying that they would have won is even a surprise to me. So I don't know what to say. Because when you ask somebody, when you tell somebody that you know that I won, it's only when that person knew before the election that you will win that the person will agree with you. Before the election, I wasn't expecting Obi to win. So if he loses, I'm not seeing it as something that is a surprising or looking at it that he was rigged out, because I was convinced within me that he's not going to make it.
Well, because Zita, I've been we all have been monitoring the process, and I cannot be clear in my head. I was even asking this, and they was telling me that the elections have to be overturned because Tinubu said grab it in some dinner he was having with friends. So I cannot be clear in my mind as to what exactly they are requesting the courts to do. Because it will be a real struggle if everything hinges on INEC not being able to automatically upload from the polling station. That would be one of probably the most ridiculous case yet that has been brought before the Supreme Court.
You know, most people I know, most people I know felt they have won court cases on technicalities. So they're going to the court on technicalities. So let them go.
Yes, but the technicalities is not actually challenging the validity of the ballot.
No.
They are challenging an anomaly in the process, which might not necessarily significantly. I'm not sure that they are challenging the outcome of the election. Everything seems to hinge on this narrative of transmission, and the uploads are taking place. So all of the results should now be on the INEC space, because as I tested yesterday, it was 80% upload. So the results are uploaded. So what's the gripe?
Woman, they're not talking about the result. They're talking about the technicalities. So let's talk about the technicalities. If the law is there and somebody promised you that he can add extra thing to the law that is there, and at the end of the day he changed his mind and said, I was even very happy that INEC shut down their server. I am very happy, because if you are in cyber security, such a server is not supposed to be on. Definitely all they need to do is to send traffic to it, make it too busy, and then hike it. So it's good they shut down their server. But that being said, if they say technicalities, if it's written in the Constitution that INEC must, in the electoral law, that INEC must, of a necessity, put that thing, upload it right in the polling unit, and it is written in the electoral law, if it is not uploaded from the polling unit, that the election will be null and void, then they have a case.
And I'm not sure. I'm not sure that the law extends to say that the elections will be null and void.
But that's what they said now. That's what they're asking for. They said it is not uploaded direct from the polling unit, and therefore the election should be nullified. Is that not what they're looking for?
Oh yeah, that's what they are looking for. But of course, the judgment of the court, because I'm not sure that it specifies in and people actually let me bring you this. Let me bring you this. Hold on there a moment. Elections, electronic transmission of results not mandatory for INEC according to Section 60. But then, of course, this is the APC. The Presidential Campaign Council of the All Progressive Congress APC says there is no law making it mandatory for INEC to transmit electoral results electronically. Mr. Dele Alake, special advisor. Oh, sorry, let me mute you for a moment. We're getting some feedback from you. Hold on. Yeah. Mr. Dele Alake, special advisor on media and communications at the PCC, made the declaration in Abuja on Friday when he spoke at a news conference. Alake said the transmission of election results was at the discretion of INEC, according to Section 60. And Ola, by the way, if you say you have the Constitution, you might want to look that up. Alake said the transmission of election results was at the discretion of INEC, according to Section 60, subsection 2 of the Electoral Act. According to him, the Electoral Act 2022 does not contain any mandatory provision regarding the transmission of results. He said, the complaint over the electronic transmission of election results is not supported by law. Section 38 of the Electoral Act 2022, relied upon by the People's Democratic Party PDP and the Labour Party LP to challenge the result of the February 25th presidential election, has nothing to do with the transmission of election results. Section 60, subsection 2 of the Act deals with the transmission of results and it is at the discretion of INEC. The Act does not contain any mandatory provision regarding the transmission of results. In any case, the process of transmitting results from polling units, whether real time, 2 days later, or at any time, cannot in any way change the results that have been announced, he stressed. He added that what was important was the counting of votes in the presence of party agents and the hearing of the voters. Alake said it was absurd to insinuate that time variation in uploading results will cause a change in the figures. In any case, the process of transmitting results from polling units, whether real time, 2 days later, or at any time, cannot in any way change the results that have been announced, he said. He added that the news conference was to respond to both the candidate of the PDP, Abubakar, and LP, Obi, following their recent statements as regards the election results. He described the efforts by the PDP, the LP, and the NMPP to approach the court over the election result as a welcome development. So we'll see you in court is how they rounded off. But we will see you in court is how they rounded off. But you know, what's the best you think they can get out of the court if they do go there? What's the best that you think they can get out of the court?
The best they can get out of the court is that, just being funny, is that they will match P2B and Atiku's vote, and they make P2B vice president to Atiku.
Yeah, no, the court cannot make that pronouncement. They can't.
I'm just kidding.
Yes.
Just kidding.
Yeah, but you say that in jest, though. But these people are that ridiculous that they could believe that, because they have not seen yet a more ridiculous bunch. So they're that ridiculous they could believe that.
See, if you listen to them, they're not saying it's the Constitution. They said they're not saying it's part of the Electoral Act. They said INEC promised them. So INEC promised them 3 days to the election. They re-promised them, or they unpromised them, that they will no longer upload it instantly.
Madam Zita,
can I read the act? Let me just say that's 65 of that act. Say the presiding officer shall transfer the results, including total numbers of accredited voters and the result of the ballot, in a manner as prescribed by the commission. So is this telling you that it is the commission that has that prerogative of how they want to do things? For example, assuming there's no name for them to transmit, so they still have to find a means. So whatever they decide is what they do. So they can decide to do it the way they like. The only thing
you're not reading it right. Read. Okay. Wait, let me get it for you.
I'm on section 60, subsection 6 of the provision 5.
Subsection 5.
You're reading section. Yeah. Which section are you reading?
Section 60, subsection 5.
Yeah.
Read that section 64. That's what I'm saying, not section 60. See, this Electoral Act was passed. Remember, this is why so many people came out to vote.
Read the one you want to read, Adex.
Let me get it.
Okay.
All right. But Zita, I'm inclined to go with what this guy is saying. The Alake guy, even though it's partisan, that there is not sufficient enough that it cannot be the basis of it says in any case the process of transmitting results from polling units, whether real time, 2 days later, or at any time, cannot in any way change the results that have been announced, and that exactly is what it boils down to. So the purpose of the election, the exercise that took place on the 25th of February, it wasn't to test that INEC is able to upload a result or not. It was for people to cast their votes to elect a president. So that was the object of the exercise, not some. It wasn't an IT test run.
If you read that thing very well, the whole of the Electoral Act, you will see that it's like INEC is independent from the new Electoral Act. Then, if that is the case, you can even be uploading it directly on the election date. And the election day, the INEC chairman still reserve the right to say immediately that it should stop. And it will hold. Read that electoral law very well. The power is rested in his hands to turn it where he feels it didn't fit. So you can be uploading it, and his advisors or his technical assistants can tell him, look, guys, something is going on the server. He can say, okay, fine, what do we do? He said, we have to stop. Okay, fine, stop it instantly, as they're already doing it. And it will still hold.
What you're suggesting is 100% illegal. Okay. That's what you're suggesting. Because you can't be breaking a law, and you're saying...
That's not a law.
What law is what? If you don't understand these things, you're not looking good. Des.
This is a law that was passed.
It's not a law.
Even Desmond, I'm on that section 64.
Well, let me get it.
No, he has it because he won't be able to. Yeah. Go and read it.
What you are talking about, you see, look at what this subsection we are talking about say. It said the number, it started a collation officer or returning officer at an election shall collate and announce the result of an election subject to his or her verification and confirmation that the number of accredited voters stated on the collated result are correct and consistent with the number of accredited voters recorded and transmitted directly from polling unit under section 47 and subsection 2 of the Act. So he went further in the subsection 5 of this 64 say, subject to subsection 1, a collation officer or returning officer shall use the number of accredited voters recorded and transmitted directly from the polling unit under section 47.2 of this Act. This, and the vote of the result recorded and transmitted directly from the polling unit under section 60 subsection 4 of this Act. That's what you are missing where you are reading. Under section 64. Yeah. Now, wait. Don't forget that section 60 subsection 4 is telling you that the presiding officer has his own prerogative to define how he wants that to be run. That's where you are missing there.
What you're missing is the one you just called is after they have uploaded it or transmitted it to the polling unit. This is listen now. This is the one you read when he was referring to the section was now after you have done this transmission in the polling unit. You now go to the collation center. This is the one you're that's referring to now. Is going to refer to that section 60. That's why I try and tell you, understand.
Desmond, can you interpret transmitted directly in court? I hope you know that doesn't mean transmitted electronically. Transmitted directly in court means
transmitted electronically. It is there, not even
what did
transmitted.
He say?
Electronically,
Ola,
specifically, Ola. You specifically say electronic transmission.
Now, let me ask Ola. Ola, what did you read?
I didn't see electronically there because it was saying electronically.
Don't worry. Let me get it.
I was trying to explain it to you the other side that transmission can mean any medium. Transmission can mean.
Don't worry.
Let's us read the Labour Party version of the Constitution. The Labour Party version.
Let's just have another opinion. Let's hear this one. You might be saying the truth now.
Yeah, let's
not label it Labour Party one.
You guys should be talking. I'm trying to get it.
Look at that. All right. Let's carry on. It's not an untenable position. In fact, it's a position that probably conversationally we will look to start to move away from on the platform because I don't see
don't be quick to say that now. You might just come up with it now.
No,
So let's
not
just
not
give him
that. No, no,
benefit of doubt.
no, not Desmond in this instance, but going forward,
Okay,
all
okay,
this,
okay,
all this
okay.
ridiculousness that because they were not able to transmit, and if you are saying the results are wrong, then that's where the case is. The case is not in some ambiguity or some technicals,
No,
but we'll
but
see.
one man, you know, the base of the argument is this: that the process of transmitting results from polling center to collation unit or to INEC, that in that process, if not electronically done or monitored, that's where the results are changed, and that is true. You understand? I remember
But
before they
you
introduced the
have to
electronic
prove the result was
method.
changed.
Exactly, but that's usually when the results normally change. Collation centers, so that's what they're
No, that's why
avoiding.
they passed that law. Do you understand me?
Eh,
It's
no,
the
Des, don't worry.
messaging.
I'm already speaking. Just give us the act, the one that you have. So that's the argument that, and we all know it is true. It is during transfer of results from polling unit to collation center, or even at the local government collation center. That's when they change results. I've seen it. I've heard it happen before. They were at the collation center in the local government. Then suddenly they just took lights. You understand? Everybody was in the hall. Everybody, they just took light. Before they brought light, everything has changed. So it's possible. But let's hear this.
Or that party,
All right. So sorry, Ola. Our resident, our in-house SAN, Ogbeni, is telling us that there's nowhere in the constitution that says electronic transmission. But then, of course, the Labour version of the constitution it might read differently. But I think you're just seeing people struggling with the laws. Obi has already been invited to make that phone call, but they are telling us it's a stubborn man. So it can be stubborn
You
in
people
Anambra
don't know
State.
that guy.
No. It can be stubborn in Anambra State, but when it comes to the bright lights of the big cities, then it can pack that stubbornness, the bright lights of
You
the
don't
big
know him.
cities. Yes, it can be stubborn now. Stubborn is stubborn now. If he has money to burn, he burns it. Tinubu always wins. That's just a fact of life. Let me take you to this space, still within that space, Zeta. Presidential National Assembly polls 7 PDP states withdraw case to review election results. So it looks as though now they are already slowly, however many stages of grief. I think we are now entering the phases of acceptance. So 7 PDP states withdraw their case against the election. What are you making of that, Zeta?
You see, I said this 2 days ago. Everybody was on me. If you have been following Nigerian elections and you look at the result produced on Saturday, you will know that we've really done well for ourselves. We've moved, and we didn't just move, we moved significantly towards a better Nigeria, more especially in our elections. I don't even see the reason why somebody is contesting. Yeah, there might be irregularities here and there, but not enough to overturn the result. So I'm sitting down wondering why somebody, when Nigeria was Nigeria, somebody like Obi, they will so rig him that they will bundle him, tie him, and throw him through the window. I know what I'm talking about. But look at the result today. Everybody had participation. It shows. But and it's so interesting that even the third person is claiming that he won. That's how interesting this year's election is. The person who come third is saying that he won. Second person is saying that he won. Third person is saying, maybe Kwankwazo will have to come out and say he won too. So I don't think, if you might be, when you lose something, you might have an outburst. Maybe that's what happened to those days. They decided to sit down and look at it.
No, Zita,
They're giving it a second thought.
Do you know what I thought happened? Maybe those senators know that they rigged in their own states and know that further probing will expose them. So they say, oh boy, may we just withdraw. May we know they. You understand? Because if they might have rigged and they know we rigged though, but hey, this thing, if we now we have so and so number of senators,
see,
we go for
Patrick and Zita, do you know what APC is doing? Festus Kayamo has said they're going to court to go to take Southeast votes.
What did I tell you? Woman, you know
Because
I said they will be the one that will sue again.
you see,
You
the problem
remember?
with the Southeast votes is the APC and PDP were not, they did not sign on those INEC sheets. It's only Labour Party that signed. And if you read that Electoral Act, all the parties need to sign, the agents need to sign. But in the Southeast one, it's only Labour Party signing.
Oh no, sorry, repeat that.
You see, when you announce results.
No, sorry, start from the beginning. I missed it.
Festus Kayamo is saying APC is taking Labour Party to court to go and contest Southeast votes and Lagos State votes. And a lot of the issues that are in that is no returning officer.
Sorry, yeah, go on.
Yeah. So the problem is in a lot of the Southeast states is only the Labour Party agents that signed the result sheet. PDP and APC did not sign it. That means they did not approve of those results. And those are the things that got uploaded to INEC server. So they want to take Labour Party to court for some areas in Lagos and maybe them Ojo area and Southeast. So all those magical, what's that?
I think that's from Zeta. Zeta, please mute yourself.
Yeah. All those magical numbers that came out of the Southeast, the Obi was getting 90-something%. They're contesting it because those are fraudulent numbers. They didn't even align with any pattern in the country. The Southeast was just on its own. It looked heavily rigged.
Do you know, last time, Kulata, I told you people here that my area, Imo West, they won't vote for P2P. I know why I said it. And people in this platform screamed and shouted, all the Igbo people are throwing rocks my end. Ositi Zuna so won that area. He won. He has been among the three of them. He actually the one INEC has announced. And I told you people that in Imo State, that area, they don't have voter apathy. The other side are more in number, like in Bitolu and other places. But Okiwe and Imo West, they don't have voter apathy. And therefore, they are now become the people who decide who becomes the governor, because they come out in mass to vote. And I told you people, that area, if Tinubu is going to get 25% in Imo State, it's going to come from there. And I heard that APC cleared that place except the presidency. So what happened? I asked Kulata, what happened?
Kulata.
It's rigging now. There was a lot of rigging in the South.
Kulata.
Yes, sir.
I want to draw your attention to the section section 60 under section 2, where it says that other party agent. That argument of yours that other agents did not sign the the result. It says where it's available. So that means even if the other agent of the other parties did not sign that form, it still doesn't render it invalid. So that argument will not be able to hold.
Okay. If they're not allowed to sign it, I mean, if it's not mandated for them to sign it, then that will not hold. But if they can prove it was still rigged, if they have alternative ways to show it, yes, sir. Yeah.
If I will speak to that, the court has heard severally that the signature of the party agent does not authenticate or invalidate an election. So what matters is that the Formici A, the INEC officer stamped it, and then it is regular on the face of it, and there is no contrary another ECA hate to debunk what is there. You see, when they get to court, there is a presumption of regularity for whatever you get from INEC. And that is why you see the first step you take in election petition is that you will apply to inspect what you have in INEC. Okay? Because INEC documents, they are the authentic document. They are the best document that the court will rely on. So now you will apply first to see what is in INEC. So what they will be doing now, what they will be doing from tomorrow now, they've given them order now. Okay? The tribunal has given them, they've ordered INEC to open,
them to open their votes now to allow both PDP and then Labour to be able to access. Okay, now they will have access to the room, which INEC officer, police, and everybody will be there policing them. So what they do most time is you now cross-check it with the one your agent brought, and then you tell them to copy the ones you need out for you. They will copy them out for you and give you certified true copy of those things. But whether agent sign it or not, it doesn't invalidate the result of an election. So when you get when you extract those things out, you take it to your own office also. That's where you now go and draft your petition. So as it stands now, they've not drafted their petition. They want to assess, and that's the problem I have with them. Before doing that assessment, why do you first come out and say, oh, I want this election, they rigged me, when you don't even have access, you've not even assessed what is in INEC. So most time what they do is when you assess it, you bring it out, you now say, okay, look at this one, it contradicts what is in my hand. Now that becomes an issue of two documents again. Then INEC, and don't forget, there are so many cases that have said that INEC must go and defend whatever mandate they've given you. INEC cannot pinch tent with the petitioner in a case. INEC must defend the mandate. So, and that's why you will see Ashwaju and INEC on one side this time around now. And you see PDP hitting Ashwaju from this side and Labour also hitting. And Labour also will be hitting PDP too. Because by the time Labour file its own and Article file its own, they have to consolidate the two cases. So when they consolidate the two cases, whenever PDP is saying, you stole my vote here, LB will be saying, that vote you said APC was ordinarily supposed to belong to me. You know, these are the kind of issues we're going to have in this petition. It's going to be a very interesting one. And I learned Concourse also is going to court.
How long does it last? Because you can't petition forever now. How many days?
They have days now. They have 180 days to do all these things.
How many?
I have to recover the days, but I think it's 180 days to conclude. So from declaration of that election now, they have 21 days to file their petition, right? So they're going to file their petition very soon. Then they now have 180 days to conclude. But I'll still verify and get back. But I think it's 180 days.
And is there if APC2, because APC2 wants to open their own case for Southeast and Lagos?
So what APC is going to do is they call it cross petition. So APC is going to cross petition them. For instance, in Southeast now, APC is alleging that there is mass rigging in the Southeast and intimidation, a lot of malpractices and others. So APC is going to cross petition to and say, in Imo, in Anambra, where you are returning 90% as if I never existed there, as if you listen to APC people, what they are saying is that even when you consider the numbers of chairmen of wards that I have in that state, I won't have that kind of vote. Let's say nobody even vote for me. Let's say only the chairmen, only the secretaries, only the party loyals, vote for me in that state. I won't have this number of votes you are saying I have. Let alone Imo where I have a governor, let alone where I have a governor there. I have a structure on ground. So what they're alleging is that there is suppression of their votes also in those areas. So they will surely cross petition and also cross petition Lagos, and they will also cross petition Adamawa and all other states, and even Osun. Expect actually to win Osun eventually.
All right.
Sorry, can I ask you this question?
Yes, go ahead, Wapis.
So, like you just said now, you said if the cross petition of shown, Tulu might win, and that vote will be added to his numbers, right?
Yeah, I think he will win.
So if he said cross petition Lagos and found out he lost more, they're gonna take that vote from him and add it to whoever.
They will deduct from Tinubu and add it to whoever. So now, if they remove from Tinubu now, who has it now will now be a fight between Atiku and Peter Obi. Okay.
Maybe it's PU by PU that they do this thing. It's not can't stay state.
Yeah, that's the issue. So you see, that's the issue I have with Obi's what I call false hope. And for me, you see, I believe that if Obi lose this case, which I'm for now 70% sure is going to lose this case, but I'm expecting after inspection, I will be able to give you a percentage of what I think percentage of success of Obi's success from his inspection of the document. But for now, if what Obi is relying on presently is what is going to prove in court, really, is going to be the crux of his case, really, let me tell you, Obi will lose this case. And if Obi loses this case, let me tell you, it's going to be the most dangerous politician Nigeria has ever had. Obi is going to be the most, I don't know even how to explain it, because Obi,
what do you mean by that? What do you mean?
Okay, let me quickly explain what I mean by that to you. I said he's going to be the most dangerous politician Nigeria has ever had. The reason is that when you look at him, Obi is taking advantage of the youth. That's what Obi is simply doing. Obi is not doing any other thing. He's taking advantage of the anger in the youth. Rightly so, they are hungry. They just want to find an hero in someone. It's just like you have a wife that you are punishing, you are intimidating, and that wife just needs somebody, to just rest her head on someone's shoulder, and you just come, you're a monster somewhere, and you just come to give that person false hope that you don't have. That's what I see Obi doing. Obi is taking advantage of the youth. And that's why you see so many of them. Look at Patu Tomi saying that Nigeria will born youth will go to the street. Will his own children go to the street? Look at Baba Adebanjo today. I defer to that man, a very old man that I love so much. But Baba Adebanjo was saying on Arise today, after all, that's the kind of TV station you'll be finding. That's the kind of narrative they like pushing. On Arise today, Baba Adebanjo was saying that I hope the court will do justice, casting aspersion to the court, and saying that if they don't do it, then youth will go to the street. I wonder if his own grandchildren are going to the street with the youth. And I wonder if the youth can say, okay, let your children lead first, then we will follow. So Obi is taking advantage of the youth. Obi is playing tribal politics. Because when you look at the result of this election, you will see the tribal sentiment on the Southeast in support of Obi. Ohaneze Ndigbo endorse Obi. Other social cultural group in Nigeria, they didn't endorse the one from their own. It's the only area that is endorsing somebody from his axis. And Obi is also whipping up religious sentiment. These are dangerous things for a developing democracy in a third world country. If you don't know, go to Rwanda and check this. All these indices are piling up for Obi. And when you lost an election, and you know clearly that you lost an election, you still keeping fueling hope, giving false hope, and you are casting aspersion on the court. Dati Yusuf is saying that he doesn't believe that Obi will get justice in the court. That means you are preparing a way for what happened after the court.
Can I interject?
Hold on, let him land.
I'm just
I just wanted to ask him a question on what he's saying.
Let him land. Then we'll come to you.
I'm just rationalizing why I said in history, if you lose this case, it's going to be tagged as the most dangerous politician that Nigeria has ever produced. Because it has never been this bad. We've never whipped up religious sentiment. I've seen pastor that has congregation of millions, or let's say thousands in Abuja.
Hold on, let him land. Carry on.
I have just a few seconds to land. I'm sorry. So coming out to say that somebody is devilish, go punish somebody just because somebody won in the democratic setting. This is the first time I'm seeing that. And I've been following elections since 1999, which I've been an adult. I voted in 2003 election. So this is the first time I'm seeing that. So for me, if eventually he lose, Obi is not going to agree with court. That's the implication, because Dati Ahmed is saying we don't believe in court. So, but you're approaching that same court. But they just said the same thing again today in his interview. But you're approaching that same court. So eventually, if the court now rules against you, then you go out and push people to the street, or you tell them, oh, they bribed the judge, or oh, it is APC court, don't mind them. Then people will now start youth will not cooperate with this government.
Benny, I saw something earlier today. Hold on.
Overriding us. We were first to interject.
All right, carry on. But let me just insert this. I saw something earlier today on some of these spaces. They were ethnic counting the Supreme Court just bench. They were ethnic counting them. So, to you, Adewale, yeah.
Boma, what is the difference between you and Dr. Ruben Abati?
How do you mean?
You overriding us. We were the first that raised our hand to interject, and then you brought your own.
All right, apologies.
The difference between them is that he doesn't have Rufai
Ruben
Well,
I have
never,
Thomas. I have
never,
Thomas. I have
Okay, you have
Thomas.
Thomas.
nevertheless, someone has to challenge you on that.
of
However,
course.
I wanted to ask Ben, him being a lawyer, do you think such sentiments is admissible in the court? You talking about somebody, a candidate, whipping up a religious sentiment and ethnic sentiment into electioneering process? Do you think it's admissible uh, for
No, my
disqualification?
brother. No, it's
Okay.
not. Yesterday I've explained three grounds upon which you can be in a petition. If any complaint you are bringing doesn't fall in any of the three, forget it. No court will even open it to listen to it. And that's why I said, look at it from this angle. They are saying, Uptown, I know you want to ask, I'm sorry, let me just explain it. Now they are saying that Yakubu went to Chatham House and told them that they would transmit results electronically and they would do it simultaneously, with the thing before they leave the polling unit. Come on, that's not the law. See, they will just bring his video evidence and the court will jettison it straight because that is not a grant for petition. The grant of petition said non-compliance with the Electoral Act. Non-compliance with it doesn't say non-compliance with a video evidence of Yakubu somewhere in London addressing who? Foreigners. And so a lot of things they say Yakubu has promised them.
What did the law say?
The law is simple, my brother, and I pasted it yesterday. Okay, the law, section 65. That's where I start from. Section 65 simply say that's the Electoral Act itself. Okay, it talks about what a presiding officer of a polling unit should do. What do you do after accreditation? You escalate to voting. After voting, accreditation and authentic. Don't forget that part of accreditation is authentication. Okay, authentication is that they check your thumbprint. If it doesn't work, they check your face recognition. Then that's use of the beavers, right? Then after that, they allow you to vote. Now, after you vote, they count the vote. After counting of the vote, they fill Form EC8A.
No.
That's
Okay.
the most important form, right?
Okay.
They fill it. When they fill it, they start with how many did we accredit? How many do you have on your voter register? How many did we is invalid? After that, they start with each party, AA, APC, ADC, to the end. Then they will now count everything and file the summation. They will now go back to that hub and say how many voted. Okay, then they stamp it and sign. The INEC presiding officer will sign. Then you will now pass it to the party agent to sign. Some party agent, most time, if they lose election, they will refuse to sign. They believe that when they get to court, they will be able to challenge the authenticity
The
of
part
that.
of transfer, you're still get to that part. That's why I was saying get to that part.
I will get there. I need people to understand that I don't jump. Right?
Ogbeni, forget about this. Our democracy hasn't ripe to that stage where we'll be quoting technicalities and all that. There
It's
will
what
be
you
no
just said now.
upturn. There will be no upturn in the court for this election. This result is the final. You know why I say so? Because we are still growing. There's no way any court of law in this land that will upturn that election. Number one,
Adewale, we need to understand what is the process. Because
even the process, see, the government.
Let him finish, please. I want
Okay,
to.
all right.
Let me so that we understand the process. I went through the process too. Ado-Ekiti. I went through the process, and I said Desmond said this also. Uptown also showed us video in Nigeria, so they understand this process. But that's the ID process. So then after that, okay, section 65 now says when you declare results, okay, and you finish all these things, then you should then he said that you should transmit in accordance with the commission's guidelines. Now that takes us to the commission guidelines, right?
No, it doesn't say that.
Okay.
You're wrong there. Wrong there. Where is referring to in accordance to is after you transfer from the polling unit. After then when you now go to the coalition, that's when you refer to that section 60 you're talking about. But the transfer of to the at real time in the polling unit is sacrosanct. It's on its own. That's what I'm saying. It's unnecessary.
Desmond, we said you should read it. You've not been
Can I read? Can I read to you?
Now, collateral is saying,
One second.
when they
There.
say transfer from the polling unit, how would you transfer it from your nose or from your head? How?
I'm coming. Let me read
Maybe,
to you.
maybe if you're
Can I read? Can I read?
As a matter of fact, I wanted to ask you, this provision you are quoting, is there any provision that give alternative to this one that was provided in this electoral law?
There is none. Let me read. Let me
No,
read.
that means it's at the discretion of the INEC. And as a matter of fact, this particular section you are quoting is like an operational manual that the INEC must follow, and it doesn't take account into any contingency issue. So that means they could use their own discretion to do whatever they have to do within the guideline that is provided in this section. That's what I want you to know. This.
Adewale, let me read section 60. Desmond, let me read section 60. Yes.
In case.
Yes, let me read section 60. This is what section. You read yours that you are quoting, but let me read section 60 marginal notes. Now, marginal note is a short guide to what the whole section is about. The marginal note is a counting of votes and forms. That's polling unit level, right? Now, the presiding officer, that's a polling unit now, shall, after that's 61, after counting the vote at the polling units, enter the vote score by each candidate in form to be prescribed by the commission. 2, the form shall be signed and stamped by the presiding officer and countersigned by the candidate or their polling agent where available at the polling unit. 3, the presiding officer shall give to the polling agent and police officer where available copy of each completed has been duly signed. 4, the presiding officer shall count and announce the result in the polling unit. 5, this is the 5 I'm telling you. So know that you have not transferred to get to this day. This is 5. The presiding officer shall transfer the result, including total number of accredited voters and result of the ballot, in a manner as prescribed by the commission. That's the one I'm telling you. So the transfer of the results should be done in a manner prescribed by the commission. And what is that manner? You find it in the guidelines. So you can read yours to me.
Now that's the guideline now, the manner.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what we are saying. You're saying the same thing now.
Oh, okay. So let's go to the manual. You said
manner
transfer before then. I said no, it's in accordance with the manual. So if you go to the manual, I pasted the manual yesterday. What does the manual say? The manual talked about you transferring. And when you go to 2.9.1 in the manual, it talks about if there is network. I keep emphasizing on that. I know lawyers will go to court and start arguing, but there is no way. If there is network there, then the implication is very simple. Okay, the implication is that the presiding officer has a discretion. You won't hold him to ransom if there is no network to transfer electronically. So, and that is why I said transfer electronically cannot be found anywhere in the electoral act. Yes, Yakubu has been giving you guys false hope because you fail to listen to Asiwaju. Asiwaju has been making noise that this Beavers thing is not in the electoral act, but you guys fail to listen.
Let me get the part that says if that doesn't happen,
you spent 1 hour looking for it. Alexander Agache, no, it's Desmond. Alexander Agache is saying, yes, please read it. It's taking you a long time to find it. So you go and give us the Google version of our.
You already read it.
Let me read it
One
to you.
man, is this still my space or has it been taken away from me?
Sorry. It's somebody's space. Oh, sorry. So sorry.
No, continue. I'm just asking.
Okay. So
no, let Obi'S carry on, and then we'll just move it around. It's sometimes we just free flow it, but yeah.
It's Thomas in this house.
Okay, so I just want to.
I'm here, Oga Adewale. I'm here.
Send one man to 1 hour's. Immediately.
I want to give you sabbatical leave.
Yeah, exactly.
Go on, Oga Obi'S.
Okay. So section 2.9.0 of the 2023 guidelines to this to how that guideline is what they use to train the polling unit officers, the presiding officers. When you now go to 2.9.1, which yesterday we treated it, everybody they will tell you, if you go and check yesterday recording, you will see it there. He said, using the I want to read the key part because he referred to section 60 and all those ones that were read. And he said, using the beavers for uploading election results. Look at what he said. The presiding officer should scan or photograph and upload the polling unit election result where there is network. The PO shall follow the step below. And you will see the step. It shall launch the Chrome browser to Beaver's homepage. Then after that, type the training URL in the address bar of the browser, Then after that, enter the unique login detail. Step 4, select the election type from the assignment list, Step 5, capture or snap the result in then read the important and down to issue. Then check whether the picture is clear. Select the camera to snap the result from your device. Then, if the image of the result sheet is clear to accept or X sign, then retake the picture. If it's not clear, you shall sit down with all the demonstration and everything there to the extent that when you see it now uploaded, then you conclude. But where I'm saying,
where there's no network, that's what I want you to see. You're talking about, we are saying the same thing now. Now
yes,
say where
bro.
network. That's what I'm trying for you to understand.
So from this manual now, I can't find where there's no network. I've read, I've searched. So for me, if there is no network now, because so many of them, they said they couldn't upload, they were finding it difficult to upload, and they called their presiding officer at the ward level.
He said it, don't worry, I'll get it. He said if there's no network.
Ogbeni, as a lawyer, if INEC says their server is compromised, in the court of law, that can be interpreted as no network because I cannot effectively.
Listen,
oh God.
What Ogbeni is saying, if there is
network, I finish my statement.
Desmond, please let Kolata finish.
So
please.
if they say the server is compromised, effectively that is a no network situation because you cannot transmit to a compromised server. So I believe INEC said they were attacked 162 or 165 times. I don't even know. So in that kind of situation, that's a no network situation.
Yes,
it still gives you an offer for that. If there's no network and the beavers can be used, automatically it still states it there that there's no election to take place.
From IREV.
Oh, election should not take place.
Yeah,
it should be cancelled, not take place. IREV is transmission.
Can you read it? Can you read
that? This question is for Kulata and Ogbeni. Do you think admitting to that in the court of law would make this vote valid? I'm thinking about, making a statement that the server was susceptible to hacking from external entity. Do you think that statement would make the exercise valid or render it invalid?
It will make it valid.
Why would they render it invalid?
No, see, it depends. See. Now, there's something they call the substantial compliance. See, the process of transmission is important. I agree with what the Obi'S are saying. But it's not more important than the result. It's not more important than the result itself. Now, if you are not challenging the results, and the only thing you are challenging is the process of transmission, I'm sorry, my brother, that petition will fail. Because you are not saying by the result, I won. You are saying that by the process, it seems like there's nothing like that in the election petition. So you must be able to show that, look at the process, is tainted. And then look at the result now. It shows that this man did not win. Then you're making sense. But if what you're just in the process of
can I interject?
No, hold on. Before you interject, let's hear a case for the defense. I think Uptown has especially turned up to present a case for the Obi'S space. So Uptown, if you're available.
I'm here.
Yeah, carry on. Let's hear from you. What's the Obi'S space saying?
All right. Good day, everybody.
Good day.
Good day. I've not really made my debut post-election yet. a lot of people in this platform. I
Yes,
have
you
things.
are.
I have things in stock for collaterals and the enigmatic and the Thomases of this world, but let's treat the case on hand first. Um, before I even talk about the issues with the election, which my brother Des was earlier trying to articulate, I wanted to interject earlier. If you remember, I think when he was talking, I wanted to interject. I wanted to ask him a question.
Yes.
Yes. So Ben, I'm going to ask you a question because you made a claim, and the claim was made under a title called "Obi'S going to end up as the most dangerous politician in Nigeria history." And I know you got it from Festus Keyamo because that's what he said earlier today.
Yeah.
And you made an allusion, and I've been hearing these very weird suggestions in the past couple of days now from some quarters, which I feel maybe I should address at least not in this platform. You know what I'm saying? Because I've also heard it on this platform. And you repeated the same thing. When you say, look at the votes he got from the Southeast. Why will he get that kind of vote from the Southeast? And I want to ask you a couple of questions. Now, question number one. But before I even ask you about the Southeast question, you also said something about Obi will cause problem because he's saying he does not believe in the court case. And I want to ask you, what did
It wasn't
Obi
Obi,
say
it was
about the
Dati
court?
that said it. It's Dati, not Obi. It was Dati that said it, and I
But did
clarified.
you acknowledge what Obi said about the court?
Obi didn't say anything to say that he has
He
been
didn't say
ruling.
anything. He just cried. He only
didn't.
cried.
He didn't say anything about the judiciary.
He cried.
I didn't
He
hear
cried.
anything about the judiciary.
He just cried.
And that he has been willing.
Okay. I will only take it that you don't know what he says, so I will help you out.
Okay.
He said that he's the biggest beneficiary of the judiciary, and when people tell him about doubts on the integrity of judiciary, that he begs to differ. Because
When did
he
he
has
say
been
that?
the biggest beneficiary of the judiciary.
When did he say that? Was it yesterday?
Yes, in his press release. Yes.
Okay, so let me ask a question now. Does it mean that he's not communicating with his VP or they are of different ideology?
No. When the VP says that he has doubts on the judiciary, he's not saying that they won't do the right thing. He said he hopes they do the right thing. But for me, Dati Baba Ahmed,
yes,
I have doubts. So let them clear my doubts. He has the right to say it.
If you doubt, no, wait. If you doubt an institution,
No, my brother. I have right to doubt. I didn't say you are a criminal.
You can't say you doubt an institution at the same time say you believe in the institution now. How can you believe in what you are?
No, there is nothing mandating Dati Baba Ahmed to believe, say he believes in the institution. Nothing.
And then he's doubting the institution.
Which he said clearly.
Yeah, I'm still right. Is this
no,
right?
He reserves the right to doubt. You don't get what I'm saying.
Yes,
he reserves his right to doubt.
You can't have a doubt in an institution and then that institution is what you run into.
No.
For soccer, you can't do that.
Whatever decision that institution brings out that is against you, you doubt it. You think they collect bribe.
The last time I checked, no, listen to me. Look, when somebody said I have doubts on an institution, and funny enough, that won't be the first person, even lawyers, saying they have doubts, but they hope that the judgment comes out right.
Of course,
for you to come out now and say that Obi's position as a plaintiff going to court is that he has doubts on the judiciary.
Hold on, Uptown. Hold on, Uptown. Hold on, Uptown. 1 second.
And he's insinuating that the judiciary will not give him, because when you highlighted that, you smartly, because I don't buy it that you didn't hear Obi saying it yesterday in his press conference. It was the press conference.
Just a second, Uptown. Ogbeni, real quick. Have you heard any lawyer that says does not believe in a judiciary system?
I don't.
Because that lawyer will be sanctioned. If any lawyer comes out,
Daniel Bwala has said it.
Daniel Bwala is a lawyer. He's risking his practicing.
Well, he's a lawyer. He has said
I understand what
our judicial system, that we have doubts in it, but every day we hope that they do the right thing. We hope. You can only hope, and that's his own personal. Is his own personal perception.
Uptown.
If
Uptown.
let me tell you the thing that is wrong. When you come out and say a judge took bribe, like Umahi said, Umahi said as a governor that a judge took bribe to pronounce a case. Now that is wrong. You are accusing a judge or a body of a particular crime, but you have right to have reservation. It is reservation. There's no accusation. But that is not even what I wanted to address. I wanted to make it clear what Obi said, and anybody can go back to the press conference. But then what I wanted to ask Obeni, my friends, you talked about you made it look like a crime. The votes Obi got from the Southeast. Now let's take a short trip to memory lane. What did Goodluck Jonathan get from the Southeast in 2011?
Don't get me wrong, go.
No. Let's just do a question and answer.
Wait, Jonathan is an Ijoma. I didn't make it.
But what did he get in Southeast?
I'm coming. I didn't make it a crime. Don't forget. What I'm saying, so that you don't argue on the wrong.
You were citing it as part of how he will get that level of votes, as if it is. No. We can't come to my brother. Wait, chill. We can't come to a public platform. I want to put rules on people's
in 2011, a real election.
Wait, calm down now. Calm down.
Uptown.
Okay. So we leave 2011 and go to 2015.
Uptown, you're arguing.
Or should we scroll down to 2019?
You're arguing on the wrong footing.
In 2019, nobody got that kind of number.
In the Southeast? Should we check Atiku's votes in the Southeast?
He didn't get that kind of numbers in the Southeast 2019. I can bet you.
He didn't get the numbers in Anambra.
He didn't get 90%.
What was the numbers in Anambra, Kulata?
Ridiculous numbers.
What was the numbers in Anambra?
We are comparing one state to 5 states. Come on, man.
No, what was the numbers in Anambra? You can help me.
We're talking about the Southeast here, not just one state.
Kulata, it will be very, very...
That number that came out in this election, it looks shady.
Listen to me. There is no number that came out in this election from Southeast that is different from the voting pattern of Southeast. And one man, I have talked about this months ago.
You sure?
I've talked about this months ago in this platform, because when I allocated numbers to Southeast on my spreadsheet, I did 80 something, and people came at me, and I told them that I am doing you a favor, that Obi will get more than this. I was clear about it. I said, I'm doing you a favor. You guys mocked me saying you're doing me. I said, I'm doing you a favor.
You just made my point.
Wait, do you know that? Wait, do you know that? Can you tell me? Do you know? Wait. Let me ask this question. Can anybody in this platform answer me by clear terms? Don't guess. You can go and Google. How many votes did Buhari get in Anambra State in 2015?
I'm quickly checking it, and I won't even go to.
He got 17. Let me help you. 17.
He got 5% or something in 2019.
No. He gets 17 votes in Anambra State. 17.
No.
If you count from 1 to 17.
No, that's not true.
All right, you can dispute me with facts.
I'll go and check.
I didn't conjure it. I promise you. So it is very.
Which state are you asking for?
What did you say, Madam Zeta?
Which state are you asking for?
And
how many?
Listen.
In 2019,
my question was very clear.
I have it here. In 2019, in Anambra State, Buhari has 33,000 votes.
Buhari got 33,000 votes.
Yes, 33,298 votes in Anambra.
Buhari got 33,000 votes in Anambra.
Yes, in Anambra.
All right,
yes.
I will reserve that. I will go and check that because the data I have here is different.
Uptown. Can everybody hold on, please? Can everybody hold on? Uptown, bring the tempo of your voice down a bit, please. Please. Just calm down. Please. You can go on, please.
All right. Thank you for the suggestion. Now, it is something that has been said on this platform that Southeasterners has always chosen one side and put all their egg there. Historically, at least in the Fourth Republic, they have always done it. PDP has always benefited. The only difference today is that LP is benefiting it instead of PDP as a party. But has Southeast always voted in the margins of 85, 90, 95, even 98%? It is there. That is their voting pattern. They look at two candidates, they pick one, and all of them go there. So the only slightest difference has been in 2019 because of the effects of the Omayis of this world and the distance of this world struggling to get something close to 25% for their party. Now, when somebody come to say, and again, the last thing I want to address on that space before I quickly go to the election issues, because that's not why I come, and I'm just gonna address this and leave.
No, I would like to join you on that.
Yeah. So someone said that Obi Southeasterners voted Obi. You an Igbo candidate. That is why they voted him. And I cast my mind back.
But that was true.
Wait, I'm coming now. Wait, allow me to land. I cast my mind back.
Truth.
And I remember that Obi is not the first Southeasterner to run for election.
Okay.
Oji Uzokalo ran for election.
Forget Oji Uzokalo. What are we talking about?
No, he's a Southeasterner. No, we can't forget it. No, we can't.
If you look at the figures for Imo in 2019, 140,000 to Buhari, 334,000 to yeah.
I clearly. It is actually funny that just a few minutes ago, I clearly made an exception of Imo and Ebonyi in 2019.
What about Abia State? That's Abia State right there.
Listen to me. I said that the only time a little bit
the only overwhelming space.
2015 results.
That's not the only time. Go to Ojukwu election of 2003 and check.
What did Ojukwu score?
I will go there. I'm looking for it now.
Ojukwu score 95%.
Please hold on, please. Uptown, you just make a claim now earlier on, which you are very wrong. Can you please take that back?
Correct me, my friend.
Let me finish, please. You said Buhari got 17 votes. Which state are you talking about so we can verify it as your principle?
Did you freeze for a while? Because when I made the claim, somebody said something else, and I said I'll verify that.
Maybe but you said something that is not verifiable.
All right, Thomas, let me share the screen because you've invited the 2015 space. So let's go to 2015. So in 2015, let's see. So in 2015, so this is Imo State right there. Goodluck Jonathan got 556,000 almost. Buhari got 133,000.
That's a wrong claim you are making, Uptown.
Call out the southeastern states now. Are we going?
No, I'm scrolling through them.
You didn't do your assignment well, Uptown. Calm
down. Don't worry.
You get fun. Obi'S way this time around.
Yeah.
Can I interject?
Let's finish the number.
No. In Enugu State, it establishes what you're saying.
Anabia.
Uptown, 553,000 to 14,000.
Yeah.
So that's in the region of. And then Abia is also in that region that you're saying.
Okay.
Uptown.
Anambra.
Where's Anambra?
That's Anambra.
Yeah, that's Anambra right there. So yeah.
All right. So let's continue. So,
my brother, can I contribute?
Do you want to interject?
Yeah, can I interject? Sorry, just one second.
Sure. Why not?
Yeah. I think Uptown might not have the figures right, but I don't think the point he's making is totally unimaginable. right? I think Southeasterners have a pattern. I think the question is to what extent it will go.
And now their
right?
son, now it's no more
Also
Yar'Adua.
is their son.
It's no more Goodluck
You can
Jonathan.
never
It's no more Obasanjo.
underestimate that.
It's now Obi.
But it doesn't mean. But because PDP is an institution this problem is between PDP and Labour Party in Southeast. PDP is an institution there. Is it possible for PDP to get as low as that? Right. So
listen to me. Southeasterners are not. Southeasterners make a stand and they go there.
I don't
This has
say
nothing
the
to do with
90%.
That is why Southeasterners can give PDP 98% in the federal, and when PDP come to fight in Anambra State, they will kick them out.
On
the same PDP.
Uptown.
The same PDP structure.
Uptown. Then you shouldn't be arguing when we say Obi is a tribal candidate. You just said now he's their son. I'm making a tribal candidate.
Wait now. Let me tell you why I'm arguing. You didn't listen to me.
It's a simple thing now.
No. What I said, the first thing I established was the person saying that Obi's numbers from the Southeast, that is not Southeast voting pattern, that they were too much. That's what I just
didn't say that
now. On the space of, on the space of the tribal candidates you're talking about, and I wanted to remind you that Obi is not the first Southeastern son to run.
Ojukwu
so
ran.
If Southeasterners vote just because their son is on the ballot, then let's go and check the votes Orji Uzokalo got when he ran for presidency.
Give Orji now.
It's not their son. It's tribal. It's supposed to be a tribal voting. As far as you're our son, we'll vote you.
Sorry, Uptown, because I know you are heavily invested in the space. Give us in just a short summary, not a long essay. The 3 to 4 main bases of contention of this election.
Okay. So
in a short summary, you've not cleared anything. You've not cleared anything. I just wanted to move the conversation back to where it was.
but I mean, I think I've already established my point. So one man quickly on the elections. Now this one on a lower voice because I'm done clearing what I'm clearing.
One man.
Who is that?
You don't want us to just do 1 second joining you with Uptown or what you just said, and we'll move.
No, go on if that's where you want to be. Of course, carry on.
Uptown. Let me tell you first. You are wrong by saying that, or you have admitted that Obi is a tribal candidate. That is why I said.
What is the admission? What's the admission?
No, I'm coming now. You just said that that has always been their pattern. How much more now that they have their son? That for me established my point that they are voting for their son, which is tribal. It may not sound bad in your ear.
No.
Hold on. Hold on, Uptown. Which is a marked difference from what we saw in Lagos State.
Yeah.
What you saw in Lagos State or what you saw in Southwest? Which one?
Even in Lagos State, when you see the vote coming,
let's talk about Southwest. Let's not talk about Lagos State.
In Southwest, the Igbo-dominated parts were the space where you see Obi winning much and returning the vote. But let's leave that. Now, I want to join you also on the pattern of the Southeast over time. Okay. When Ojukwu contested, I won't use Orji Uzor because Orji Uzor for them, they believe is an outcast, is not somebody they don't believe in.
No, he was a governor like Obi.
Yes,
I don't know why we should.
Don't worry about all that. We are not. There are no new fights here. Hold on. Uptown, there are no new fights in this conversation. So when we are speaking, we're speaking to a clear understanding of the landscape. So don't do that. Let him just go. Yeah, go on.
One or two example. I just want to just give Uptown. Now, Ojukwu contested in 2003. I have the result now. We'll soon paste it so that maybe one man can show it later, or you later show it. And I'll show you just 2 states. Anambra, Buhari, Obasanjo, and Ojukwu contested. Look at Ojukwu and Buhari. Ojukwu in Anambra had 279,000. Buhari had 79,000. When you go to Abia, in Abia, Ojukwu had 260,000.
What did Obasanjo get?
Buhari had 84,000. Obasanjo had 386,000 as PDP.
Oh, so you skipped that knowingly, or you didn't know?
No. Don't forget that in 2019 we plot Buhari and Ojukwu. So I'm plotting Peter Obi and Buhari in 2019. That's why I'm plotting. Don't forget that Fatai said, with the structure of PDP there, why would they have that structure? So if I'm going to put PDP again, if PDP can be having 380 something thousand as at that 2003, and they were able to collect that in 2015, then what has happened now? And the only thing that has happened, you have admitted, is because their son, who they really believe in, is in.
So I ask you one question.
And for me, that is tribal.
Okay, the people of Cross River that he won, the people of Edo, is their son.
No, it's not. It's not their son. Why
The
would
people
it
of
be
Cross
their
River is their son.
No,
He
why would
didn't win that
he didn't win
massively.
overwhelmingly in those
But
places?
did you win in the states or not?
Did he win 90% in those states? I'm talking about a state giving a candidate 90% and returning 4,000, 3,000 to the next candidate.
Have you answered my question?
That's unnatural.
That's what we are saying now.
How can you? This is the same region that gave Goodluck Jonathan 98. Didn't we all see it in 2011?
Yeah, because that's
but Goodluck and also Goodluck Jonathan was the closest to their son in that election. Goodluck Jonathan was vying against Buhari. So who else would they vote for?
I have my theory for that area. They voted for Obi overwhelmingly, but then they rigged it to the X power, and the same thing was done for Jonathan. That's my theory.
Okay, Kulata, I'm shortly on that your space. So I'm guessing Obi went to Ebonyi State, hijacked Umahi's machinery, hijacked the police and the INEC, where Umahi is trying to get 25% for APC, and the Labour Party and I don't know, they don't even have a ward chairman, so I don't know who is going to do the ward thing or the local government thing. And then, like, it's really very funny. Like, it's really very fun. Or he went to Hope of the Mass Imo, hijacked Hope's machinery, hijacked Hope's local government chairman and the ward councillors there, and then rigged the election against Hope. Like, really? What are we saying,
was
guys?
fair and fair in the southeast.
What are we saying? What machinery did he
election
use
fair
to
and
rig
fair in the
election against sitting governors?
Uptown, was election free and fair in the southeast?
I'm glad I have videos.
No,
I'm glad I have videos. So all this all
what videos do you have, my
I
friend?
have videos.
Uptown, was election free and fair in the southeast?
Do you know that the Labour Party is contesting Southeast? It's not free and fair.
Uptown, was election free and fair in the southeast?
It was not free and fair. Rigged
What?
elections
Labour
in
Party
Imo,
contesting
rigged the elections in Anambra State.
I hope Labour Party will admit to that when they get to court. And when they don't agree, I will
let me tell you. The things I'm going to tell you now, when the court case come, cross-check it. Labour Party is challenging Anambra, challenging Imo. Labour Party is challenging Rivers, it's challenging Delta. The one in Delta is challenging Delta. The one in Edo, they are challenging Edo. The one in Lagos, they are challenging Lagos.
Tommy has listed.
So don't even think it's maybe where they lost that they are challenging.
Are you aware that
they are challenging Southeast? Did you see Valentine's response to Festus Keyamo? Festus Keyamo said this was going to go and take Southeast to this one. Valentine said, well, we are already challenging Southeast, but you're also welcome to bring extra evidence that will help us as well. But we're already challenging Southeast. Polling units.
Can I interject?
Yeah, sure.
I wanted to ask Obi'S a question. So Obi'S still there?
Yes, I'm still there.
Okay. Is there anywhere in the Constitution that is written that if peradventure INEC is conducting an election and the system is refusing to upload, they should cancel the election?
I don't find anything like that. I don't know if there's that just mentioning it. They should cancel the election, no?
No, what I mean is if the process is going on,
yes,
and then it's not uploading, they should cancel that election and postpone it to another day.
Yes, they
where
can
it will work.
Yes, they have no, not based on that. They can from their discretion. See, the commission has a lot of discretion, okay, to exercise, a lot of discretion to exercise. And I can give you 2 examples. Kogi, if you remember Kogi when Audu died, they suspended the election. Okay. If you remember Osun, they declared part of Osun inconclusive. Okay. And some other states like that. And some people went to court and the court said, yes, they have the latitude because it's an independent commission. They can decide to suspend an election and they can look at it and feel, well, substantially we are complying. So why do we need to suspend and continue? So they have that discretion, and the law allowed them. Yes, they can declare inconclusive, which they did in this election. There's some space in this election now that they reschedule for the next day. That suspension of election, they reschedule it, and then it took place the next day.
Okay, not abandoning the election in
not cancel the
totality, the whole country,
exercise.
because there is
because there is technology glitches, which is technology. You see, technology is deployed to complement, and that's why I said if you go to the electoral, there is nothing like that on all these beavers and co. It's a guideline. It's just there to complement their work. See, what still matter to the court is what matter to the court since 1999. It is your form EC8A. That's that result you see them filling manually. That's what still matters to the court. Whatever you see outside that complements it. You just come and prove your point whether you win or you lose. And that's
Ogbeni, how many electoral tribunal something have you handled?
I've handled about 6 gubernatorial. I've handled House of Assembly 3. I've removed House of Assembly Speaker in Delta. House of Assembly Speaker in Ekiti. I've removed House of Assembly in Delta. Then I've handled 3 Senate. I won't mention their names. There is one of them that is very notorious now. And
Dino Abi.
Not personally. Those ones I've handled personally in the House of Assembly, but I've been a member of gubernatorial election team, closely as one of the senior counsel in some of these states. So
all right. Sorry, Ogbeni. I was only really asking just because I know, because you've told me before, or you've told us before, but I was only really asking to establish the authority upon which you are speaking. So you are not guessing at it, or you are telling us from yes.
The only difference here is that Beavers is new, right?
Yes, that's what
the Electoral Act 2022 is new. We're testing it. So they are testing it for the first time in court. For instance, let me tell you, the provision of constitution that talks about 1/4 of 12 2/3 states and FCT that they are flying around now. That is flying around now everywhere. They've tested it before. Okay, they allow it to rest. It's resurrecting again. That one, everybody knows the position on it. So if you go back to the court now, APC will not be arguing that. What they will just be arguing is that yes, this was the position as at then. Then come and depart, because the Supreme Court can depart from their judgment. They can say, okay, we'll depart from this because it was a bad law. So okay, come and depart. That would be the argument when they get to court. But you see, Electoral Act 2022 and this Beavers thing, the new guideline, they are relatively new in our election space, and so expecting a lot of surprises from court, a lot of decisions that would going forward that will be guiding lawyers in election petitions. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So back to your Uptown. I still, because we're still not clear as to what the position of the Labour Party is. But so you are not a spokesperson of the Labour Party, of course, so we have to establish that. But you are very vested and invested in that space, and you seem to live it day and night. So you should be able to give us as close to as possible the top 3 to 4 gripes that they have against the election. Uptown.
Okay, well, one month. Thank you. Thank you very much. Actually, you got the number. It's just about 3 to 4 points, actually, on that space. Meanwhile, APC got over, I don't know, how many votes does APC got over 66,000 votes in Imo State, I guess. So, one man, number one, I listened to this speaking about it earlier. He said a couple of things, but let me just say buttress on some of the things he said. Well, number one man is selective malfunction in the aspect of the Beavers. What do I mean by selective malfunction? Now, several were working, and it played out in not my polling unit because I didn't vote. Nobody in my polling unit voted. My adopted polling unit, that's why I called it the second polling unit, where I spent my day, where my friends were voting. At the end of the day, by that 1 a.m., after everything, they uploaded Senate. Obi got 1,400 and something votes. APC got 100 and something. PDP got about 80 something thousand. 80 something, just 80 something. So they uploaded the Senate. They uploaded the House of Rep, which Banky W won. Upload the presidency. The girl started speaking French. And we asked her, is it internet? Because, there's a lot of celebrities in this polling unit. We all have first-class internet to offer to you. We offered internet. She said it's not internet. We said, but you uploaded the Senate into the same server. You uploaded the House of Rep into the same server. Why is the presidency that everybody refused to go home for? In fact, no, everybody was like, if
all right. So is the uploading up onto the server?
So the selective uploading of the beavers, you get what I'm saying? Which I would have gone into detail there, but I won't, because I listened to a tech guy talk about it in detail today on TV, but I won't go into that. So it was selective across different parts of the country. Now, INEC staffs, one man, they failed to show up in most polling units with the form, with the results, with the INEC result sheet. That's where you write down the results. You get what I'm saying? Most of them claimed they forgot to come with it. Most of them claimed they were not given, and some of them claimed.
Did you say most or some?
Some of them claimed they were.
No. Hold on. So I'm clear on what we're hearing. Did you say most INEC agents failed to turn up with a form?
Now, let me say what I said again.
Right.
I said that some INEC agents in some polling units failed to turn up with the result forms. Now, inside that sum, I was now trying to explain some of the reasons they gave. Some of them gave reasons that they forgot to come with. You forgot to come with form to polling units. Some of them said they were not given. Some of them confessed now that some of them, they said they have to come to the World Coalition for them to get the form. Now, that means that some of them didn't come with the form. Some of them were writing down results on piece of papers. INEC officials writing down results on piece of paper. That is one. Two. Now, what they now did.
Sorry, my brother.
Wait,
before you,
I don't think I would really want. Maybe you allow me to flow. Then maybe you note down what you want to ask.
Go on. So far you've given us that they were not able to upload in some or you've called this selective uploading in polling units. And
I will give you a number in it, yours, 51 polling units.
Don't worry about all that.
Okay.
So selective uploading in polling units. Then number two, some INEC officials not turning up with the appropriate form. So carry on.
Yeah, with the form, and some of them didn't turn up with ink. And then some of them
with the ink.
With the ink. And then also some of them were coming to a polling unit where it over 1,000 people were registered and coming with less than 500 ballot papers. And then midway, they said ballot paper is finished.
Right.
So again, now what happened when they didn't upload some of these things to the server? They now said we are going to go to the collation centers. Now, in some of the collation centers, especially in some wards, you find local government chairmen hijacking collation centers.
No. So sorry, hold on. You'll expand on it in a moment.
Yes.
But are those the two main reasons, or are there additional reasons?
There are additional reasons.
Yeah, go on.
Yes. So in the collation centers across states like Cross River State, which is the headquarters of this particular point I'm giving now, parts of Lagos and other states as well. Kogi is part of and Plateau, yes. Now, local government chairmen hijacking collation centers, mounting heavy security around collation centers, and not allowing agents to have access to collation centers. Now, some officials of the INEC, some of them are now making videos and calling their polling unit of which they are in charge and saying, this is what happened. Some of them are making audios as well, saying, We go into these collection centers. Immediately you enter, they collect your beavers. Why? Because some of them, when those things, when the presidential does not upload and they call, they tell them how to fix the beavers so that they can upload offline. Now, some of them might upload offline and get the agitating people in the polling unit to calm down that they have actually uploaded. But no, it didn't upload. Now, when they get to the collection centers, they wipe that out. That's when they now turn up the servers and now upload whatever they want to upload in the collection centers. Now, there is one. Agents who sign forms. Some of the agents who signed the forms, the EC8 forms, some of them actually signed properly written EC8 forms. Yeah? But what happens when they go into these heavily guided collection centers at the wards and local governments? They use TPS. You know what TPS? I've forgotten TPS for a long time because I've not used it. I just remember it now with the shenanigan that happened in this election. They use TPS to cover results that were already signed and then right on top of them. Now, even if you go to the IREV, with some of the results that are posted in IREV, you find TPS results on the EC8. And then, so that is one, that they TPS it and then they change the numbers. So they move some numbers from this person to this person to adjust it to whatever they want to get as the total outcome. Now, another point apart from the whole beaver selective manipulation something is again the systematic disenfranchisement of people via polling units. One man in places like Delta, Imo, Kogi, Anambra, Ebonyi, Edo, they did a lot of it in Imo, a lot in Imo. Now this is what happened. Let me even start this. My mom didn't vote.
So sorry, are you saying
yes.
the votes in Imo was rigged?
Yes, it's rigged.
All right.
In fact,
you mean it would have done better than 95% if it wasn't rigged?
Listen to me, one man. I'm talking to
you. One man, please, hang on now.
Calm down, my brother.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. We are not fighting, please. Can we interrogate all these points that he has highlighted when he
maybe
finished?
You want me to finish?
We'll surely interrogate all the claims now.
Yeah. Let's wait for him. Allow me to finish.
Yes, we'll pick it one by one.
All right. So in Imo and different parts as well, obviously Rivers part of it, parts of Edo. Now, one man in Anambra State, which Labour Party is also challenging, in Anambra State. Now, polling units. Now, if you go to BBC, some of the documentaries they make and some other stations as well, INEC officials are coming out to the front of TV, saying their names and their polling unit and saying, this polling unit, voting did not happen, but IREV, we are seeing results in it. We are seeing results in Form EC8, and we are the agents in the polling unit, and we are saying, my hand is not there, polling did not happen in my unit. But results are in those units on the EC, and even on the IREV, the few that has come on board. And I can send you videos as well. Now, in my mom's polling unit in Anambra, in Apaka, my mom said that the number of people that came out there, they couldn't vote. And then they told them that they were going to do another vote the next day. The same thing happened in parts of like Opiweka side. Now, the next day, people came out in droves again, and INEC did not show up. And in one of the polling units where they have over 1,000 plus some people, INEC showed up with ballot boxes, kept their ballot boxes, left. The empty, that empty plastic container. They kept it as if they want to conduct the election. They left. The entire day, they didn't come back. Elections did not happen in so many polling units. So when people are seeing figures, you are seeing figures of where election happened. You're not seeing figures of polling units going to hundreds across, even in the same southeast you're talking about, that electoral officers refused to turn up. So when Labour Party is challenging southeast, you people think they're only challenging the result. They're challenging the ones that didn't happen. A lot of polling units were disenfranchised by INEC. A lot of hundreds of polling units across southeast. There was no bimodal accreditation to start with, not even voting. But those polling units, hundreds of people, thousands of people registered in those polling units. Those are the things in contention there. Now, some of the And I think another thing that happened in Amu in Lagos, you will see a lot of polling units in Amu and that is what our Labour Party chair lady complained of. Some of the polling units in Amu where elections did not happen. And guess what? Labour Party has managed. That's why I say, anyway, let's wait for. Labour Party has managed to trace that some of these polling units where election did not happen, these elections were called, the results were called, and in most of them, APC won. In most of the polling units where elections didn't happen, where results showed up in Lagos, APC won. That is why they're challenging Lagos as well. So somebody will say, you won Lagos, why are you challenging Lagos? They're telling you that if you see the figure we won Lagos, maybe you know why we're challenging Lagos.
All right. All right. Let people take on some of the things we are saying.
It's a lot of questions. It's a lot of questions. That's why not to lose track of them. Or like okay, first one, like the last one you said about Southeast, like places where elections didn't take place, but they have number. Yeah. Because I mean, we have to separate the arguments.
Yeah, hold on. Take the question. Yeah.
Because we have to separate the argument from what is admissible in court. Then you can people can complain about a lot of things, but when you go to court, there are things that are admissible. So like okay, so if election didn't take place in some places and then they have number, those are non-issues because automatically beavers, right? If the election is everywhere there's no beavers accreditation, those will be automatically cancelled. So what the effects of what you're saying is that a lot of votes in the Southeast will be cancelled. A lot of polling units, a lot of things. I don't know how that will enhance Peter Obi's numbers.
That's not
because
what
if they cancel a lot of
my brother.
I
just told you that so many polling units were disenfranchised. Election didn't happen. That's just what I said.
Yeah, we are saying the same. If election didn't happen, there will not be numbers because beavers.
No. You don't understand now, my brother. I said that a lot of polling units where election didn't happen.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That INEC said that they are setting another election in the next day, and people turned up in those polling units. You get what I'm saying? And
another election were conducted.
No, election was conducted.
Okay, they will not matter if election did. Look, places where election did not take place, if there were no beavers accreditation, they will not. It doesn't matter. Those those numbers will be removed. That is the law. They will be removed. If there is no beavers accreditation, those numbers will be removed. So my point is that if you're arguing that,
my brother Fatai, let me ask you: if you come to a state, and you refuse to turn up as INEC in hundreds of polling units, and then we say it's fine, okay, that you've disenfranchised hundreds of people by not showing up to conduct elections, and you say you're free.
No, the broader question is that are there significant of those numbers?
Yes, that is the point.
No, hold on. Can you just settle down, man? Are there significant enough of them to? Go on, Ogbeni. But let it be conversational.
Before you go there, let me just engage him on one or two of how porous I see his claims. Uptown, are you aware that Patu told me has listed the 10 states you guys will be challenging? Are you aware of that?
You tell me.
Okay. Now, before I tell you, there is only one Southeast state in the entire 10 states you are challenging. Let me read it to you so that when you say Southeast, it's easier to make bogus claims. To go specific in court is always very difficult. Let me list it to you. You guys are challenging Lagos, Rivers, Imo, that's the only Southeast state. Benue, Nasarawa, Plateau, even Kaduna, even Katsina. You guys are challenging Katsina.
Yeah.
Adamawa and Akwa Ibom.
Okay.
Those are the you are challenging. Now,
out of all these things you listed, tell me the one I didn't mention and the one I mentioned.
No.
You didn't mention any states, but let him make the point.
I did.
Hold on. I did say Uptown. Let it be conversational. Carry on.
You won't direct my question. I'm the one engaging you here. So, and first point I've been able to make is there is only one seat, Southeast state there. and you paint your story so much as if, oh, the entire Southeast, there have been trouble there. Now, the next question I will ask you is this. When you say, oh, there are so many places in Southeast where votes or election did not take place, are you talking about they accredited them, but they didn't return to do election? Or there was no accreditation and there was no election? Which one are you really saying?
Which one?
I was very clear about what I said.
Okay.
I said, I even talked about accreditation. I said there was no accreditation. There was no election. People
so my
turned
brother,
up.
Let me now tell you the point. If there was no accreditation, then and there was no voting, you will never find anything on that INEC thing you're seeing. Accreditation, okay, is what open access for you to even upload anything. And don't forget that accreditation is not something that you just press the system and you do. It goes with authentication. And that's why sometimes when the Labour Party people make these bogus claims, I only wonder if they have IT experts around them to advise them. This kind of claim you are making, it make you look funny when you get to court and you bring IT experts to start engaging your witnesses. Atiku Abubakar did that in 2019. He brought his witness, they floor his expert witness on the first 5 questions when he's talking about central server. So that's my first question. Now, so no accreditation, no voting, there is no way you will get that. Now, 2, because in all your claim now about, oh, no voting and yet they uploaded something, can you be specific on 1 or 2 polling units? Because we all have access to this thing. It's now a public document. As I'm on my system now, I'm opening it. Can you
go? I think I was clear. I even was clear. I mentioned the name Ahmad Ofin. I was clear. I wasn't even ambiguous in that space.
That's Lagos. I will get to the space of Lagos. That South is what I'm interested now first. Now
that is why I kept hammering on the Southeast. That is why I kept hammering.
Hold on. Let Ogbeni take him on. So it's not rounded. Let him not be rounded.
Yeah. Said that thing, it litters the entire Southeast, no good. They stopped them. People were there. They just put plastic there, but they didn't return to come and vote. Can you be specific on just 1 or 2 polling units, just 1 or 2, where this thing happened, so that we just go straight online now? One man will open it for us and open that polling unit. Can you mention 1 or 2?
See, this one is even within me. My mom's polling units, this thing happened. They turned up day 1, day 2, they didn't vote. And I'm going to demand from her. I know it's Apaka, but I want to get the number. If you need the number, I can get it for you so you could take it on Cairo.
Not Apapa, you are still in Lagos space. I'm in Southeast space now.
No. My mom is Anambra. She votes from Apaka. She votes from Anambra.
Okay, so you don't know the name of the polling unit. Then you
know.
No,
I know it's Apaka, but I don't know. I can't tell the number of the polling units.
Our advice I will give you for now. Our advice, I want to believe that you garner all this information from people that told you, right? You see all this your information now, they call it hearsay in court.
My own is part of you too. I can tell you my polling units. Maybe we'll start from you because I started reporting from
I'll come to Lagos space.
Okay. I beg your pardon, Ogbeni. What's your polling unit? What's
this school? One man, I told you that day now.
Well, no, and it's not come off my memory.
Darwin School.
Darwin School. How do you spell it?
Unit number. But that's just there by the fence of Darwin School. So I mean, I think it can be easily.
No. I'm going to check on the INEC portal now. So it doesn't give you. It doesn't give you Google Map. You know.
Okay, sure. So let me even include this real quick.
How would you know it's the correct one? The correct result that was uploaded?
No, he said there was no election there.
So I didn't do election. That one I started reporting it from the morning on Saturday.
So, but did you do accreditation uptown?
You said?
Did you do accreditation?
I didn't. You don't understand what I'm saying.
There was no accreditation. There was no election in that.
There was no election in my polling units.
Okay.
I had to move to another.
Can I please come into the picture?
But wait a minute, uptown on the day of election.
Yeah.
I think you came on this platform and you were talking about.
Can I add this? Sorry. Let me add this to that my polling units. Can you imagine that we had almost 300 plus thereabouts in my polling units, yeah? They didn't turn up. Now, let me tell you this. And this And what I'm about to tell you now rhymes with what the one of the observers in Abuja said that was happening in Abuja. Let me tell you this for you to know that this was systematic. Now, if you come to a cluster, a particular region, maybe where there's 4 polling units.
What's your polling unit number? I've got Lagos State on my screen here.
I wish I can remember. I mean, we don't really carry.
Something you are so passionate about. This is Lagos State on your screen here.
I also have Lagos State open.
What's your mom's polling unit number?
No, that one I have to ask them because my mom and my sisters, they all went to the same polling units.
All right, carry on.
Uptown.
One man, can I come to the
Please,
picture?
I wanted to ask
Sorry, I want only one person at a time to take on Uptown. Just so that hold on. Can you hold on? I want one person at a time, just so that Uptown is not overwhelmed. But yeah, carry on, Benny.
Okay, I just have one or two more questions to engage Uptown on. Uptown, you are aware that the guidelines allow the presiding officer to alter the result if there is any correction to be made there. Are you aware?
There are guidelines to make electoral officer alter results.
Yes, that you can correct. You can correct by alteration. You can correct.
Have you seen?
No. Are you aware? Hold on. No, it's a direct question now. If you are not aware, say I am not aware.
Are you aware they can correct that result?
Okay, at will, whatever they want to write, they write.
No. What are you doing now? Well, you are an educated man now.
What are you doing now?
You can correct. You see this platform, the way I want you guys to see this platform. This platform is a platform where the entire world is listening to us.
No.
Hold on. Don't say anything. Hold on, Uptown. So it's asking you a direct question. It's a yes or no question. Do you know? So if you don't know, say I don't know. If you know,
I don't know.
Say I don't. So that's it now.
And I have my question too.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, a presiding officer can correct if there is an error. For instance, a presiding officer is the one writing. It's not all of you that will pick pen and write. The person wants to write 82 and mistakenly write 80, or want to write 21 and mistakenly write 11. You don't expect that presiding officer to leave it like that, right? So what the guidelines allow that person to do is to correct that thing, then countersign, okay? And if you go to the port, so that establishes to tell you that when you see correction on the ballot on the paper, it doesn't prima facie show that there is any rule on that paper, right? Yes, there could be rule, but that's not the prima facie thing. But as long as they countersign it, and even there are even exceptions, even if you don't countersign it, if it is regular on the face of the paper, then no. But because we are all human beings, we can make mistakes. Now, if you go to the portal, I want you to really be visiting this portal and be going through one or two polling unit results that have been there. You will realize that yes, there have been alteration, even in fact, a lot of operations even in the southeastern part where Labour Party still won. So now the difficulty you have when you get to court, that's what I'm calling. The difficulty you have when you get to court.
Don't make me remove you now. That's one.
Now the difficulty you have when you get to court is when you are saying, "Oh, look at that result in Adamawa where Asiwaju won. There's alteration there." Asiwaju will also be saying, "But your own result in the south is that you are defending. Look at the alteration also there. Do you want us also to cancel it?" Do you see the dilemma and the ridicule this thing is bringing in electoral? And that's why the law says you can correct. But another party can raise a flag and say, okay, but the person still has to come and prove and say this was the original result, and you corrected it to this. Right? So I'm done with that. And I have just one more question to ask you. Now, when you say they don't come with the appropriate forms, right? They don't come with the appropriate forms, meaning that they only brought Senate and Rep, that they failed to bring the presidential to the business. Then what happened after? Is it that you now later allow them to go? Because I know with the obedience, they will not allow a presiding officer to leave that place if they did not record their election. And they all told us that they took pictures of their result and they all have it and they return everything to Obi. So what happened in those spaces? Did they eventually allow their polling unit officer, and this is the Lagos space I'm talking to now, to leave and still go to the watch collation center?
Okay. Thank you very much, my brother, for those intelligent questions. I will start with the last one, the second one. And I think I said it earlier. Maybe you weren't listening through the lines. I said there are two things in that space. Now, what do? When you pressure them to upload the results, even when the cheats are not there, at least if you upload the results, maybe we might let you go. They do offline upload just to let you leave him or her to leave the polling units. So they do offline upload and they leave.
Okay.
Now, for other ones
Okay.
for other ones, I can write it down on the pen, on the ordinary book, and they will tell you that they've either forgot to come with the form or they were not given.
That's invalid.
But then maybe they will tell you they have uploaded it, and then it's left for you. If you go home, you'll be looking for your uploads.
So let me tell you the implication of those two. Now, the last one you talk about is invalid. You can't write the result on a paper and go and transfer in collation center. Whenever that one is, if Obi is able to establish that polling unit, I tell you, my brother, is invalid. But the other one, the guideline allowed them to upload offline. And that is when there is no network, they can upload offline. And when you upload offline, you can't retrieve it. That thing will still synchronize. And possibly maybe so many ones that are uploaded offline were the ones that are still getting synchronizing to date. All right, Uptown, nice one.
Thank you.
One man, can I come in, please?
Yeah, comment, Thomas. Yeah.
Yes, there are like three concerns that I have. I think with beavers, if there's somebody is echoing, let me meet you uptown. Yeah, the echo is coming from you. From the beavers, if nobody was accredited or signing from the beavers, I don't think they can record any vote for that polling unit. So if you are telling us nobody was accredited in a polling booth and they are uploading results, that is total Radio Biafra thing in my own head. It doesn't make any sense. Secondly, who is breathing like this? One man, there's one heavy noise. Yeah. So secondly, if you said a polling booth, they have 1,000 accredited voters, and they brought 500 ballot paper. It's not on INEC official that is coming to that polling booth. They doesn't know maybe his Labour Party is going to vote there, or LP, or Party A or Party C. They just came. So Labour Party only should not be crying foul. The other parties,
but they're not stopping others from crying foul, my brother.
Just listen. I hate people interrupting me. Let me finish. Then you counter me. Labour Party is not only posting disenfranchised in that polling booth. There are other 17 parties that will be disenfranchised in that polling booth. So I don't know why Labour Party is crying foul when INEC ad hoc staff left the center or where they normally disburse them. They don't know maybe Labour Party is going to vote in any. They just go and people vote simultaneously. They don't care about who is going to vote in that election. So I don't know why you fixated on maybe they are targeting Labour Party. Anybody that was on that polling booth, they were disenfranchised from Party A to Party Z. So I don't understand any disgruntled or what. I don't know. Everybody in that polling booth was disenfranchised. It's not only Labour Party. So other party too should be crying foul as you are doing now, because What I'm seeing now is crying foul. That is just my two observation. I don't really agree with you.
Okay, me, I've not talked since. Can I ask
No,
Uptown?
let me respond him now, Kulata. He don't want me to breathe.
Before I doze off, me,
I mean, he
I need
talks
myself.
now. Let me just it's just a short response. So, my brother Thomas, I'm gonna ask you if someone steals my car,
My brother,
and
don't ask
then
me question. I hate those rhetoric question.
No, hold on now, Thomas. Let
I
him
will stop you for answering the question.
let him respond as he wills. Yeah, go on.
So, if someone steals my car in the neighborhood, and then they steal the cars of other people in the neighborhood, and maybe they are rich enough to not chase the criminal, and I'm chasing the criminal, somebody says, stop chasing the criminal. After all, it wasn't only your car that was stolen. Just go home. The rest of the neighborhood is at home. So just go home. Don't chase the criminal. So that's it. Thank you. Kulata.
All right. Before you call me Kulata, somebody sent in this, which is an example, according to him. This is from Emmanuel, by the way, of the sort of alterations that they're talking about. I'm not quite sure how legible it is on your screen, but that's an example of probably what the obedience space is quibbling.
Yes, one man in that TP space. So it's two. So some of them, there are a couple of videos where agents caught INEC people TPing and changing. There's this one that went viral that even showed on TV, and they caught her. She couldn't answer. He couldn't answer. They were speaking in Yoruba. You were asking him, we are just here now, and you started changing this. Why are you changing it? He couldn't respond. He couldn't talk. Yeah, something. That was one. Then other ones, so they don't even need TPs. They literally come there where they write 70, do 100, go to where it's written on walls and start changing it visibly, and go back to where they hijack the vote from, and carry this one vote and put in this one, and carry this one vote and put this one. I've seen at least not less than 100 now.
All right, take a question from Kulata, and then I'll play you a clip.
No, I don't like all this small talk. So, Uptown, the gap, Obi's going to court so he can win, right? So for Obi to win, he has to prove that he can get to 25% in 24 states. He's currently at 16, right? So he needs to be able to at least get the constitutional requirement from his court cases. The next challenge, Tinubu is leading him by 2.693, 2.7 million. So he needs to also overcome that vote gap. So what are we going to do in court? Are we going to be able to overcome these two obstacles, these numbers, 2.7 million, and get an additional 8 states to meet the constitutional requirement?
And to add on to that, let me add on to that. If they are going to invalidate, they will not just be invalidating APC votes. A lot of Labour Party votes will be invalidated too. But Uptown.
It's a tall task, Uptown.
Okay, thank you, my brother Kulata. Thank you, my Egbo and my big man, one man. So there's 3 things on that spaces. I'll combine both of your question together. Now, one, oh fuck, I lost my chain of thoughts. Kulata, you asked me about. Sorry, remind me.
How will he, from going to court, be
good.
to overcome the vote difference and the fact that is 8 states behind in?
Yes, I've recalled yours. 1 month. Sorry, remind you. Yes.
No, and I was saying that if votes are being invalidated, it would not just be APC votes; it will be significantly Labour Party votes too.
Okay.
Maybe more so.
Okay. So when you're talking about the numbers, Kulata, because this is a public platform, but let me tell you something. Labour Party won the election with the popular votes, and they made the rate. They made them. In my spreadsheet.
Show me.
I'm coming.
No,
I had
the election is not your spreadsheet. Neither is it mine.
No, Kulata. Maybe you want to listen to me now. So in my spreadsheet, I had reservations, but then funny enough, they met it on reality. Now they have the sheet, and they're going to. Let me tell you what is going to happen. the higher Labour Party vote is going, the lesser APC vote is going. Because most of the things that were done in the thousands of cases is movement of votes to and fro.
Where?
Listen now, wait, let me tell you. So subtraction.
Is it in Kano or Jigawa?
Let's start with Lagos, because that's like Lagos is the headquarters of that.
Katsina.
Now let's start from Lagos. Kulata. Let's start from Lagos. Let's start from Lagos. By the time whatever they have with Lagos is put in play, this almost the same margin of which Labour Party votes will increase. It's almost the same margin APC votes will sharply reduce.
So is that 2.7 million?
Listen now, I just cited Lagos for you, and let me hint you on something.
Uptown, do you know the total number of the vote in Lagos?
I beg your pardon, but I must insert this clip here. Let me insert this clip here.
I will exempt myself in case there is any result from that polling unit. I have 12 polling units. No election was conducted in any of them.
I worked as an SPO at Ubuntu. In Oru West local government, but unfortunately the election did not hold, and I want to do the necessary to exempt myself from all blames by submitting this form EC 40G filled by my POs, but unfortunately nobody collected it from us.
All the figures were said. Don't worry. It doesn't enhance anything you are saying, because results were submitted. Hold on, let me land it, because I played it for a reason. Results were submitted in a lot of those polling units with fantastical figures for Peter Obi.
Can I respond to it?
Yeah, carry on.
Do you know this video is one of the actual major things Labour Party is challenging in Imo State? In almost all the polling units where election did not happen and it was submitted, APC won. APC won. See, this is where these guys shot themselves in the leg. Don't worry. Almost most of those polling units. That is the problem in Imo State.
That woman mentioned our polling unit. I will just quickly go and check now. This thing is in public record, and I will
check.
I will check and come back.
Maybe
one man can replay it for us so that we know.
Yes, I will do. It's only 40
and there's a lot of it actually.
I will exempt myself in case there is any result from that polling unit. I have 12 polling units. No election was conducted in any of them.
I worked as an SPO at Ubuntu. In Oru West local government, but unfortunately the election did not hold, and I want to do the necessary to exempt myself from all blames by submitting this form EC 40G filled by my POs, but unfortunately nobody collected it from us.
Okay.
So that I will exempt.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I think we got it from the guy. Ogutu.
One man, these two ladies and this guy and this lady guy, Opus Odima paid them to do this video.
How do you know that?
What? Nobody waiting obedience go tell us.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But you see, say Uptown, you never cover my 2.7 million and 8 states constitution requirement.
Listen to me. If you want to hear the states, maybe I'll help you. Let me help you.
You have to show me 2.8 million.
Let me help you.
2.7 million, and then most especially additional 8 states for 25%.
Let me help you. And I think I listed that for one man on private chats. We want Taraba, my friend. We want Benue. We want Akwa Ibom.
Yeah, but you already have the constitutional requirements in those states.
No, let's talk about the popular. Are you talking about popular, but not popular votes and go to
yeah, let's even go to the popular votes. Those are a few hundreds, yeah.
No, Plateau is not few hundreds. If you know what happened in Plateau, you'll be shocked.
Don't believe that ridiculous 1 million.
No, I'm not believing it. I'm just telling you, if you know what happened in Plateau, you'll be shocked. Just forget about the ridiculous numbers.
Okay, we hear you. I continue.
So we won Taraba, we won Benin, we won Akwa Ibom, we won Bayelsa, we won Rivers.
All right.
The Kaduna numbers, you know, we got, maybe to your standard, we got a good number in Kaduna according to the result they released, but that is not the number we got in Kaduna.
Less than 25%. Continue.
Yes, so we got our 25% more, actually, 31.
So that's the only
Kaduna.
state out of all the states you've listed. That's the only states that you are flipping to 25%. So remaining 7. Continue.
No. I can list it for you. Wait.
All the ones you've listed, we already have 25% in them. So it's only Kaduna.
No, he didn't get his 25% in Adamawa. He has 25% in Adamawa. He
okay,
has
so I give you 2. Continue.
Wait, let me not guess for you. Sorry, give me a second.
What Kulata is trying to establish, which hopefully you got, is that for me to become the president,
I know.
Yes, the spread.
He has the spread. Don't worry. He get the spread.
Let me tell you.
Let me tell you. You say?
As I make we define the spread, we don't find 2. It remains 6.
Okay. Give me a second.
And also, how did you arrive that he won the popular vote, being behind by nearly 3 million?
They say Tinubu won 12 states, Obi won 12 states, and Atiku won 12 states. Far from the truth. Obi won an additional Taraba.
Let's focus on we're counting 6 more.
No, I wanted to.
Yeah, do the spread first. Yeah, do the spread first. Yeah.
Okay.
Uptown, I've returned now with my search.
What the Uptown is trying to do is what the Labour Party will employ 20 SANs and millions of lawyers to do, and Uptown will be able to dig it out.
Yes.
You're doing well, by the way, facing fire from every quarter, but don't worry, you're up to it.
I've just come back from this portal and no result in that axis. In that Oguta local government, that Oguta is the 12 polling units, no result recorded. You see the reason why I said we should be going specific now. And when you are extracting hearsay evidence from people, try and ask them to go more specific so that we don't throw information outside there that had not really one thing we can substantiate. Thank you.
If you remember, one man, we got the information from situation room of Labour Party that Peter Obi got 900,000 votes in Lagos. Uptown, can you substantiate that, please? Thank you.
Let him finish my own request.
It's a public platform. I think the one you know already is enough for you.
Uptown, we have 6 more now.
Smart answer. Uptown.
By the way, Uptown, you are doing a good job. You are doing a good job, bro.
I like Uptown. It's my
Seriously.
best.
Not like Desmond.
No, Desmond does it. Don't worry.
Uptown they use small voice they talk and me, I no send, you know me.
Desmond.
Uptown, you still find them.
I don't think Uptown will be able to find the.
We are wasting time.
I don't think he will be able to.
Get reason why I asked that question.
Kulata, sorry, I'm trying to load my mail. Sorry, I'm sorry. Just maybe 2 minutes.
Okay, interlude. There's someone else can take over.
All right.
One man, can I come in?
Yeah, come in.
Yeah, yesterday I was saying like Tinubu's win will be like a fine wine. Every day will be looking better. The more you look at it, better will be getting. So there's no problem about that one. But the problem with this, I mean, we can go on and forever in circles, right? But whatever is the claim, right? There are many of them that will not be admissible in court. But even from the ones that will be admissible in court, right? Like many of those, when they cancel, like the one thing that could go to Kulata's this thing is, so when they cancel some polling units, it's going to depress Peter Obi's number as well. It's not only when this thing is not good, just even if I go that. Sorry,
Fatai. That's what I was trying to highlight to Uptown, but it's not getting it. He thinks they will remove votes from Tinubu and give it to Peter Obi.
This is the clarification I wanted to make. That's not the job. That's not even the job of the court, right? So they are confusing criminal situation with the court. Okay. So there is alteration. Okay, yeah, take that number back. The court doesn't have the expertise. So if it's fraudulent, so it's going to be a decision for the court to cancel it altogether, and those INEC officials can be criminally charged for fraud, because fraud is a criminal offense. That's not in the jurisdiction of the election petition. So because you see fraud on the form, doesn't mean you're going to get the votes. Doesn't mean you're going to get the numbers. Probably it means that the INEC official will go to prison. They will do forensic analysis, and they will determine what went down, and somebody will go to jail. That's the most you will get from that. That's why I was also saying yesterday, okay, maybe who are they going to put in prison? Like, they didn't upload. Okay, maybe they will put the computers and send the computers to prison, or at the INEC chairman. Maybe somebody will go to prison. That's the most you're going to get out of all these things. It's not going to, it doesn't work like that. Brother Thomas, yeah?
You know that what they may also do is they may also bring their own copies, and other agents will bring their copies to contradict what INEC have. But the problem that will now come in that one is Atiku will bring his own copy that shows Atiku won that place. Labour will bring a copy that shows that Labour won that place. And eventually, the two will cancel each other. And the court will still rely on that corrected one, because you are allowed to make corrections. That's what I'm saying.
Ogbeni, there is only one winner. Now we are having 4 people claiming to be winner. Only one person. So we have 3 fraudsters. We are only trying to determine whether APC is the fraudster.
Kwakwanso has congratulated.
Okay, Kwanso is out. Okay, good for him.
Oh, has he congratulated Tinubu?
Yes, he's out. Yeah.
All right.
Why I'm waiting for the
email. Let Fatai carry on, because I think let's so you can take a break from that.
So we have three people claiming victory, right? Claiming to be a winner for something that only one person will win. So what we are going through now is a very interesting movie to discover who are the 2 fraudsters, right? So everybody will be canceling everybody out. Even before I even go on to that point, what has always been funny to me is the coincidence of Lagos and Plateau. I mean, thank God, Kudlata, you mentioned that point that 1.2 million from Plateau that you didn't believe. Uptown himself won't believe that. So the coincidence there is that both of them, APC seem to get 100 and something thousand, 100,000 in each case. So they got now a Labour Party got over almost 1 million and something in Lagos, and according to what they say is Labour Party's what is it situation room. So Labour Party got 100 and something thousand, like let's round it up, 1 million. In Plateau also they got like about 1 million as well. But in both cases, APC is getting 100,000, right? It seems to me it's very curious. Look, we can do all this academic exercise. Like the last time we were talking about how Peter Obi's number in the Southeast. It's not unimaginable for Peter Obi to win 99% in every polling unit in the Southeast. Is their first son. It's actually, the situation is like when Ogbeni mentioned Ojuku's situation. Ojuku, everybody believed Ojuku could not win the presidency. So now the Southeasterners probably believe that Peter Obi has a chance to win. And they all go out. Is their son. If he makes a good deal, he can get 98%. He will only have a problem with PDP. But the problem is that so we can engage in that academic exercise, but in the reality, right, this thing is going nowhere, right? I've listened to most of the states that Uptown mentioned, Lagos, Imo, these. Many of them, they are this. Well, Peter Obi got strong numbers. So when they go to court, if eventually they find problem there, they will cancel that. We saw Osun election. They will cancel those polling units or whatever, and then you have small numbers. How are you going to make up the number when they will cancel? When you go to court and you actually prove the fraud, they are going to cancel them. So where are you going to get the number to win? You are going to court to lose more numbers. You're not going to court to win more numbers. The court doesn't allocate numbers. The court cancels, agrees that there is a overvoting, whatever is the fraud, and they cancel the unit. That is the law. It's not the election petition. They are not forensic experts to study. Okay, who write the number? If this is 8, it's supposed to be 9. Okay, if they find the fraud, they throw it out because it's unreliable. It's inadmissible. The court is more interested in admissibility. Is this thing admissible? If it's not admissible, they don't start to pick and choose which one inside it is admissible or not. Is admissible, yes. Non-admissible, throw it out. I don't understand where Peter Obi is going to get his numbers from. I haven't seen from all these selective uploading. People didn't turn up with the form. If people didn't turn up with form, everybody don't have a vote. Like Thomas said, if the INEC officials didn't turn up, well, it's not. That's a universal problem. It's a problem for APC.
Yeah,
it's a
thank
problem for
you.
PDP.
Everybody have the
If they didn't turn
problem.
up. Yeah. Everybody had the problem. Insufficient ballot paper. All of these are everybody's problem. It's not Peter Obi's problem. So in the street narrative or media narrative, okay, it's very nice story to talk about. But when you go to court, the court is not interested in parlor conversation. Is it admissible? Is it unadmissible? If it's not admissible, everybody is thrown out. So I don't get where all of these things will come from. I was writing a lot of things, but I don't think I can go through. But the summary that I saw, and the hijacking collation center. I don't even understand what that means. The hijack collation center. Collation center is not the polling unit. And also all these things that they were talking about uploading from the polling unit. I don't think actually I've listened to this a lot of time. I don't think that is what the law said.
Fatai,
I
please,
don't think that is what the law said.
I want to educate me. And I think Oga as well, I think you know much better. When they finish from the polling booth, is the ad hoc staff, are they going to the state level straight, or they still have another place to go before going to state level?
No, it's
So because
multiple levels.
I want to know where this hijack collation center.
Yeah.
Did they hijack the state collation center, or did they have any local government collation center before going to the state level? Because I don't know.
Before local government, there is also, so from the polling unit, so it's many stages also. From the polling unit, it goes to the ward, right? From the ward, it goes to the local government. From local government, it goes to the state. From the state, then it goes to national. This is what INEC was saying during that time with Dino Melaye doing the drama. So you had police station, you had ward level, so all of these mafia were going on all these 4 or 5 stages. You didn't complain. Now you come to national level and you say they should stop the proceedings. The national level is not the one. Everything is being collated, and each step of the way, your agents are verifying the process to go on. So you didn't complain at the unit level. You didn't complain at the ward level. You didn't complain at local government level. You didn't complain at state level. I think the collation centers are the one that the national is broadcast. The state, I think everybody.
Fatai, when you say if you are complaining, who do you complain to? When people say this, is it like if you say, okay, they didn't allow you in, and you're like shouting, who are you complaining?
River State LP chairman disputed all the results in River State.
What are you saying?
He left the hall.
Everybody was complaining, but who is hearing?
There was a video. He left the hall. He disputed it.
But
No.
Fatai, let me say this. At the state collation center, it was telecast live. And after reading all the results, the coalition, the state rec and the coalition, I forget what they normally call it, they always bid two. They always ask there, did any party members have any observation, addition, or subtraction, or any problem in that hall? So
My brother, how many of them
finish.
did you follow? Wait, let me ask Thomas. How many of them did you follow?
Let me finish. You don't let people finish, please.
In
that hall, why is all this observation raised in that hall? I watched the one of Lagos. I watched many states. They will said we sign and we agree, and they will move on to another local government.
Thank you, my brother.
Why is it not raised in that state coalition center so that they can observe? I forgot the English. So they can
let me tell you something, Thomas. I witnessed one because I was just watching it. I know that one woman was complaining there, but they didn't listen to her. So don't say they did not complain.
Yeah, see what they do. If you raise an objection, there is at a point they will tell you, okay, it's noted. That is not their job to correct it, but it's noted down. Let them allow them first to round off the whatever they're doing. That's what they will tell you. So if you watch the River State one, they said, okay, fine, we have heard you, but we have to move on for now. Well, it's noted. The commission will come back to it, which is the same thing they were doing in Abuja as well. It's noted. That's the same thing they're doing across.
Thank you. It happens in Abuja again, because I heard Mahmoud, he told Dino Milai that it has been noted. So what happened after then?
My brother, what happened after then is that he called results. I'm wondering, what was he noting then if he just went ahead to call results?
My brother, the complaint, look, okay, I think I get the point. So we have to separate the two issues. There is the complaint and there is the let me call it the data. So the form, the data, like, okay, there is the process, complaint about process, and there's complaint about the data itself. The complaint about the data, right? You don't sign if there is discrepancy in the data and move it to the next. Your signature is required to move it up. So if you sign the about the data, if your complaint is about the process, right? Oh, these are the ones they are telling you they have noted it and they will deal with it after they complete that part. So if they didn't address, so let's say at the local government level, they didn't address your complaint, you as an agent, you will pass up your complaint to your party. So when they get to the state level, your party will raise the issue. You have not, those complaints will be piling up. This is what, when eventually got to national, even if they didn't address your complaint at every level of the state, when it gets to national, right, we were all seeing in there, right, where are the complaints at the national, the pilation of all the complaints that were not addressed. These things will be, and I watched one of those hearings. So when the state representative come to announce, come to give the figures, the chairman will ask, okay, when they ask a question, he will say, that question is particular to the state. Let the state rep answer that question. And he was addressing all those questions. Many of those questions were process questions. So the agent have signed for the numbers, right? The only thing we are here to disprove, or they will go to court to disprove whether it's fraud. And at best, if you get the claims about fraud right, they will cancel them out. You're not gaining from those. If it's a fraud, it will be cancelled, and maybe somebody will go to jail. You understand? But you're not getting any title out of that. But even beyond that, and this is even where the confusion is coming from. So when they say they will upload the polling unit, it does not mean they must upload at the time automatic from the polling unit. It will be uploaded to the collation, because when you know how organizations work, right? So it's not possible in an organization to have the people at the level certifying for the organization. It must move to the manager. From the field worker, the information goes to the line manager, from line manager to the, I don't know, general manager, then I don't know, to the CEO to have. So if you have agents of INEC at the polling station uploading to Abuja directly like that, it doesn't work like that. And the law does not say they must upload from polling unit. It said they will upload polling unit level results. So it does not say at what time it should be uploaded. So so it's up to INEC to now devise at what stage it will be uploaded. So maybe they upload.
Go and read it first before you come out. It says the
No,
actual.
I really actually it's in front of my computer here. Actually, even this I got it from on our obedient side. The commission number 17. The commission will also upload polling unit level results from EC8A and the accreditation data to the INEC result viewing portal. So that's a English they are confusing. Uploading unit level results does not mean uploading at unit polling unit.
All right, gentlemen, I've been doing a bit of investigation whilst you've been talking. So I think I have some results for you. So we can address some of these things in real time. I'm going to play you a 2-minute clip, and then I'll take you to the INEC portal. So pay attention.
Elections did not hold in some wards in Oru West and Owachi Ebima, local government area in Imo State. Net results from those areas were uploaded, Electoral officer says.
Electoral Commission INEC to collect results in polling units where elections did not hold. The electoral officers say elections did not hold in some wards in Oru West and Ohaji, Egbema local government areas of the state, but results are coming from those areas. According to them, electoral materials did not arrive in these areas and were dispersed without voting. Therefore, the electoral officers wondered where the electoral body got the result it announced in these areas. Meanwhile, the lawmaker representing Ohaji, Egbema, Oguta, and Oru West Federal Constituency, Honorable Kingsley Uju, is demanding the cancellation of the election.
All right. So I just wanted to establish that. So I'll establish that, and then Ohaji Ogbena. So I'll put the name of that space in there. So that's how it's spelled. Ohaji Egbena. So that's it in the comment section. So now let's go to the INEC portal to go to that to that polling unit. So let me now bring up the INEC portal. So here is the INEC portal. Bear with me 1 second. It's just really to establish some of these things. So let's go all the way back. Because I was having a look, but now let me take you back all the way. So this is Imo State, the state in question, and then let me look for Ohaji. So that's Ohaji Egbena. You can see it right there. So that's Ohaji Egbena, where they told us no polling took place. So results were uploaded though. So results were uploaded. So now let's now go to the one that they say was completed. So this one now you can see the red sign that says completed. So we go in there. So by the way, you saw the officials of that place telling us that no election took place. So, but the results were done and they were uploaded. So now let's now see what the results look like. Let's go to the topmost one. So that's the topmost one, a place where election does not take place, but results, of course. So those are the results. And the results they are telling us, APC got 10 votes, Labour Party got 20 votes, PDP got 4. Okay, so let's just do about 3 or however many. So let's go to number 2. So this is the second one, in a place where elections did not take place, by the way. So APC got 21 votes, Labour Party got 82, PDP got 14. We can play the clip again to hear the returning officer or whoever tell you that no election took place. Let's just take a third one. The third one, let's see what surprises it has for us. APC got 26, ADC got 2, whatever, and Labour Party got 66. So there it is. And that's in real. So that's it right there. But back to it.
please, let's go to everything, please. Let's go. It's not too much. Let's go to everything, please.
All right.
I think the point is established.
No, the point has been established.
Labour Party will be losing at geometric proportion, while APC will be losing at what is the
they just wrote figures in the southeast. That's what we know. They just wrote figures.
And all of those will be cancelled, by the way. If it's established that there was no voting, there was no accreditation.
Can you play the electoral officers video again?
All right.
The ladies video again, yeah.
It's not the latest video. There are two people there, but yes. Hold on. Let me just bring it on the screen. You know, the one rule of broadcasting is there should never be dead air. That means silence.
In Imo State, yet results from those areas were uploaded. Electoral officers says.
Electoral Commission (INEC) to collect results in polling units where elections did not hold. The electoral officers say elections did not hold in some wards in Uru West and Ohaji, Egbema local government areas of the state, but results are coming from those areas. According to them, electoral materials.
So that's it. What did you want to establish?
In some words.
Okay. I wanted to know if it's in the entire Ohaji.
Hold on.
In some wards in Uru West and Ohaji, Egbema local government areas of the state, but results are coming from those areas. According to them, electoral materials did not arrive in these areas and were dispersed without voting. Therefore, the electoral officers wondered where.
Okay, since you've not done in some words, then we have to go through. We have to go through them. Hold on. Now we have to do this. Let's do this then, just to document. So we were on number 3. So let's go to number 4. So results were declared in number 4. Let me flip it round. And I wonder if it's Labour Party winning again. Yes, APC 10, and these are altered ones, by the way. We're talking about altered results. So that's altered then in favor of Labour Party. I'm not. Well, no, it says from 34 to 35. Can you not say it's on our screens now? So am I making
result
it?
Was altered from 34 to 35.
Well, it doesn't matter. Is it not an altered result? It's an altered result.
A game of numbers.
Yes. So again, APC 10, Labour Party, what was 34 now 35 in a place that no election took place. Let's go to number 5. It's unbelievable.
One man, I love your platform.
One man, you know you're in another word. Go to another word. You're just in one word. Go to another word. Can you go to another word, one man?
No, this is.
It's not clear that the word you are checking are the words that we are uploading.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
So what are we trying to establish exactly?
Is that uploading not say completed? It means they uploaded the entire place now, or what are we saying?
No, one man is in one particular word.
All right. Let's have a look here.
Order is not completed.
All right. So the result. Oh, this is heavily altered. But in fact, this is not altered though. This is mutilated. This is a mutilated result. Look at that.
Southeast. My
goodness.
One man, can I interject?
1-1-1-3.
One man.
They're just doing funky stuff there. It's funky dancing. Unbelievable. This one is even barely legible. They've put one on top of the other here. Look at that.
What is it?
I know who is winning. Who is winning?
Guess who is winning? I won't tell you. Guess who is winning. It's funky dancing. Funky. Let's just go to another random one. Let's just. But I want to take bets before we go to the results. Who do you think will be winning in this one?
APC.
Look at that. Unbelievable. Look at the alterations.
One man was this? Is this what Showore was? One man, is this what Showore was referring to as allocation of a result?
99.9% of the votes.
I told you guys that Southeast numbers is on natural.
I really think it's my sister and my brother that we are working for INEC in the Southeast. My junior sister, my elder brother.
One man, can I?
Yeah, no, comments later.
You see,
unbelievable.
The first time I came into this platform, I told you people I'm from the area they call Owerri West. And I said that they will not vote P2B. This is a global platform. And this result you are just pulling out is from that area. Onhajiebwema, Izombe, Uguta, Olu, Oru, Nkwere. All those areas they will never. And that's where Osuti Zunaso came from anyway. He is the senator representing us now. He won that area. I said it in this platform that our people are not like that. You can't chicken us with innuendos and we vote for you. And now you're seeing the result. Thank you.
PDP already told us what happened in Imo State. PDP already told us. PDP on the process of telling what happened. They even have to speak for Labour Party.
Take Southeast to court. Honestly, Atiku, they cheated Atiku in the Southeast.
Did you hear what
they will cancel each other.
PDP guys
said?
I know they'll cancel each other. At the end of the day, Tinubu is still the president.
Let's wait for it.
It's not just they will cancel each other. Kulata.
Yes.
Kulata, it's not just they will cancel each other.
One voice.
Let me ask you this question, Benny.
Yes.
Since there's this fine, I've been listening since this fine, this thing, Mr. Fata, you raised that people think you go to court is going to allocate you votes. Court don't allocate votes. They're going to cancel out votes. And we're seeing what is going on in the Southeast right now because everybody, hold on. Everybody rings. We are understood. But now, don't forget, PDP is taking APC to court in the upper north too, in the same case. So if such thing not happen now, they not cancel themselves out, PDP and APC, which both of them have the bulk vote. What would not be the end result?
So it depends now. So as it is now, PDP will be saying that vote that APC got is mine. Labour will be saying it's not yours, it's mine, right? And Labour will be saying
because Labour is not in the upper north. Labour is not in upper north. It's APC and PDP. If they not cancel themselves out.
No. One piece. Look. I don't know what you call core north. Labour said they are going to challenge Katsina. Is Katsina not core north? They said they will challenge Adamawa.
Labour won't challenge Katsina.
Yes, that's what you told me. So. Yes.
Wait here for
They are challenging Lagos, Rivers, Imo, Benue, Nasarawa, Plateau,
Kaduna, Adamawa,
Katsina, Adamawa, and Akwa Ibom. So these are core north now: Adamawa, Katsina, Kaduna.
Wait, say Labour now? Is Labour supposed to win Katsina? I mean, am I doing that?
Make we see now. So
Malam Peter Obi.
When they are contesting all those areas, now I'm so sure PDP will be saying, "Don't come to Katsina because that vote you are contesting Katsina is my own." PDP will be saying, "The one you even have in Adamawa belongs to me," and they will also be saying Kaduna. Everybody will still be saying no. You see, that's the way the team will. So everybody will just be cancel, and at the end of the day, they will leave the panel from drawing their own table because the law allowed them to draw their table and say, "Gentlemen, look at this vote. These ones are there are areas where no vote, but you return votes there. Cancel the entire place." Now, all right.
My friend, do you know that even Daniel Bwala and that other governor of PDP, former governor of Imo State, admitted on live TV that we were rigged. that some of our votes were collected by the APC in Imo State. Then Embraer say we were rigged in Rivers. They were even speaking for Labour Party.
But
and say we are
APC
also
didn't
rigged
have
in
vote
Lagos.
in Imo
And it's
State
simple now. The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
APC did not even make
No, that's what I'm saying.
25% in Imo
They're even
State now,
speaking for us
uptown.
now.
But
And this
Yes.
one that we looked at now, you guys rigged it. Labour rigged it.
No, now,
Of course,
no,
now
PDP. Why? No. See, PDP should be saying that APC rigged us, PDP. But they're
Labour
saying
is
they rigged
only,
Labour
APC
Party.
is only,
no,
PDP is only.
uptown. Labor case cannot be PDP cannot be saying APC rigged Labor. That's not election petition. Election
That's
petition,
not
you are
election
saying
petition.
the person who won did not win. I
No,
won.
no, I'm not talking about the
I
petition.
won.
I'm talking about what they said on live TV.
Okay. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, what they and also there's something someone said there that article said they asked Shion asked Dele Momodi yesterday on the live this thing with Aisha Yusuf if they are also claiming the way P2B is claiming, are they also going to, when they go to court, are they also going to claim that they won? Dele Momodi said categorically that they are not claiming they won, unlike Peter Obi, that they are only challenging the process, that he does not mind after challenging the process who is going in favor. But for them, that challenging the process. That's what Dele said.
That petition will fail. That petition will fail at the preliminary level. Go and write it down again. It will fail at
Is it PDP zone? Is it PDP zone?
Yes, you can't file petition.
PDP is not a serious party now. They're just grandstanding.
You can't file petition to just challenge the process.
I said this from day one, that the only challenger of this process is Peter Obi, and it's clear that he won. PDP cannot even open their mouth and say we'll go to court and tell the court we won. They're only saying yes, we challenge the process. We challenge the process because they know they didn't win.
Uptown, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sure.
Okay. Peter Obi came on live television and say he won. Turn it the other way around. Let's assume that Peter Obi won this election, like INEC declared him, and Tinubu come on live television and declare to Nigerians that he won. What will you say?
If Obi win the election and Tinubu come out and say, look, from what we have here, we won and we will prove it. He didn't just say he won, he didn't stop there, and we will prove it. So that means that we won, we know he's not been proved it, we will prove it, and we are going to court.
Do you know that this is the thing? This thing is the thing that tend towards Abiola's arrest. I know why I'm asking you this question.
Actually,
no,
madam,
it is PDP that was declaring.
Hold on.
Was declaring article president.
Uptown. Every day we learn. This is the only platform I come to speak, because the other platform they do yeah. Every day we learn. I asked you a simple question because I know if Tinubu has said that thing, many of you would have been shouting treason.
They will have arrested him now. They will have arrested
that was why they arrested Abiola, as you rightly said.
This is one of the reasons. This is actually why Abiola died.
I think Abiola declared himself president.
Wait, let me finish.
Abiola.
Is that not what Obi just did?
Wait.
Sorry, carry on.
Abiola actually won. It's not that he didn't even win. He won the election. Madam. And then they stopped the election, the result. And he said, I won this election. And he took his life. He was arrested, he was battered, he was beaten, he was kept in the dark, and eventually was killed. And now, you see, when we do all these things, we have to be very careful. And now Peter Obi on live camera said it. Everybody ignored him. Everybody is fine with it. I ask again, if Peter Obi was declared winner by INEC and somebody like Tinubu got grieved, maybe he felt he won, and go to give a press conference and say he won. That word, I won this election. Uptime, I ask you, what will you say?
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Zita. Now, After a couple of hours after Obi's this thing, article came out, and we all saw him on live TV. Dino Moyo said, "This is the actual president of Nigeria." He declared him the president, Mr. President. You are the president of Nigeria. That one already declared that he's the president.
You are not
But then
understanding my
you
question.
skipped the article,
You didn't.
and for some reason,
You
Obi
didn't
is the
understand
problem.
my question. You didn't. Let me rephrase it again. I will tell the story, then ask the question again. A presidential candidate in Nigeria won an election. He won the election. He won. And they stopped the election announcement. And he came out and said, "You have called all the results. I won. From what is on ground, you have called," I think they called about 27 states or 25 states then, remaining 2 or 3. I would say try again. He said, "I won." The next thing, they picked him up. They called it treason. They called it all manner of name. Eventually, he died. I'm talking about who won, and he's a candidate. Now, somebody else won now and was declared winner by the law. And somebody else came on live television and declared that he won that election. And I ask you, if you turn that thing around, Obi won. I'm talking about the candidates. I'm not talking about any random crazy guy around. I'm talking about the candidates. And came and declared himself the winner. I said, turn it around. Let it be Obi that was legally declared by law, and let it be Tinubu sitting down one corner, declaring himself the winner. I ask again, Uptown, what will somebody like you say?
Okay, so once again, I thank you once again, Madam Zita. With all due respect, you cited the precedents under what? A military government, under a military dispensation. And
It's
then
good answer, Uptown.
well, I'm coming. And then you are using it to match up with a happening on a democratic setting where we have heard Buhari so many times when he was failing in 2007 and 2011, saying that he won and he's going to court. And we have heard a lot of candidates say it. Under democracy, you cannot come and arrest him.
You didn't understand my question.
Something that happened under the military.
Understand my question.
Yeah.
And then we use it to listen to me. When I talk, I like people to understand me first. Don't rush you to answering me. I didn't say they should arrest Obi. I didn't say they would have arrested Tinubu. I asked Uptown if I mentioned your name. If they turn it the other way around, Tinubu sitting down on live television today in this dispensation, declaring himself that he won. And I ask, Uptown, what would you have said? That's my question.
Madam Zita, thank you very much for asking me the third time. And now I'll give you a very straight answer. I will have absolutely no problem with Tinubu saying he won and he will go and prove it in court. I will tell him, go and prove it in court. The same way Buhari has said the same thing in the past. The same way even article in some interview claimed he won some elections and he was rigged out and he was going to court. It's a democratic setting, and I'm not going to have problem with Tinubu saying he won if he didn't win this election. He said he's won. I'm going to go to court. Go to court. So I don't know where we are getting this whole insinuation from.
Uptown, can I contribute? I think Uptown, I think you gave a very good answer. I think the difference is the military versus democracy. But I think Madam Zita's question is a question of morality. I believe that if it was Tinubu, even though there will be a distinction that he couldn't really be arrested, they will have attempted it. I think they will have attempted to arrest him.
No, you are conjuring, my brother.
You are getting me wrong.
I tell you my opinion.
You are not getting the picture I'm trying to.
It's a morality picture.
It's not morality.
Some of those injustices.
It's not morality. I'm talking about what these guys would have jumped in the internet to say.
That's what I'm talking about.
Sorry, are you sorry? Are you seeing what was something that I'm putting on the screen?
Huh?
Sorry, is everybody seeing something that I'm putting on the screen?
Yes, I'm seeing it.
Yeah, so this is Owerri North Oria Orata, and the polling unit is a police primary school and is Amakohia. So that's the polling unit. Amakohia, and the polling unit code is 018. So Obi scored 153 votes there. Heavily altered, of course. You can see the alterations. The APC scored 0 in that space. Obi scored Obi, but I want you to note the polling unit 018. So I couldn't find that on the INEC portal, because I've now gone to that space and it's not anywhere on the INEC portal.
So they create another unit for themselves again. Oh my God! So there's a lot separate.
There's a lot of fun. There's a lot of There's a lot of funky stuff going on.
If this was a, do you know that if this was a court of public opinion, I think there will be just sitting around and laughing, because it's funny that people open an APC state where APC is governing and they say that somebody that does not have a ward chairman came to rig election in an APC state.
All right.
I mean, I don't understand where we are even going to from. It's really funny.
If it's even worse because
in social media, a Twitter president went from Twitter and went to Hope Uzodinma's state and rigged this election.
Yeah, it's intimidation. It's their home. It's intimidation.
Okay, I think we should start respecting Obi and stop disrespecting him. Then maybe he has more powers than we actually give him credit for.
Uptown.
Yes, so my dear Madam Zita.
The last time I thought I heard you say you are quite close to Obi.
No, I'm not.
Okay, that explains it. You don't know him one bit. Okay,
it's fine. It's okay.
I think we can all agree that the election, the fight in the court should go on. It will be a very interesting movie.
Yeah.
Let them go to court. They should go to court. Let it go on.
All right. So I think what we have established is that a lot of heavy rigging went on in the Southeast. So those funky figures, just as we imagined, they are funky for a reason. Funky preachers in the Southeast. So there it is, funky preachers.
Thank you for also helping me. I mean, because we are also taking Imo State to court. So thank you for the establishment. So I urge my good friend and elder brother, senior advocate of Nigeria, Festus Keyamo, to bring all his evidences and assist us. I think the post-election is going to be more interesting than pre-election.
So even in this our tiny little space, we've been able to cut heavily into your narrative. So imagine what experienced lawyers will do. They will tear you to shreds.
See the problem. They will tear you. They will tear you to. What I don't understand.
They will tear you to shreds.
One man, see what I don't understand about this election. Obi only made one sitting and say, "You guys say I should go to court. I am obedient, so I'll obey you. I'm going to court." But guess what? Since then, APC people, all of them, have been attacking Obi. I said, why people are attacking Obi? Just go to court. The man didn't even say, he just made one word and went back to his house. Everybody has been attacking him in the last 72 hours. He said, no, don't worry. Just go to court. No need for all this stressing on Twitter.
So what do you think?
Go and meet him in court.
What do you think some states are with? In fact, what do you think a lot of states are withdrawing their case against the elections?
Those PDP guys, I hinted it to you now before they did the withdrawal.
They are PDP
those guys are grandstanding.
All right. So Sokoto State, which is Tambuwal, he withdrew his case against Tinubu.
all of them, all those PDP, they're just, these guys are just drama. I think Atiku, it won't take long before it travels to Dubai.
One that's not the reason
But
why they withdraw that case.
Right.
They rush to court when first they've not had a good legal team to project that case or file a good case for them. And if you rush to court like that, once the court dismiss that case, whether it is good or not, you can't bring that same cause of action back to court. So I think for now they are withdrawing to go and re-strategize and return to court. I believe that is the reason. But that constitutional matter, I'm so sure they will still return it to the court. If they don't return it, you'll find it in their petition. Because what they filed before is just a suit on its own, standing on its own, which for me, when I saw that process, I said this thing will fail. Because if you take that case directly to Supreme Court, I wonder where Supreme Court would have the jurisdiction to entertain that case. Yes, fine. The judgment they delivered today, they assume jurisdiction based on the fact that CBN is an agent of the federal government. But I don't think CBN and INEC has the same status, because INEC is very independent of the government. INEC has its own budget. INEC has its own a lot of things INEC can do on their own. With CBN, you still have to go back. If you go to CBN Act, you see where they will still need to go to presidency to get a lot of directive. That make them a statutory agent of the federal government. But INEC is not a statutory agent of the federal government. It's independent on its own, just like the judiciary, the way it stands on it. So for me, when I saw that process, I saw a process that would fail, before it even rise. But they've gotten a good counsel, and then because of that, they've gone to withdraw. So I expect them to return to court, either by separate suit filed at maybe Federal High Court, or they will make that as a grant in their petition, which you can do that, particularly at the qualification stage when you are saying the person is not qualified. You can use that constitutional matter, because it's that issue of 1/4 of 2/3 of all states and FCT. There's an issue here. So a particular school of thought is interpreting it to mean that you must have 25% of 24 states in one hand, and then you have 25% of FCT. So that group is saying that interpret the and there disjunctively. But there's another school of thought that is saying no, it should be interpreted conjunctively, meaning you have 25% of 24 states, which include the 36 states plus FCT. So
please let me add to what you said. There is a chief judge that spoke today, and he said that there is already a Supreme Court judgment.
I'm about to get that. Okay. So, which I've said before, that was a judgment already. Okay, and in that judgment, it was the Buhari and Obasanjo one, I think, where 2008 election. I think Buhari and Yar'Adua, where the court held that particular hand should be viewed disjunctively, meaning that you should have 25% of FCT as a president before you can be a president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So that will be a serious battle for Ashwaju to go and battle with in court. So
but that 25% is not a serious legal point now. Even if it's a serious point, Peter Obi's advisor, have we ever heard from Peter Obi? Nobody. You don't want to look stupid. How are you going to say 25 before even looking at the textuality? Why are you going to say that if you don't win, if you don't get whatever 25%, Abuja can nullify the whole country? Then you will be the president of the Federal Republic of Abuja now. You are creating.
Fatai,
it doesn't work. Yeah.
So in that judgment, I've not read the judgment, but Andrew Aka, which I want to defer to his wisdom, because he was the Attorney General, don't forget, under Yar'Adua. They brought him to there and he said, yes, there's a judgment like that. That's his boss. And they went to bring him. Don't forget, he's just back from his suspension also. So So they brought him and he confirmed that there's a judgment like that. I will try and study that judgment tomorrow. But what I know is
The
that
judgment will be just interpretative now. You try to interpret what
yes,
that INEC means. It's not going
yes.
to have any real life
No, but
effect.
don't forget that the judgment is actually the interpretation of that provision for now. So if that
Yeah,
is
but the interpretation will be towards amending that provision. It will not be towards. Nobody is going to throw away. You win. So if you win 36, all the 36, and you didn't win Abuja, so you win your.
That would be the implication of that, and
No, that's not a serious point.
So residents of Abuja, they are super citizens.
And
I don't understand though.
It's
not that's a joke. There's no serious person.
It's a joke.
You know the way they've designed Abuja, they've designed it to be very quickly one of the greatest cities in the world. Do you know that there is constitutional that a percentage, I'm not quite sure what the percentage is, of the national revenue will continuously be spent on Abuja. I think it's about 7% thereabout. So Abuja is going to turn into something. They're going to be talking London, Paris, Abuja very soon.
No, I don't think that's really the intention behind it. It's designed to be like Washington DC. Washington DC also has federal status like that, right? But even when you talk about Abuja is not the central Abuja is what really is important. So when you go, but the votes take place all over Abuja. But if you go to a place like Gwagwalada, you can rent a house for 500 naira there. People are living in tents there. So when you say Abuja is, there is you go to a place, you think you are in New York. In the same Abuja, then you take a taxi 30 minutes down the line, you get, it's more than 30 minutes, you go to Gwagwalada and stuff like that, which were the places that Labour Party won actually. The Labour Party did not win central. It won the poor places where you can rent a apartment per month 500 naira in the same Abuja.
What are you saying, my friend?
Patai.
What am I saying? Labour Party won Gwagwalada and the likes. It's not zone 2. Who says zone 2? That's not where it won.
Patai. See, for me, that is the letters of the law. But my interpretation of that thing, I defer to Supreme Court decision because that's their own interpretation for now. Okay, and that's the law for now. But my interpretation of that thing is that and should be construed conjunctively. It's not disjunctive. So it's simply saying that you have 36 states and FCT. Make sure you get 25% of 1/4 of 25% of all these states, making 36 plus 1. Not that you separate the 36 from FCT and you now apply that 20 to FCT. That's
no. The where that interpretation is coming from is that is it and to the numbers or and to the state, like and to make up the number. It doesn't make
Patai, see how it's couched. Let me paraphrase it. He's saying that for you to win, you must have 1/4, right, of 2/3 of FCT state and FCT. So some people said, okay, that means you must have 2/3 of 36 states.
Okay, this is what I'm saying. So the wait, the Abuja is a what do they call it? It's not a numerical character. 36 is a number.
Yes.
State and Abuja. So Abuja and you are thinking about Abuja as a matter of category.
Abuja is not a state, so they listed the state and Abuja.
No. For the purpose of the conjunction, you will consider Abuja as a state, but not for the purpose of the number.
There's a section
in the
Constitution.
Can I finish?
Yes.
Who's that now? 36 states. That 36. If you want to conjoin two things, you cannot conjoin two different entities. You cannot conjoin 36 and Abuja. You can conjoin states and Abuja. So if you go technically linguistics, categorical variables, states and Abuja, 36 and Abuja are not same variables. This is a quantitative variable. This is a categorical variable. So you are conjoining states and Abuja. So what does Abuja mean in the universe of states? Is it a state? Is it not a state? So, but here I'm saying I want 1/3, what is it? 1/4 of 36. So 1/4 of 36 from so in other words, we have two universities. We have a quantitative variable that says 36. So I am waiting for 24. So get me 24 from states and Abuja. So it doesn't matter where you get it from. You can get it from the state. You can, but once you are coming out, they must be 24. So that's the interpretation that grants Abuja.
Fatai, that's also my own interpretation, but the present judgment on it is saying otherwise.
I know. I'm saying
what's the
if you
present
want to
judgment?
go textual.
So the present judgment, which everybody should go and check and read to, is what Andoka San told us, which is Obasanjo, Yaradua against Buhari against Yaradua of 2007 election petition. The decision was delivered in 2008. So we can go and pull that out and read. But I defer to Andoka authority. I know it can't be coming to tell lies. So
but did it upset the election? Did it upset the election for that time?
Oh no.
The judgment upset the eletion.
No. Of course, about Yaradua remained the president.
So it has no effect.
No. The constitution was interpreted. That's just the point he made. So there must be other reasons now. If we go to read it, maybe we'll find the reason why they excused Yaradua. On that point, maybe technically they felt that the process is not. A lot of things happen in court now, but at least that's the point. And all I know is that Supreme Court, they do depart from their past decisions. So if they look at the decision and they realize that it doesn't make really, is no longer in tune, with what we have now, they quickly depart from it and say this is now a bad law, and then they move on. So I expect them to do that, but it's going to be a very tough one for Asiwaju. I think it's one of the major hurdles he's going to. But in case,
it's not a hurdle.
If the worst happen. So if the worst happen, let's say they consider and say, okay, Asiwaju, you don't have you don't have this Abuja. Then if the order rerun, it's going to be between the Atiku and Tinubu. That's the way I see it. If they say, okay,
but it's not even that's not going to happen. That is a
sorry.
Anyway,
sorry. Let me ask you a question from a layman perspective.
Yeah.
Mr. Ben, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
That Abuja this thing clause. Yes. They keep saying. Please, can you interpret that section? They say that you must get 25% in Abuja when it's more than 2 contestants. What does that mean?
Okay. I'm just hearing that the qualification or the condition of 2 contestants now. So what I know, what I know the provision is saying is that I don't have it here. I've tried to search for it, but I'll just pull it
There's
out.
no such condition in that law. That condition doesn't exist. It's people's interpretation. The law does not put the condition.
So what I know, the law says that you must have 1/4. Okay, that's 25%. You must have 1/4 of 2/3 of all the states in Nigeria and FCT. All the states in Nigeria and FCT. So for me, it means that you have 36 states and FCT, then you must have 1/4 of 2/3 of 37 sub-regionals.
Ogbeni, I want to quickly ask a question. Did Atiku make the 25% in Abuja?
That's in Abuja?
Yes.
I don't know.
No, it did not. It did not.
Okay, so there's
none of them
no
even make 20%.
So there's no case.
Somebody should mute.
If Atiku did not make 25% in Abuja, then there's no case.
None of them made.
It's only Obi that made 25%, and Obi does not have the highest number of votes, so there's no case.
And it doesn't.
You don't also have the spread, so there's no case.
There's no case.
There's no case. By any way you look at it, there's no case. Even if you want to go on this academic journey.
Section 299. The provisions of this constitution shall apply to the FCT, Abuja, as if it were one of the states of the federation. That's from our constitution.
No, sorry, read it again. Provision of the
Section 299.
Yes.
The provisions of this constitution shall apply to the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, as if it were one of the states of the federation. So Abuja is technically treated like a state.
But
This
there have been some decision that says it will be treated as a state when the context says so. Because you know there
The
are some
constitution says it's a state. There's no
The
context.
constitution is
Look, I
this
just
is regardless of context, this is what the constitution is saying.
Latter, you see, there are letters of the constitution and there are judgment that interprets the letters, right? So when you have letters, everybody can interpret it. But when the court now say, "Oh, this is the interpretation," that's what everybody must follow. You can't go back to the letter, right? So what I'm saying is that there are judgment of Supreme Court that have said that yes, Abuja, for instance, appointment of ministerial position, for instance, now it says that the president must ensure that he appoints one per state. Somebody went to court and say, if it's one per state, then you must appoint one from at least from Abuja, indigenes of Abuja. And the court threw away the case and said, no, in this context, Abuja is not a state.
no, but that context is already there in that constitution, as Kolata read it. The context for which you will treat Abuja as a state is already stated in that phrase. It's already stated. So if you go outside of that, you're on your own.
See, let me read it again. Maybe it's my Yoruba accent. Section 299. The provisions of this constitution shall apply to the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, as if it were one of the states of the Federation.
Can you read the provision before that 299? What was this?
I only have 299 now. I'm not a constitutional lawyer. So just search for section 299. I'm not even a lawyer at all. So if you can search for section 299 of the Constitution, that's where I got it from.
I will return there tomorrow on this matter.
Kolata, the section does not matter if there's already a law, there's already a judgment on ground.
If there's a precedent, I know. If there's a precedent,
the judgment will supersede whatever it is. So the judgment will be assumed to be the law of the day. So
yeah, but is the president election related? Is it election related?
Yes, they said Ojukwu and sorry, I said Ojukwu. Yaradua and Buhari.
So who did Yaradua not make it?
And maybe that's why I still need to go and read that judgment. I don't know what Andoka, but you know, I just respect the man because he's an advocate.
Not until we read it.
I think Yaradua made it because they asked the guy on that has any president ever been president without getting 25% in Abuja. He said no, that we've not had that. So that's what the man answered.
If he made it, that would not have been the case. Now I think was it the case about making 25% or about winning? I think it was about winning. I think it was about winning Abuja. I think I'm not sure. If you make 25%, you know there's no case to go to court.
Guys, we've really dealt with this topic. Yes, if we can move one man up to yes.
All right. I want to sign out. I want to drop. Let me just
okay. Yeah, have a final word.
So thank you guys for. I mean, Obi should start paying me. I mean, look at me sweating for. We have not even clicked the first button in the law courts, you know. But it's going to be interesting. I love what the Obi factor has done in the last 9 months or 8 months. The pre-election was fire for us. I mean, it's lessons upon lessons. Thanks to Obi, we are learning lessons. A lot of people are learning lessons. Pre-election lessons. We have learned that rallies don't matter. That you can gather 5 people on your rally and still win the state, as Obi did in Nasarawa Plateau. Nasarawa, his Lafia rally was the worst rally he ever did. We all gathered there to laugh at him and mock him, and he still took the state from Abdullahi Sule. So that is lesson. We've learned lessons as well that without structure, you can uproot strongholds, like we saw with Aduda and as we saw with Ikuku in Abia State, who has been there since 1999. So that is lessons. There has been a lot of lessons. We have also learned lessons that there's polling units on the social media. So that is pre-election. Post-election, a new day. I think it's going to be more interesting. More lessons to be learned. I heard people say that presidential election have not been upturned before. Yes, true. But a lot of things start from one day. Example, Obi'S contesting his governorship, whatever, that he was rigged out. Before him, nobody has ever contested and won back his seat in court. He was the first governor in Nigeria to win back his seat from court. Before everybody followed
That's
him.
not true. That's Ladoja.
Sure.
It's Ladoja. It's
No,
not Obi.
I didn't say impeachment though.
Was it even
I
Ladoja
say
said?
rigged out, went to court and
I thought
got
Akintola
back.
returned to I thought Akintola returned to his seat after impeachment.
I didn't say impeachment. I
Okay.
said
But Uptown,
to get your
Uptown,
mandate
before
back
you
from
start
court.
all this gloating, why don't you wait for the court to cancel out some polling units? Because you don't know, maybe structure will
Wait
matter at the end
now,
of the day.
but wait. Did you dispute me in the pre-election lessons that I just mentioned? No, you didn't dispute me.
This is what
So
I'm saying. I
just
think you
telling
should
you.
wait before you gloat about them
No,
until to wait for the cancellation of polling units.
I'm sorry that I'm sorry that you don't like it.
Go on,
But,
but I was just joking.
so
I was joking.
yeah,
Go on.
so the legal, what I'm saying
After
before I
you
drop is
apologize, you did apologize for the rigging in the southeast.
who's that?
And Uptown, you still have 6 states to get to the constitutional spread with me. You know, I just kept quiet since. You only did 2.
Kulata, I'm not going to make today. I just want to draw because I have something to join just in a couple of less than 1 minute. Kulata, there is a day for me and you. There's a day for me and Enigmatic. There's a day for me and Madam Zita. A lot of you owe me apologies. So thank you, one man. There's a day for me and one man as well. So thank you, one man. The next day I come, it will be a day of reckoning for you on pre-elections, and then we go to post-elections.
It will be
Thank you very
fire for
much.
fire.
It was a nice day. Thank you for the questions, and I love you all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Uptown. A real delight. Always a delight. Always a delight. Gentlemen, let me use the window to do administrative stuff. The super chats that have been coming in, not that there has been, but mainly Alexander Gomez. He says, just a fascinating platform with huge personalities, with diverse idiosyncrasies. Don't make me read big words, Alexander, and unique analysis. I greet you all, folks. Where is one man? So thank you, Alexander. That came in just as the start of the session. So thank you for that. So, and then Alexander super stickered $100 and then an additional $50. So that $150 is Alexander redeeming his pledge to Emmanuel. So whilst we're still on that Emmanuel space, and Emmanuel, if you're available, please come on. Once we're still in that Emmanuel space, so as you say, Alexander redeems his that's $150. By the way, by the time YouTube takes his cut, it'll be round about the $100. But that was what he said. He said that was to redeem his $100 because they sent me a text. So that's to the Emmanuel space. So just to document the Emmanuel space, Kulata kicked it off with $200, and then Ayo came in with an additional $200, with an additional $100 because he super chatted it. But yes, actually that is out of skill because YouTube would have taken off it, so that would be round about $70 thereabout. So that's I've lost calculation. So Kulata $200. Ajale Coco added an additional $100. Alexander now an additional $100. Ayo intended $100, but it came to 70. But roundly, I rounded it up. It came to, by the time the conversion came in, it came to just under £400. But I rounded it off, and I've issued the payments to Emmanuel, which he has acknowledged on Instagram. But I want him to come on the screen to come and publicly acknowledge it so that that space is tidied up. So thank you for that, Alexander Gomez. And it came to, let me see, what did it come to? It came to, so bear with me. Just bear with me 1 microsecond. Yes, it came to, hold on. It came to 361,556 naira. So that's what it came to. So that was that. So and
Naira
then
or pounds?
no.
Naira or
Well,
pounds?
if it was pounds, I would have kept it to myself. But unfortunately, it was naira. So that was what that came to. Alexander Akashe, we've already read that. And then I think Solly came in with a couple of super chats. So that's Solly super chat in there. And then there again, only really to poke fun at the obedience space. So there it is, all caught up. So all caught up. So gentlemen, the obedience they have been rioting in London. I have to tell you. You know how you know what they are like. They have been rioting and demonstrating in London as we know them for their way. So have a look at this.
Hello guys, welcome back to another interesting and exciting video of my
So that was in front of the Nigerian embassy in London. The obedience doing as we know them to be. So that says. Anybody want to comment on that before we move on?
But I wanted to say Kerelenke is better than give us.
One please. I want to ask. Okay,
yeah,
I wanted to ask Kulata 2 questions, please. Not Kulata. Ogbeni, are you there?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought we need to comment on this one first of all, right?
I know. That's 2 questions.
No. Let them comment on that, and then you come in with your questions. Yes, anybody with a comment on that? The obedience in their usual manner.
You know what surprises me about we Nigerians is this: we claim to say we want good thing, we claim to say we want to follow the law, but when it is convenient for us, give us Obi, based on what? Obi was not elected, and you should give us Obi. What are you talking about? Who collected Obi from them? I'm just saying that how will they give you Obi? They should go and overthrow government, or what exactly are they talking about? Some people don't even know where they are promoting, where they are asking for anarchy. Because who give you Obi? You went for elections and Obi didn't win. You didn't even meet a quarter of the 2/3 of the federation. And you are saying give us Obi. So the spread. So those people that voted for that's a popular vote now, and that 2/3 that Tinubu won now, so it should mean nothing to them, and they should now give them their own.
Can I interject?
Okay, please go ahead.
To you, the election, some people voted for Tinubu. To them, nobody voted for Tinubu. They're claiming Katsina, they're claiming Kaduna, they're claiming Adamawa. So where is the vote coming from? That being said, anyway, one man, I want to ask everybody on this platform, is there demonstrations in Nigeria? Do anybody know?
Madam, there will be no demonstration now. No,
I'm just asking.
There have been demonstrations.
There was skirmish of
that one. I just want demonstration.
So those are PDP members.
PDP members now, they were identified. The Fayoshe identified each one of them. They were all PDP members. They called themselves civil society, CSO, whatever. This humanitarian organization, but they are not. They are all PDP.
Fayoshe said they are all
these
PDP.
jokes.
If you see anybody outside, it's PDP.
Okay. Do you know why I'm saying that?
He identified them by name. Each of them by name. He identified them by name.
Okay. Do you know why I'm saying that?
Carry on.
The way you people are looking at this thing is not the way I'm looking at it. You see, when this result was announced, even halfway, as I said before, the moment they close polls, all the president, more especially presidential election, they have the results.
They know, yes.
So
Right.
when the moment Patutomi sent out that tweet, I know
Yes.
there is problem in their camp.
Mm.
But before I continue, I want to say something first before I continue. You see why this election is being contested? It's because they didn't rig them out. It was considerably fair. Because if they have given Obi one state, I don't think he would have been fighting. Ask Chowore. If they've given him one state, like really, the way they are saying it is rigged. I know how Nigeria rigged their election. They don't rig the election and give somebody 12 states. It's not done. That being said, let me tell you people what I've been monitoring. Halfway to the collation of the result, Obasanjo came trying to touch the nerves of youth of Nigeria. They ignored him.
Yeah.
Adebayo came. You see, when things happen, for those who say they read history, they study history, they know history. I always tell you, I don't do history, I make references. Look at what happened during the Nigerian Biafran War, how it all started. Obasanjo came, said something, Nigerians ignored him. Adebayo came, said something, Nigerians ignored him. Dati Ahmed came and said something, Nigerians ignored him. And a lot of them. Then finally, nobody was in the street burning down houses like NSAS as they expected. Because I heard them saying NSAS is going to be a joke. Peter Obi came on camera and cried. And still, Nigerians are quiet. No place is on flame. They are still pushing. They are pushing for that chaos to happen. But actually, I am not surprised that there is no chaos, because when he was contesting for that election, I think it's Obeni, or I don't know who came to this platform and said that he's using an existing space. He doesn't own them. And I concurred in my chat. I said, that's just the best thing I have ever heard.
Madam, I told them that was the day we were making a distinction between base and wave.
So I said, that's the best thing I have heard in this platform. He said, there are already people who are angry on their own, finding way to get it all out in Nigeria from Nigerian government and what is happening in Nigeria. He jumped into them. Now I can see that person was right. He doesn't owe them. Because if he owed them, Nigeria would have been in flames now. He has cried for them. They are not moving. And I keep praying every day. Leave the London shenanigans, leave those ones. We understand. Even this one that's saying Ghanaians attack their president, I know those people are not Ghanaians. All those people tweeting those bullshit in the tweet saying don't congratulate Buhari, all those things. My Igbo people, na dengue Yahoo. Continue. When it's my turn, I will talk.
Madam,
just read
some funny things. Let me say this. I went to one platform. I said, congratulations to Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. If you look the face of everybody on that platform.
You went to go and find trouble.
I'm going to go and find trouble. I said, congratulations to Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Oh my gosh, one lady, he nearly hit his head on the screen. Continue.
Madam, even
that in Dr. Damage's platform, they will almost break your head.
Madam, just to even buttress what you were saying, so that's the point. I think it must be that as far as maintain that Peter Obi does not have a base, and everybody was like, "Oh, Southeast is his base." There is a difference between a base and a wave, you know. So all this and when the day they were announcing the results, that and everybody, the whole Nigeria is going to go on fire. Nigeria is not going to go on fire. They were just agitating to make INEC to concede to some point. But as long as INEC develop backbone, it doesn't agree to them. They all and announces once he announces the winner, everything will go away. Nobody is going to go and die on the street because you didn't win, right?
I am so happy today that my region is not burning. You people
It's
don't
not
know
going
how
to
happy
nowhere. It's
that
going to
makes me.
burn.
Because he's pushing them. You
And
don't
he's
want
pushing
you
nobody. He's pushing empty hair. Nobody's there in the streets.
see. I'm trying to
I'm
relate.
not sure that he is pushing them, you know.
You mean the so-called loved person came on camera and cried? You are not getting it. You didn't get it.
He wishes
No, you didn't
to. He
get that
wishes.
smartness. You didn't
Yeah.
get it.
No, I don't think it. I don't think the tears was a dog whistle to anarchy. Because
my God.
No. It's
if
emotional appeal now.
yes, if you wanted, because he even made it a point to tell them to sheathe their swords. If he wanted to trigger them, he could do that easily.
Okay. So what has he been doing all this while?
Well, it's guiding them through a legal process, which will then give them the grieving period that they would need to adjust to the laws.
Anyway, I have told
No,
you.
what
I'm
Madam
still
Zita
praying.
is saying.
You people don't seem to understand, but if you don't understand, don't worry.
We understand. We just don't
That he
agree.
doesn't want to trigger them. Let's leave it at that.
Zita, if he wants to
trigger them, I take it.
Zita, these people are wound very tight. They are very tightly wound. If he wants to trigger them, it doesn't even have to make an effort. But I think it's actually holding them steady with the legal, with the legal
No, I
phase.
don't think so. One man. He doesn't own them now. Who is he going to? Who is he going to trigger? Who is he going to trigger? Who is he going to trigger?
That person that said that thing on this platform is extremely right. I agree that time, but I was still monitoring it. He doesn't own them. But if you think he owns them, let him trigger them. Let's see.
Who does he own? Okay, if he wants to trigger, which people is he going to trigger? Is he going to trigger Southeasterners? Who is he going to trigger? The youth.
That's his core base. That's his core base, isn't it?
One man. One man.
Hold on, Zeta. Fatai, the core base of Peter Obi, especially from the onstart, they are migrants from the militant space in the southeast, because we monitor that space on this platform. We monitor them especially on Facebook. Hold on.
Which one?
No, I am going to be specific. We monitor them especially on Facebook. When we saw them en masse changing their moniker from the Biafran flag and the Nnamdi Kanu flag to the Obedient flag. So that's the core base right there. The Biafranist Ipobians. That's why we often call them Ipobians on this platform, because we saw their migration from the Ipobian space into the Obedient narrative. So those are a specific and a peculiar sort of demography within the Nigerian dynamism. You know that. You know they are locked and loaded and they are easily wound. These are malleable people who are just wound tight, through all of the angst that they carry. So if he indicated, without even being overtly verbal to that space, they can cause anarchy. They can. But I don't think it's triggered them, and I don't think it wants to trigger them either.
One man. The reason I asked to be specific is that you are saying that these are like, essentially, let me paraphrase if I get it correctly. So these are hardcore Ipobians. The hardcore Ipobians, they are not following Peter Obi. The hardcore Ipobians are still there, with either waiting for Nnamdi Kanu or with Samuel Ekpa. The ones that have left, you can call them undecided. Maybe they are checking out. If you're hardcore hardcore Biafra, you're not going for Peter Obi. They are not going for Peter Obi. That's why Simon Ekpa still maintain his base. So, and these undecided, they are not violent. They are trying to see where they are trying to make a sense of what is going on around. So, if you talk about these ones migrating towards Peter Obi, these are not people that will go on the street to fight, to shoot somebody. No, these are not. We can even take some of the brothers that come here now. They can even fit into that, not because they are Biafra or Ipobian or anything, but because they are on. They listen to see what argument is coming from here. If when it's making sense, they are there. So when Peter Obi shows up, okay, it seems to make more sense to them, and they go towards Peter Obi. But if you can't take these people and think that, like the ones that come on this tower, I think that these ones are the ones that you will see on the street demonstrating, and so he doesn't own these people. These people that even this is like the best example of Peter Obi's base that you can even describe. But even these ones, he doesn't own them. They are not his base. It doesn't. If this whatever Peter Obi is doing now, if he ceases to do them, he will not find them. That is not a base. A base is like, it's like, look, you run this state for whatever. Like a Tinubu will tell Buhari, I say, don't worry, I will make you president. I will tell my people to vote for you. Now, can a Peter Obi say, I will tell these people that you describe to vote for, I don't know, Buhari, to vote for Atiku? That is your base. You control them. It's your base. You can say, I will tell, like, so 80% of them, 70% of them will listen to you and vote for. It's not only for me. If Peter Obi himself decides to, even as the narrative always going, that it is the movement that is pushing Peter Obi. It can't be your base if it's the movement that's pushing you. If Peter Obi decides to join PDP tomorrow, how many of those people will follow him to PDP? Then it's not his base. His base, if you, that's the point. That's the point. There is nobody who will trigger. There is nobody.
Fatai, I want a little clarification to what I said. If you are somebody who monitors leaders, or when you talk, if you watch this thing on what's it, Martin Luther King, Martin Luther King, not the US Martin Luther King, the real Martin Luther King from Germany.
The one that converted the Bible.
No, not that one.
Martin Luther.
One that led the
Bishop
greatest
Martin
protest
Luther
on
now
earth.
of the Roman Catholic, the one that brought that established Lutheran Church.
Yeah.
That did the whole protest no woman has ever done.
Yes, now the reformist.
If you watch those kind of people in life that own a group, when they shed tears in public, it's a heavy signal.
Yes.
I know what I'm talking about, but if you people don't
you are right.
I'm fine.
The signal for violence. Look at
that
Buhari
is
now.
A heavy
Buhari
signal
cried
for violence.
Yeah.
But I am happy. Whether it's crocodile or he really cried, I am happy that thing that person said on this platform is really what is happening. He doesn't own them. A leader that has a group that is shouting his name, following him about, and you telling me you've not been monitoring we've not been monitoring such leader. When he cried to them, they see tears in his eyes. It's a heavy signal for violence. But if you people say it's not, I'm very fine with it. Thank you.
So that means Peter Obi is a dangerous leader. Then he's a dangerous person.
You people don't know him. You don't know him one bit.
I've said it here now.
Yeah, there was a headline that actually said that. Yeah, go on.
I think he's more selfish than dangerous. His selfishness is too much. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter he will abandon. He will forgo the interest of the community for his own interest. That is one thing that comes through him. So this is the thing that Soludo. This is the thing that Soludo was the point Soludo was trying to make. Like, look, you're not going to be president. Look, let's use this moment to negotiate for our people. No, but it keeps going. They turned Soludo into they turned the man with the brain into. I don't know what they said they wanted to do.
You see one thing, anybody still wondering whether Peter Obi is dangerous in his action, just look at it this way. If Jonathan was to be adamant in 2015, what do you think will happen? The only reason the supporter will be, the only reason you are not finding them everywhere is that they don't have a kind of because they are highly educated people actually voted for Obi. So were those people supposed to be like those Buhari cult follower before he joined APC? You know what Nigeria will have been today. So what Obi said, it was a very dangerous statement. You know clearly that you don't have the spread to even command that winning, and you recklessly went out to make such a declaration, and you are supposed to be a leader. Look at what Jonathan said. He was saying that my ambition is not what the life of a single Nigeria, but you don't care. You see that you don't win this thing. You can say you can fight your case without declaring yourself a winner. Assuming those people that are supporters are silly people, honestly, maybe we won't be talking of Nigeria as we speak today. So I think someone should tell him to step down.
Yeah, guys, I don't think Obi is a dangerous candidate. I don't. I do not subscribe to that.
I would agree with you too. I think it's more selfish, but I think it doesn't have the realization of what he's doing. What he's doing might be dangerous, but I don't think he intends to be dangerous. I think, I mean, somebody that goes about.
It may be dangerous, but out of obtuseness, not understanding the dangers of what he's doing.
You guys don't know the
I don't think it's obtuse. I think it's very deliberate in everything that he does. But yeah, let's hear from Dewale, who was it?
You know, there are some gatherings you will go to. You will think you belong, but you don't. And there's some discussion that will be going on the net that you think you're part of, but you are being excluded. And that will make you look like you are aloof of what is happening around you. You know, if you don't have the backing of the cabal, or you have a sectional part of the cabal that is backing you, you will think you have it, you know, in your pocket. And I think that's what boosted his confidence for him to have, you know, gained that prominence. So now things are not working out. I mean, he understood that. I mean, he's been a governor before, with the little politics that played out in Anambra. He understood, but on a larger stage, it's a different ball game. You have to negotiate your way to power. You cannot shove it down the throat of the people. Now, what I see happening to him now is that he's trying to tap into every opportunity that, you know, presented to him to see if that will work. The youth part and then the cabal part. Unfortunately, the cabal that is backing him are already a stale cabal. They're no longer in charge. They just have this, you know, maybe a little political currency, but not that it's a dangerous, because it seems what I see happening is that if he become president, let's assume that he is the elected president. What I think happens to Jonathan would happen to him, because you don't have the you know, the domineering factor like Ashiwaju. Look at Buhari. Buhari has never been a politician. Look at the way they are bouncing him left and right with the cabal and the Asura. If you possess the dexterity in which somebody like Tinubu possess, then you would know that governing, being in charge, nobody can bounce you around, because you will have full grasp of what is happening around you. And unfortunately for Jonathan, he doesn't have that power, that connection to the power that be. That was the reason why a simple vice president could tell him to his face that he's not going to be a president elected again. So I don't see him as, he may have a good intention, good plan, but he doesn't have the political power to make that happening. And that is what is happening to him. Someone like him would have stayed in the one party and fight it out. But you don't want to spend money. You want to act like the last born of Jesus Christ. And these folks, you have to present something. Something has to give. Money, connection, build bridges. I mean, you're not the type that always going to Owambe party and be seen with them all the time. So they would not trust you. So at the end of it all, they will make your administration miserable. So that is what I see in his candidates. Not that he's a uh, one devilish human being that is going to come there and say, I don't think so. But it's just that he doesn't really have what it takes in terms of power and connection, political connection, to push him up there. And that is what Soludo is trying to preach. That look, you have to negotiate your way. You have to find the right time. I was making a calculation today. I said, this power that has been given to Ashwaju would not let go until he finished his 8 years. And guess what? That power is going to the north again. Whether it's Shetima, time will tell. It's going to go back to the north. And guess what? How old Mr. Peter Obi will be at that time? Almost 70 years old. So it's going to be tough. People like Wiki will be in his 60 there. So that means he has the opportunity to say, you know what? I fought my way during the last couple of administrations, so I think I'm entitled to now vie for this. So, as far as I'm concerned, this is an opportunity lost. Unfortunately, he's sleeping hand in his hand, but I don't think it's that a terrible, terrible uh, power hungry person. It's just that its critical path to this is just not. It's not the way. It's a completely dead hand road. That's the reason why I didn't agree with that.
I don't think Obi doesn't have a connection though. Obi has connection. Somebody that I mean, he will have. I mean, he will be for half of the things he will have been impeached. He survived it. But Obi has connection. Obi has whatever. Obi is just a hustler. He's just a selfish person. I agree that he's not, I don't think it's. I don't
But
think
he
he's
was
so
impeached.
dangerous.
He was impeached though.
But he came back. He came
Well,
back.
he
That's
has to. Yeah. So the local politics is different. See, if you are the lord of the manor in your domain, it's easier than when you are dealing with people that have no connection, no ancestral connection with you.
no.
They have nothing to lose.
Locally will have been defeated, but he
Look
has
at
power
Tinubu going
nationally.
to the north, kowtowing, bowing down for people. Tinubu of all people. But in Lagos, he was the lord of the manor, right? So
He
he
wasn't
was
bowing. He wasn't
negotiating.
bowing down to them in the north. He was always with
Remember,
them. Tinubu was always in the north from the days of Shagari.
but the
Obi
thing
has
is,
been.
he identify with them. Always identify with them, right?
Even before Shagari now, Tinubu was Yaradua, almost like godson to Yaradua brother.
He was in the. But me, I know that he
But
was
that
in
is
the
the power
Shagari.
of political connectivity we're talking about. You have
Yes.
to identify, you have to align with
Tinubu
certain
has
forces.
been
If
for
you
long.
don't, you look, the Yoruba will say
Obi
you
has
have to
forces
have a long
behind him.
spoon to dine with the devil. You just have to look. When he was when Babangida Kingibe visited him yesterday, they were talking about the mandate. He was talking about 30 years after June 12th
Yeah.
that is now coming to the hand of to them. And they were exchanging pleasantry, and that discussion was captured on the video. What does that tell you? That he has been aligning with the right people, the right cabal that could help him. He understood how it plays out. And this thing takes time. You have to be calculated. Look at it. It happened in his twilight of his year at 70 years old. So that means in his 50, 60 part, he wouldn't have gotten it because the way the pendulum was swinging, it could just never align with this, with the right time. But now there's no opposition per se except Atiku that is throwing tantrum.
All right. I think War Peace had a question for Ogbeni. I'm not quite sure if it's still War Peace.
I have
All right. All right.
question for Benny.
No, I wanted to move the conversation in the direction of elections to come. and to invite which state governors you think might be at risk. I have my suspicions that the Oyo State governor might be at risk because the person contending against him, Folani of the APC, is a very strong candidate. And also, I cannot shake the feeling that Lagos might be at risk too. Let me give you this headline. Lagos PDP, Labour Party, Lagos PDP and Labour Party, mall alliance ahead of March the 11th gubernatorial polls. So if there's an alliance, if there's a coming together of those two spaces, do you think Sanwo-Olu is at risk? And further on from that, who do you think is at risk amongst the governors March the 11th?
Can I come in, please?
Yeah, come in.
Yes. What I think is if Labour Party and PDP come together, forget about Lagos. They will sink the boat of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I think. I've been wrong before, so I don't want to say this is a fact. I've been wrong about the 3 million vote for Peter Obi. So Obiden are still beating me with that. I'm still licking my wounds. So if Labour Party and PDP come together, one man, Asiwaju will fight to finish. They have to fight, use everything to retain that state. It's going to be
Can
a
I
battle.
come in? Can I come in?
Yes, yeah.
So first things first, elections are local. So Tinubu's result is not going to be Sanwo-Olu's result. Sanwo-Olu is not Tinubu. They're totally different. Sanwo-Olu doesn't have the Muslim overhang. Sanwo-Olu has been a relatable leader. He's not a godfather. He's been a relatable leader. Sanwo-Olu is also not. Anyway, he doesn't have that past that people. I mean, he's a different candidate. So I think people should not project last weekend's elections into the upcoming election. It's going to be totally different. And whether PDP and Labour combine or they go amongst themselves, I think Tinubu is going to trash them thoroughly because it doesn't. Like I said, each election is local. And so Olu is not a Tinubu. It doesn't have the baggage Tinubu has, and don't think it's going to get the same result as Tinubu. That's how I see it.
We have been proven wrong before.
I mean, I can be wrong, but I'm not too far off. But in this case, I just think Olu is going to win.
Sorry, Kulata. With Peter Obi, with the results of the presidential space and the sense of feeling aggrieved and somewhat cheated by the obedience space, do you not think they will redouble their efforts to try and seize Lagos from Tinubu just to punish him?
I think the opposite. I think I think a lot of people are deflated right now. Like they got bruised big time. And one thing though, also is there's no Peter Obi on the candidate. Is a pretend Chinedu, Baribo Chinedu that's on the ticket. So is neither Kosheku Kosheye Oshadon. It's just it's a Diet Coke Yoruba man, Diet Coke Igbo man. So it's not going to win nothing. So I think the egos of the obedience are deflated, and I don't even think most Igbos are not voters. They go to their shops, they want to do business. I don't think they have enough motivation to come and vote for Gbadebo Chinedu. So
yeah, I think the numbers that came out on that presidential election, you will never see that number.
You'll never see those kind of numbers in states. Never.
One man, can I interject?
Yeah, come
in. I don't even know why you put up this question. Lagos State election was rigged. Is that not what we heard? So they will rig it again in favor of Sanwo-Olu.
Manasita, you did look for Wahala.
Can I?
They're already abusing me here. So what's my own?
So sorry about that, by the way, Zita, but then welcome to the club. If you've not had your abuse yet, you're not a full member yet. So, but
I don't really
once they
care.
start to curse you, then you're in. But there it is. Sorry,
Madam Sita,
Can I?
I blocked somebody for you today. That insult is too much. I don't want to say what the person said. I just block him totally on this platform. You can't do that. You can't insult people because of their opinion. I don't care about your opinion, but you can't come on this platform and insult people and call people name. I block you forever. I'm the one that blocked you. You are not coming on this platform again. Continue.
You know,
General
Boss,
Kulata.
I
want to buttress Kulata and Progressive. See, look, people have their grudges against Tinubu, so the grudges is separate for Sanwo-Olu. If this thing had happened before the presidential election, maybe PDP, APC would have made that mistake. But it's another kettle of fish now. And don't forget that Supreme Court just delivered a particular judgment on this naira or whatever. People will be mobilized. You can best believe that people will be mobilized if they release the fund. And if except you want to deny, I want to base it on sentiment. There's no way you are going to say Sanwo-Olu is not performing in Lagos, especially when you see the new project like all those light train, and you will see all those some other things like all those terminal and new projects that are ongoing. So, except if you want to neglect all those stuff, that's why you say it's not going to win, because this guy has so many things to put forward to get himself support. So the only thing that people were just after Tinubu, nothing more. And you know those people that are even after Tinubu, mostly Yoruba, have significant number among them, especially those people in the middle class. But when we talk of Sanwo-Olu, just watch out, it's going to switch.
See, Ola, born agains are not after Sanwo-Olu, so there's no Muslim resentment after Sanwo-Olu.
You know, Kulata, I made a submission here on this platform 3 days ago. I was talking about the political future of Peter Obi.
Sorry, Adewale. I think Akim wanted to come in. He's been
No,
trying to get
it's
a
okay,
voice in
let
here.
him carry on. I was just going to support Kulata's position.
All right, carry on, Adewale.
Okay, see, if I were Peter Obi, this is what I would do. I would capitalize on the gain that his party recorded in Lagos State by making sure that Labour Party wins Lagos State. Labour Party needed funding, proper funding. And if they're able to capture states, they will be able to get enough funding from those states. And Lagos State is one of the richest states in Nigeria. So if they are able, I'm just saying, quote unquote, if they are able to capture Lagos and their party wins, they can use the funding from Lagos to fund Labour Party and make them relevant. They become that third person. Where everybody don't get it, but everybody don't get it.
That is assuming they capture the state house of assembly as well. If not, they would. If they win the governorship,
sorry.
Even if they win the governorship and don't win the state house of assembly, Asiwaju will just use the APC boys to remove the governor. Simple as that.
Well, it's not that easy like that. But I don't see Labour Party winning Lagos anyway. But if it happens, honestly, a serious political party would have used that platform, that gain that they recorded, campaign vigorously for this particular. Because if you go online, you've noticed those bloggers and vloggers, they've been campaigning silently. They've been using them to reach out to the youth, the younger ones. And then the comments that I see on those bloggers, especially those obedient, are some of them will claim that they like Usono. Some will say, no, we need to vote him out and all that because of his affiliation to Tinubu. So they're kind of like divided. But a serious political party would have used that as a form of, Labour Party winning Lagos is a win on its own. It's significant. All right. Apart from even taking Lagos money to fund their party, that is not going to happen because that would be a political heresy. But then, if I were there, that's what I would do. But it doesn't even seem that they're even campaigning for the guy. So everybody is just concentrating on the Obi'S and all that. But it's not going to win Lagos. I can predict that. If he does win, hey, that would be a game changer.
And
One man.
yeah, actually, sorry, before you say that, can I take my permission to take my leave and hand you over to the capable hand of Thomas, who is probably your preferred host anyway? So with your permission, let me take my leave and hand over to Thomas. Thomas, are you there?
Mama, you didn't give me my interjection.
No,
You said everybody should have a question.
I came to
And
you
then I
now.
waited. When?
Can I speak on this Lagos?
Hold on, before you go, everybody heard me come to you now. So yeah.
Okay,
so
sorry. I want to ask Ogbeni a question. Ogbeni, is it there?
Yes, I'm about to leave, but I'll wait for your question a bit.
Please, what is the cost of your litigation?
Cost of litigation?
Yeah, your cost of litigation.
Please, you can do that in the private section, please.
No. Hold on. Don't argue. Just ask the question. Let him ask the question now, Thomas.
Why are you doing that now?
No. Go to the question. Yeah. Ogweni, what's the cost of litigation?
I don't get that question. That's theory or
your office, your company, your destiny. What's the cost of litigation? Because I want to take I want you to handle 2 cases for me.
I hope you don't want to sue Kulata.
Which I do. I still crown of a do
election rigging.
Okay. The first one is this. The first one is Bantam. First one, I want to sue 2 regions for claiming. And at least the last time I checked, you are running a state system, right, Ogbeni?
Yes.
Okay. I want to sue the Southeastern for claiming Port Harcourt as an Igbo state, and I want to sue the Southwestern for claiming Lagos as a Yoruba state. As 1. 2, I want to sue INEC for that. INEC and CBN, the arbitrage for dollar. Why we having 45 naira for? We have 2 exchange rates. It's affecting my business. And 2, our election. Why we have the same arbitrage again? Having 2 different elections, 2 weeks back to back. Is a voter suppression. 3, I want to sue Buhari for bringing Naira policy. And now
many litigation, what piece?
Hold on, this is the last one. The last one, I want to sue Buhari for bringing his party, and I said Tinubu for bringing his party into power by the Naira policy that he brought. And now he said the Naira can run hand in hand till December, and he's scrapping this. Is this scrapping the taxes policy? So please tell me the cost of those things, and I want to sue those people. Thank you.
I'll send you my email in the private section.
Just on that space, Ogbeni, how do lawyers determine their fees? How is that determination made?
So a lot of dynamics into it. A lot of indices you look at. So the money I will charge from you. So first, it deals with the personality of the client first. So the money I will charge Dangote, for instance, for maybe child custody, it's not the same thing I will charge World Peace. Okay, so Dangote will be more because I'll be going to court. I know I'm going to face another lawyer that would want facing Dangote. So because of that, you look at the personality of your client. Then we also do contingency. For instance, if you want to recover money, if you want to recover 1 billion naira, I won't charge the same amount with somebody who wants to recover 500 million. So for 1 billion, I can tell you to part with maybe 5% of that 1 billion when I recover for you. Then for now, you just pay little cost of litigation. Maybe you just pay like 20 million, 30 million for now. Then when the money comes, then I'm going to cut about 5 or 10% of it. Then we also look at the circumstances of the case. So if it's a case that is going to make so much noise, that is going to push you to the eyes of the public, and so in such a case, if it's a case that is going to paint you well, paint you good, increase, you get more clients, will promote your expertise and your name. That case, you may not charge much because you are gaining more from the case than the client is gaining from you. But if it's a case that is going to paint you bad in the eyes of the public, like whoever is coming to defend Ashwaju now, we charge Ashwaju well, because be sure for the obedient guys. In fact, the moment they know the names of the lawyers, they will start attacking each of them on social media, exposing their family matters. Maybe one of them has divorced the wife 10 years ago. They will start bringing out all sort of their normal youthful exuberance to come in. So if you want to charge a client on that, you know you are going out there to put your reputation, your name, and everything you built at risk. So these are the dynamics. A lot of things we consider in charging your client. So, and then you look at the how long the case is going to be in court, so that you don't charge and then you run out of fund. And so it's a bit complex, So just look, and the weight of the lawyer also. So for somebody, for me, I've been practicing for almost 2 decades now. So I won't collect the same money as a young lawyer of Greenwich that just coming out from law school, because my weight of experience I'm putting into it and all sorts. So it depends. These are the things we consider in charging clients.
Up down. You ask one simple question. You see the answers you get. Lawyers are special. God will make a special place for them in heaven. If they're still going to hell.
Okay,
One
leave me
simple
your number
question.
on private chat.
You do pro bono.
Okay, I can do that.
Please,
No,
now
no,
leave me your
but
WhatsApp number.
do you how do you determine pro bono? Do all legal houses, especially the bigger ones, do they have a bracket percentage that they will do X amount of pro bono
Yes.
a year?
Yes, they have. So, as a senior advocate, there's a number of pro bono you should do. Then, as a lawyer too, it's not mandatory, but when you're applying to become a senior advocate of Nigeria, it's just like in UK too, volunteer service matters when you are applying for maybe your citizenship. If you put volunteer, it boosts your personality. It shows that you are selfless. That's the way pro bono is for lawyers. So if you're able to show that you have done some pro bono matters and you're applying to get to the peak of the profession, which means you want to take silk, you want to become a senior advocate of Nigeria, it builds your chances, because they look at you as somebody who is selfless, who believe in the profession and who wants to contribute to the profession selflessly. So they look at that, but it's still discretionary. So when you're talking of pro bono simply is that I'm not collecting any money from you. Probably I just look at you as an indigent client. So most time lawyers do that when cases where you want, like me generally.
But how much does pro bono play into getting silk? Ganifa Wemi did more pro bono than anybody, but it took a while to get his silk.
Don't forget a lot of dynamics to get silk. It's not Ganifa Wemi.
Ganifa was very political though, so that would have worked against him, would it?
I know. I'm just making the point about how much pro bono plays into getting silk.
No. I was just adding on to what. But carry on, Ogweni.
Not much. Ganifa Wemi was anti-establishment, and don't forget that you want to get sick, is the establishment that is giving you sick, right? So they call them Legal Professional Privileges Committee. So getting silk is a privilege, unlike UK, where becoming a King's Counsel, you have to tick the box. So they have a box you are ticking one by one, but it's different in Nigeria. In our own climb, it's once you have your qualification, that's one thing. Then it is a privilege to give you, because you have thousands of people who have the same qualification. So it depends on what they are looking at. They may look at, so it's difficult for anti-establishment to have it, because you want to get a privilege from the establishment. So you are fighting them every day. You are fighting the judge. You are fighting the other counsel. And don't forget, in the legal profession, you need other lawyers to promote you. You just need all that, because all the recommendation you're going to get, you get it from in fact, you'll be getting recommendation from lawyers that you handle case against. Okay? The lawyer
but the most important thing is number of your trials and number of judgments you made. These ones are discretionary. They don't play that much. Pro bono and all of that, they don't play that much role there.
Pro bono. This is the thing. So once you have that your qualification first, you put it somewhere. A lot of people have the same qualification. then you now have to be pro-establishment. You have to show that you're selfless. You have to show that you've been paying your due, your fee, and all those things. All these things count for you now. For instance, you've never been part and parcel of Nigerian Bar Association. You are not a barman. You've never been participating. You don't care. It will be very hard for you to get to pick the seal.
No, but these are basic now. You have to be a member of Nigerian Bar Association now. How do
No,
you
no,
even
no. You have
practice
to be
without
paying
being a
your
member?
due. You have to belong to committee.
Oh,
You have
those
to
are standard.
participate. Some lawyers don't just participate. They just believe, okay, I'm a member. Then some don't even pay their due.
All right. One final question before I bail out. And still to Ogbeni, how many SANs do we have? I have my reason for asking, but how many SANs do we have? Do you think?
That is in Nigeria, right?
In Nigeria.
I think how many? I think we have about 690. As of May 2022, we have about 690 or so senior advocates, but some of them have died.
All right,
all those assets, FRA, Williams, all those guys have died, but I think in the enrollment are about 600 plus, 690, going to 700.
All right, because I was hearing somewhere that they were saying 170 something SANs had volunteered for B, and I was thinking in my mind that do we even have as many as that? But you've confirmed that, so we do have.
We have more than that.
All right, brilliant. So gentlemen, let me hand you over to Thomas. Thomas, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Wamar, for having me.
Thomas, can I comment by the Lagos before I would like to go as well.
Sorry,
yes,
yes. I'll take my leave now too.
Benny, thank you so much. Thank you for coming.
All right, bye. Thank you, everybody. Cheers. Bye.
Yeah.
So
you go on.
Yeah, so I think there are like basically two things that will play out in the Lagos matter, right? I think I was saying yesterday that okay, the Peter Obi and the Obi they shot themselves in the foot, right? By themselves, they have depressed their own vote by shouting all these INEC rigging, fraud. Because if you shout this much, if you cry this much wolf, it's going to depress your vote for all the people that came out to vote here. How are you going to go back and convince them that, oh, it's all fraud, though, but let's go again? So you're going to lose a chunk of that, a bunch of those vote, they're not coming back to vote next Saturday. Primarily because of this, you have disabused their mind of the system. How do you bring them all back to come and vote in the system when you have told them it's all fraud? So they jump too much ahead, right? Not realizing that, as I was saying yesterday, it's probably good for the movement if they take Lagos. And you don't take Lagos after you have disabused their vote. If you take Lagos, is one of like Rivers, Delta, Lagos, like these are money bag states, right? If you're going to have a leg in the Nigerian politics, you should be gunning to win one of those states, to provide you good this thing. So then that is going to play a big part. What they have done to themselves is going to play a big part. And this, yeah.
Very quick. If Labour win Lagos State and APC has the majority in the House, they will impeach him.
These things are more dynamic than that. You can, if you are they are like how many of them, and you are the executive, you can play around. You can make deals. It depends on your skill as a deal maker. If you don't do obvious violation, like a too crazy violation, like carrying cash around or something like that. That's just a reference. But other than that, you can always make a deal. You are the governor. You control you have a lot of power. You can always make a deal. Except if it's too obvious and some godfather is like all out to get you. Those they become a rough fight, right? But ordinarily, you can always make a deal to stay off this thing. The second thing is like I said yesterday also, that the Supreme Court is going to reverse this naira this thing. So and also Ola mentioned it now. Those are the two. I think those are the two key factors, and the both of them are going to play into APC's hands. So it's a very good day for APC that the Supreme Court reversed that, because, but of course, the Supreme Court was always going to reverse that stupidity. The only stupidity that is still there right now is why Buhari hasn't fired Emefiele. Should have fired him long
Oh,
ago. I
he's
mean,
going
should
to
have fired
jail.
him.
No,
Eh?
DSS will grab him after
Yeah,
this.
I don't know. That one is up to them.
What?
Criminal
Just
situation,
watch.
but
Just watch
in the
it.
minimum, should have been fired.
Just watch it. He's gonna go to jail for real.
You know. Anyway, thank you, everybody. Thank you, bro.
Go to jail in
Uh,
Nigeria.
Father, well done.
yeah. Thank you, Madam Sister. Are they always bad doing you, Sha?
Oh, thank you. They don't
All
abuse the
right.
hell out of me.
Now them Sabina. Now them Sabina.
What's my business?
Now them Sabi. Who see them? Who see them? Nobody see them now.
Abemuna,
Nobody
good
did see
night.
them.
You people, good
Madam
night.
Good
Sita,
night. Good
Madam
night. Good
Sita,
night.
Madam Sita, before you go, I have to apologize for the insult. I think we have to take the responsibility of that. I'm very sorry. Accept my apologies, please.
Thank you. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
I
thank you
don't
so
even
much.
care.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thomas, aka Ogagun Lagata. How are you doing?
No, Babati, you know me now. I
Babati
don't
always
take.
coming at the late hour.
I
This is
think,
the fourth.
Babati, I'm
This is the fourth
suspecting
time.
you. What's going on? One man left and you came in. I'm
Ah,
suspecting you.
how's everybody doing? Diwali, what's up, man? How you doing, bro?
Nothing
Ah,
much, brother.
good,
Nothing
I'm good.
much.
Hello,
I'm good,
Tom.
bro. Yeah,
Mr.
yes.
Thomas, please, can I come in?
Can we have this trail, please? I think is this your first time, please?
Yes, this is my first time. I've been listening to the
Yeah.
show for
I'm
quite some
sorry.
time.
Can you
Making coming
can
in.
you move closer to your mic? We nearly hear you. We barely hear you.
Okay, I'm using a headset. Let me disconnect my headset and speak direct to my phone.
Yes, it's like you are in far away. You are far away from your phone.
Diwali, what's up, man? What's up?
Yes, you can do that. We'll come back to you, Babati. Yeah, you come into the conversation. What I want you to discuss about the monetary, the Supreme Court just reversed till December. What is your take?
I mean, nobody should be surprised. I mean, we all saw this coming.
My name is for
Is that Israel? Somebody.
Yes, you can go on, Babati.
Yes.
Israel, I'll come back to you. Go on,
I,
Babati.
I mean, we're not. So nobody should be surprised that that monetary policy was reversed. And at this point, anybody claiming that it was not for the elections doesn't know what they're talking about. We saw that coming, and we can see that now. So the governors, we have to at least give them credit. I know people say that it was not really because they care about the people, but at least what they've done will help the people. So directly or indirectly, the people still win, even though they suffer a little bit. But at least it helps people in some way, shape, or form. And I read that they are going to push it back to December, right? If I'm right, right?
Yeah,
December.
December. Yeah, you're right. December. Yeah.
That should be enough time. You know, Nigerians, we like the last minute people. We wait like 2 minutes to the end, then we show up. So if anybody shows up and say, December 31st, I'm no, they are no. At that point, then you have issues, you have problems. Because you have 10 months from now, right? You have 9 months. So that is enough time for you to put in
But
whatever
Babati is let me come in there. Is the obligation of the central bank when the old note goes into the bank, it should be coming out with the new note. If the old note
right.
is still circulating, they haven't printed the new note, people will still be using the old notes, isn't it?
Yeah, I was saying that people that still have those old notes at home or in storage somewhere,
That's what I'm saying. Like they should, by that time they should have it in the banks. Then they can issue them the new note at that point. So by December, at least half or more than half of the old notes should have disappeared at that time, because CBN, of course, hopefully will have put in enough cash by that time. So, but I was just speaking to people that still have the cash at home and were complaining that they were having problems with the banks changing it. So they have enough time to change that. So that would be my own submission for the bank thing. But for the Chinedu stuff, Thomas, I had one of your panelists. I will not mention his name. He knows himself. Laying emphasis on the Chinedu name. That person should be ashamed of themselves. The banks.
Chinedu.
I did not mention your name, Kulata. I did not mention your name. I said someone. And for you to lay emphasis on this thing, you should be ashamed of yourself, Kulata. You should be ashamed of yourself. His name is Bible. Why you? We know it's Igbo like. We know that. But why? I mean, the man cannot speak Yoruba. We know that. But on the more serious note, guys, you cannot, like Thomas, you cannot be a governor in Lagos and you require an interpreter in the market. You can't have that. You must be able to speak the local, at least speak the local language.
You see, Babati, you see, Adeleke is half Igbo, half Yoruba. But he speaks both languages very, very well. Both languages. So, and when he speaks Yoruba, he doesn't speak it like he has hot yam in his mouth.
Yeah.
So
I thought the guy was maybe Egun or something because of his name. I'm like, is he from the Egun? Is he from Badagry side? Is he the reason he's signing that way? And I'm like, oh no, it's Yoruba. I'm like, nah. But by the way, those tweets are they real or were they made up?
They're real tweets. I think he has. The problem is he has some IPOP affinity. He's one of those people that call Yoruba people Afonja.
So that was real. I was reading all this.
That's real. That's real. Yeah.
Because
Babati, one man read some of his comments from his verified page. Sort of that kind of guy. You are about to have another IPOB as the governor of Lagos State.
So basically, we'll be having Monday sit at home in Lagos. Sit at home Monday in Lagos. No, but I was just speaking to the traditional aspect of it, because yesterday I broke it down to three parts: the traditional part, of course the political side of it, and I said, and also whatever the legal side of it, and I said the political side is better for Lagos to have APC. Because we don't want that Tinubu OBJ thing. You remember that now when they were having this back and forth because of different parties and stuff. We don't want that in Lagos. It's better you have APC across board. It's good for the state and the people of Lagos State. But
will you even prefer Jandor to this guy?
No. Jandor is just I don't. Jandor, no.
I mean, why will Tinubu be president and Lagos State will not have APC? This is the best time for Lagos State to enjoy the federal.
The dividend of the federal space.
Those federal red tape that they've been battling with for years, like for the power supply thing that they were working on during the Tinubu time. So this thing will just help them out if Sanwo-Olu is who I think he is. So I think for the benefit of Lagosians, even if you like Labour, they've done well. But for the sake of Lagos, please, it's better that you keep Sanwo-Olu. That's just that to me is more. It makes more sense. It makes more sense, Thomas.
But Babati, one man said there is a coup going on. Labour Party and PDP, they want to team up together to sign out the Jagaban and put him in the lagoon.
So who do you think? So who would be the head of the snake? Is it going to be Jandol or Ichinedu? So who are they going to?
I guess that is another question we should be asking.
Okay, do you have any info?
But no, I don't believe it, because Chinedu was supposed to be Jandor's deputy governor. That's the person that Baba George what's his name? That old guy, the PDP guy, Bode George. That Bode George sent, and then Jandor now went to pick Funke Akindele. So Bode George got upset with Jandor, and that's when Chinedu went to Labour Party.
And so easily we forget. I was reading on this Chinedu guy. He was in COA first, right? Then he joined PDP. Then he went to Labour. And And the guy actually ran against what is the name of our favorite senator from Lagos now in Ogun now, the big guy for Ogun West. What is his name? You know the guy that was in Lagos before, but now he's now representing Lagos, Ogun State now, the senator now.
Oh, what's his name?
You know his name. You know what I'm talking about. Yayi. The man ran against Yayi, and I went back to look at that campaign, and this guy pretty much was saying that Yayi was not a Lagosian. Let's kick foreigners out of our states. That was the campaign of Chinedu. Yeah, so I'm like, wow. So yeah, I have to go back and look at the whole thing.
Half boiled Yoruba, microwave Yoruba is talking to.
Babati, I want to ask you a question. But I want to ask you a question. A fundamental right, as a Nigerian,
yeah,
is right, né? You just said Yayi is running for senatorial seat in Ogun, right?
Right.
How can Yayi that is from Ogun will come to Lagos to run for a seat? And the original person from Lagos is saying, let's kick out foreigners from their state. And you say it's wrong, that it's not.
No. What is? Time out. We did this yesterday.
By the virtue of full Yoruba man. By the virtue of full Yoruba man.
What is? I told you.
Someone just calm down. Babati, talk to me first.
We can. I've already told you. I broke it down yesterday. Lego part of it you can run, but when it comes to the ethnic and the political part of it does not serve Lagos well. So look at that. You are focusing on just what the law says. There's more to what goes on in the state than just what's on paper. Like imagine now, Chinedu handing over Okpashe to Kabiyesi in Lagos State. It does not look right. I'm sorry. Okay,
let me answer you now. Let me answer. Ever since I've waited for you to really emphasize.
Please hold on, wait, because they invite Chinedu to ordain your festival to come and bless the place, and they say let's pray. It does not work well. That's just not it's not right for the state. But he can run it if he wants to run. But I'm saying for Lagos State, it's better that they go with somebody else for now. Is my position. Go ahead, sorry.
Okay, let me come in now. See, I can be very tribal when other people are claiming tribalism, but accusing the people, accusing the person or people is oppressing without tribalism. Let me use Oshomole, for example. Oshomole is not a Benin man. I mean, he's a Edo man. For a Benin man, but not a Edo-speaking person. Does not speak English. So you're even to say now, because he doesn't speak English, he doesn't speak Edo, if anything has to do with the Aba Palace, we should kick him out.
Well, what is
he speaks Yoruba now. What's his name? Your governor.
He's not my governor. Hold on. Who said
no? Oshomole, your current governor. Your current governor doesn't speak Edo.
And that's what I'm saying now. Wait, hold on. Let me answer both of you. Is it Yoruba who speak in our palace?
Yes.
Really? Because as intelligent as you are, and you are saying this in a public space.
That voice, can you bring it down a little bit? You get emotional with this thing. What is
Let me clarify something. When you guys talk, you guys just forget. You guys are so intelligent, you forget the common sense of it.
You're breaking up.
The common sense. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
If you ask what is 2 + 2, you tell you Benin Kingdom. That's
you know how to pull his Mumu button. Just say something. Just say something like that.
Can you hear me?
He will flip out.
You know what? Yesterday I asked what piece about Oni of Ife and Ghana, and somewhere he got to Benin Kingdom. Somewhere we find ourselves in Benin. I said, how did we get to Benin Kingdom?
Can you guys hear me now? Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
We can hear you better. Continue. Yeah. We can hear you better. Continue.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Hello. We can hear you now.
Okay. Hey, now you see, my brother is progressive. When you guys are making this assertion, try to be very smart. That's the part I don't like. Now you just said no. According to your, don't see, please. According to what you said, that imagine this guy wants to give something to the Kabiyesi of Lagos, the guy that does not know how to speak Yoruba, And I ask you, does Oshomole, that is a Benin man, but doesn't speak Edo, are we going to say we're going to kick him out when he has activity in the palace because he doesn't know how to speak
You are using obedient
Edo?
nature.
What is, without due respect, that is Benin. I don't know what happens in Benin. I can only speak of what happens on my side of the country. That's my culture. I don't
So
really know.
does the Oba of Lagos does it speak English?
No. Listen.
In the palace, no. He speaks Yoruba in the palace.
No, does he understand the English language?
You cannot go to a door, you'll be speaking English there.
Who cares about English?
Can you hear me clearly? I change my network. Can you guys hear me clearly now? I change my network. Is it okay?
It's okay.
Yes,
it's okay.
We can hear you now. It's better.
See, you know one thing, You people try to do 2 in 1, 1 in 2. First of all, we are in federal system. We have the state, if you like it or not. Your tradition does not come first. It's the federal law that comes first. Tradition is just personal, which we try to carry along. All Bale or King is under local government. So that is not a problem of a governor.
Wait. No.
Hold on now.
No, because you were wrong. You just said that it's personal to be. Wait a minute. It is personal.
It's personal to the people. As far as the Nigerian state is concerned, hold on now. As far as hold on now. As far as the Nigerian state is concerned, every king, is under a local government chairman. They don't make orders.
If they're born,
I
know. Wait a minute. On paper, wait a minute. You keep missing the point. If they're born the local government chairman of my area, Koloba, Obasoro, go and tell like that it's all local government. Come on, forget what's on paper. You keep looking at what's on paper. Come on, go and tell or Nipe is under one local government.
See, the fact that guy is Chinedu doesn't really matter because, like I told you, Adeleke, my governor, is half Igbo, half Yoruba. Yeah. But he speaks. You cannot question. He speaks Yoruba. Is authentic. And at the same time, he speaks Igbo, is authentic if he wants to speak Igbo. But this Gbadebo guy is just like an oblozo. Look at him speaking Yoruba. Just shut up. Don't even try and speak the Yoruba. It's annoying. You can't be governor of a Yoruba state and you can't speak the language. It's just stupid.
And also, I was reading one of the tweets. He said they gave him a title in the East, right? And he was saying, my fellow Igbo people. So in his heart of heart, he's more Igbo than even Yoruba. That's the way he sees himself. I've seen enough of his tweets.
That's a wrong interpretation of that word.
Where he's leaning to. But I'm thinking that forget your middle class, high class in Lagos. I'm looking at the so-called commoners. I was speaking to a friend of his actually from primary school on Clubhouse today. A very good friend of his, by the way. They went to school together. They went to primary school and secondary school together in Lagos, and they were asking us about our input on his campaign. Let me finish. They were
and I'll say echo every
oh yeah, Thomas.
I'll take it again.
So wait now,
and I'll say echo every day.
Thomas, let me finish. Hold on. I was speaking to very good friends of his on Clubhouse. They are part of his campaign, and they were asking us of our input. They went to school with this guy. They're like, "Oh, he's a very nice guy. He's not what you see. He's not." I said, "Wait a minute. His campaign posters is always frowning. He's not relatable." I was just giving them point of what I see. So, trust me, there are people that are also concerned that are friends of his that know him very well. And I said, wait a minute, you can't have your mom campaigning for you in Lagos. Have your dad campaign for you. He's the Yoruba guy in the dynamics, right? Have him speak on your behalf. Have surrogates go into those areas where you can campaign in Yoruba language. They know Yoruba is not good. And I gave him a point. I said, in Yoruba culture, if you don't speak Yoruba very well, and you want people to like you, it's very easy. You will speak that Yoruba, right? They will laugh at you. Once they're laughing at you, you now join them to laugh at yourself. You not say, "Oh, me boy, you make fun of yourself in front of them." They like that shit. They will relate more to you. But when you go somewhere and you don't appear relatable, you don't even just say, "I don't speak you," but they know you don't. But don't pretend that you do. Let them own it and have enough sort of. Your dad should be the one speaking more on campaign, not your mom. Because when they see your mom who is Igbo, it does not give that it fits into the narrative that you are an Igbo candidate. Have your dad speak for you more, and they say, "Oh, thank you for your input. Stop posting all these pictures online where it's frowning. I want to design Lagos. You are frowning. You're not smiling. You are looking down. Olojole already." But my
did you notice that face? It looks
yeah,
like
you can't put that out there.
Man.
Money, you can't go. Okay, you can't go to market to discuss your campaign and you be saying, "Hi, good morning." No, mommy, buy me. You know all those things. You need to go to APC strongholds where they have votes there, where they don't care about your grammar, your MIT, because they keep quoting. He went to MIT. I said, forget MIT. This is Lagos. They don't care about that shit. That is for the VIP. That's for the Ikoyi people.
Babati, I've been listening to you when I was changing my system.
Right.
All this you're saying does not make it right. You don't have the right to speak over them. And I've said this yesterday and I've said it today. It's like you guys are not listening to what I'm saying properly. There's a reason I asked Ogbeni in your present. I want to file it, though it was just a banter, it was a joke, that I want to file a litigation for the federal government to explain to me when, since if Nigeria operates in a state system, if it's a state system, you don't have a right. Your opinion does not count. A Lagosian will decide who is best for them. And the Bale and the kings there will decide who will run and represent them. Not the Oni of Ife or the Alaafin for your Egba Feleka will decide that for the people of Lagos. Lagos have their traditional stew. It's called Lagos Traditional Council. True or false?
There is Lagos.
True or false?
What does that have to do with whether we want an authentic person as governor or not? What does that have to do with anything?
Okay, you know where it's going.
Okay, yes. That what does your
even the current Oba of Lagos, his ancestry is Elisha now. It's not. I mean, if you want to talk about that,
listen, even though you want to play if you want to play the tribal game, I'm not ready for that.
It's not tribal game. It's just fact. It is fact.
Hold on, Plata.
That's what you're going to end
Hold on. Plata, let's forget banter. No, Plata, let's forget banter. I respect you when it comes to data. Like academics, I respect you. Trust me, when it comes to tradition and facts, you don't just want to go there with me. I'll call people for you. I'll tell you to go and meet people. But we don't need that. We'll be healing and let's heal. Let's forget about that.
You can call your fact. You know I will call my fact too. So all that is bluster.
Your fact is bogo.
It's just it's bluster.
Mr. That way you can use fancy in English, but it doesn't make it right. Anyway,
I'm begging you, please. Let me just finish with my thing with Lagos talk. Please, let's not do this thing. I know
because I'm rejecting on this Lagos talk now.
I know. Okay. You are right. I'm wrong. Let's move job, please.
But what piece?
I'm not saying you are right.
What piece? Please wait. That is why
I'm listening.
Yeah, that's why we come on this platform. You can't force your opinion on people, but he's not forcing his opinion on you. Hold your body and hold your opinion. So he is right as well. So that is it. We can't sleep and face the same place. That's the Yoruba adage. So finish what you want to say. Yeah.
So
over to you.
So one of his very friends also asked me on Clubhouse. And I said he needs to hold a press conference and address all these things online. Is it true or not? If it's not true, you must debunk all this tweet of yours. They said it was doctored. Okay, that those things are not real. That they were not from his own account. According
to the guy?
No, to his friends. I know. I'm telling you. I know. They went to school with him. They know him. So I said, but he
Babati is verified page.
No, they were asking. No, they were asking for our input. They are his friends. Remember that. What can he do? I said those things are not making him look good right now. Let him come out and address all those things. Is it true or not? So not address it. If it's not true, say it's not true. But he can't stay silent.
I think he should ignore it because if he comes to address it, it's just going to blow up more.
So that means it's true if he doesn't address it. This is politics now. You can't ignore those kind of things now.
I'm not even going to lie. Honestly, there's a tribal war against that guy right now. I'm not even going to lie.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is somebody that was not relevant before the Obi election result in Lagos. All of a sudden, all of a sudden is now the bride and the brides of the. Come on, man! The guy is not going to win the election. Let the man be. Apart from that,
Progressive might have what happened
this need
they will
that
shock you. They will shock you.
Electricity is good. This idea that because of the guy cannot speak a fluent Yoruba, that is a problem. If you criticize him on the comment on the IPOP space, yes, that is a legitimate criticism, and it should be taken seriously because if you are trying to pledge allegiance to a state, right, you cannot be seen to have any form of support for a separatist group. So for me, that is a no-no. I think that is even worse for him.
Right.
That is even worse for him than this language of a thing. He can't speak language. Or no. For me, that is not.
But progressive, you need to know that us Yoruba people, we love our culture, especially our language. We love it so much.
Yeah, but we have to understand something, Kolata. The age that we are moving into, like your grandfather's time was different from your father's time. Your father's time is different from your time, and your time will be different from your children's time. Okay, we need to accept this fact. So what am I saying here is that we cannot always accept it to be norm that our culture or tradition will play part in governance when it comes to how people communicate. No, we have an official language, which is English. I understand that if you go within the traditional space or the cultural space, then you might want to communicate in a local dialect, but that is not in an official capacity, say maybe as a governor. No, that should not be one of the things that disqualifies you, whether you govern a state or not. But if you talk about the IPOP thing, well, yeah, that is, for me, that is even worse. That is even more serious than the language thing, because we need to understand one thing, right? We are mixing up these days. Igbos marry Yoruba, Yoruba marrying Benin marrying. No, we are mixing up these days. So our children,
my kids are not pure Yoruba now. My kids are mixed
exactly.
up.
So our children are going to be more and more falling into this category. So we should celebrate these things, not kind of make it an issue. We should be celebrating it, because what it means is that you, Kolata, your child can qualify to be a governor in Yoruba, in any of the Yoruba state, and then maybe if your wife is from the southeast, from the south, the child also have the right in the other side based on the root of their mother as well. So all of these things are things that we should start celebrating, things that we should encourage more. You know, not this.
But progressive. I gave an example of my governor. He's half Igbo, half Yoruba, and he speaks both languages fluently, and I don't have any problem with him. Yoruba culture. I don't think you understand how dearly. It may not be intentional, but Yoruba people hold on to their culture dearly. It's just going to be super weird that you have a Yoruba state and he can't speak Yoruba. That's like the biggest, for a Yoruba person, that's almost like the biggest insult. He can do every other thing, but speak the language.
It's not too much to ask for.
It's not too much to ask, just speak the language.
You have a governor going to Oshodi and he requires an interpreter to communicate with the locals. It doesn't look right, man.
It's weird. Can I interject now? Because I waited for you to talk. Can I interject now?
No, Benito. No, Benito. Just politics.
You cannot direct how I want to answer the question for you. You understand? But let's get serious. No, this thing we are talking here that is funny today. In 20 years' time, when we are more older, it will play a big role. And when people that are seeing the danger, that is calling it out now, but people will feel that it's for political gain. They don't see that they'll feel is a threat to their political gain. Political gain is just now. Look at the future. What will it cost? I still repeat. For the fact Lagosians speaks Yoruba or they're Yoruba, part of Yorubas or whatever. But first of all, follow it on this context. Nigeria is a state. Take it as a state first before you break it down. It will be Lagosians that will decide who is good for them, not people outside. You are inciting, but you are doing it now. It's okay, it's fun, because it's politics. You will do it now, you leave, we will forget, but you cause a lot of problem in 20 years' time.
But
This guy is a Lagosian.
we are not politicians.
Hold on now. Yeah, I know. That's the problem. That's the biggest problem. I wish our politicians were talking like this in the political room, how to win office. It's okay for us. We are not politicians. We are the people that is taking the real effect. We are the people that are going to govern.
We are just cultural people that want to hold to our culture.
Of course. I understand. First of all, I said if you want to campaign, APC want to campaign on the guy is not speaking Yoruba well, it's okay. It's okay. That's Lagosians, APC Lagosians inside Lagos, or PDP Lagosians inside Lagos campaign. And look at this guy, cannot even speak Yoruba very well.
That's what they are saying. That is the
hold
point.
On now. Hold on now. Yeah, hold on now. Let me land. That's the problem. Let me make my point now, so you know what I've been saying since yesterday.
Go on.
Lagosians is pointing that point, if Lagosians want pointed that fact out, making that say, like, this guy cannot speak Yoruba very well, he cannot present us, cannot speak to our king and all that. It's okay. That is okay. It's politics and it's their state. They need what's best for their state. But my argument is this: it's not you in Ife or Ibadan will be making that assignment from over your keyboard to the people inside Lagos to say, like, this guy cannot be a governor because he's not Yoruba enough. Are you not getting it?
What peace? You know you can't win this battle.
That's what they are saying.
Win this battle.
Hold on. What peace? I have families in Lagos. I have families in Shoboluvi. I have family in Ebute. I have family all over the place. That's what people are saying there. It's not me. I'm speaking out of vacuum. That's what they are saying. So it's not just somebody from
you and I have family in Lagos. That's one beautiful thing in Lagos. And don't forget, there are kind of, let's say, quote unquote, Ijos that who are indigenous to Lagos because they are minority. You think they're not there? Let's, for example, they now zone the governorship to them, like they are doing zoning now, rotate it to them, and they don't win. Don't you know what these things guys are saying? Now, this notion you guys are building now.
There is no zoning in Lagos. You know that.
I say, for example, now, why you always want to take things out of context? I say, for example, why you can make example when I want to make example, then you make it like it's a real. I'll say, for example, we're just talking, like you said, the discussion, not a monologue. For example, those people now become a governor. Don't you think these things you guys are excited now can cause uprising in that town?
No, it would not. Because
but why are you calling it inciting? Why are you calling it inciting?
That's in Lagos, they understand the peculiarity of being in Badagry. They know that. They are part of the culture. Everybody knows that. So that is not applicable to be discussed.
Okay, let me say something now. Since Lagos has been created, no Badagry man or some other areas, not just Badagry, that's obvious, has never been even close to any permanent seat in Lagos. Why? When it comes to defending Lagos, they'll be part of Lagos. But when it comes to sharing of Lagos, they are not.
All right.
We do this every day. We see it. Some people don't talk about it because it's not their side.
Okay.
But you that can talk about it and fix it, you don't talk about it when it's favoring you. When it's becoming a danger, then you bring all these things out.
I'm human after all, right? I'm human after all.
I know.
Okay.
I know.
Well, let's just move. Thomas, please, you mind if I just spend a few minutes addressing that the PDP, LP, court case, whatever they have going on right now.
Yes. Yeah, go on.
I was going to ask our experts because I'm not caught up on that. So, do you guys think he has a chance? Because they said they have. Once again, I was speaking to some people. They said they have evidence that they were robbed. That Lagos had close to 1 million, and they have evidence. I'm like, okay, let's see.
They said they have 900,000 in their situation.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if that, because in court you have to present your facts, right? And according to them, they say they have evidence that they were.
PDP was claiming that they have facts that Labour. You see some crazy thing happening. The PDP was defending Labour's vote in Lagos. It's one of the dumbest things that's ever happened in this.
That's what I was telling my Labour friends. Like, why are you hanging out with PDP all the time on TV? It does not look good now. Why are you always hanging out together?
You can see Labour's vote in your own situation room, but you cannot see your own vote in your own situation room. Can you not see this the level of stupidity? You came out to say we know that Labour got about from our situation room. Labour got about 900 or something thousand. Okay, your own? What did you get in other part of the country? You won't say it.
Yeah, so I
Yeah,
don't know.
it's pick and choose. Babati, continue.
So the court case is what I'm, because I will not be dismissive of it. That thing might go snowball into something else, but I don't know if because Labour, number one, doesn't have the spread, and number two, they don't have the number. So if anybody has to even question the election, it should be PDP. They have an upper hand to question. But even Labour, like in a place like Enugu where you're getting over 95%, if they look close to that area,
approximate it to 100%. Approximate to 100%.
So even you say when they complain, you say get colorful for your cupboard though. You get issues. So if you go to court now, they will ask you about. Don't think you're going to say, my lord, just let's focus on Lagos. At that level, they will look at everything, and even your own laundry will be put out there. So I don't know who is telling the Peter Obi thing, right? When
when the Labour Party and PDP had that collabo conference meeting, that's why I've been voting for Peter Obi. It's just same. I don't.
Yeah,
it's
not
still PDP to me.
It's not naive, like you guys were suggesting earlier, that he does not know what's going on or how dangerous what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. A man that's going to churches and inciting tribal tension that almost for the first time divided the Yoruba tribe into Muslim and Christian that we've never had before. He knows what he's doing. So let's not say he's naive or he's unaware of what's going on around him. He knows what is going on around him, and he's deliberate. And I said before, for the sake of the country, can he sacrifice that for the country? But no, apparently not. And can he even keep all these guys together, by the way, in the House and the Senate? I saw King Gibe's wife already leaning down for Tinubu in Abuja a few days ago. That one's going to decamp already anyways. So you have 6 senators left. When you get to the House.
Obati, yeah. You see, I heard people talking about this tribunal issue earlier, right?
Right.
We've all followed tribunal cases, election petition tribunal cases. Look, there's a reason when Atiku went to the Supreme Court last time, they did not count ballot boxes, right? They did not count ballot papers. They were only instigating on the technical issues when it comes to the INEC server. I don't know if you all remember that case at the time.
Right.
So, I remember.
Okay, so there's a reason why they did not bring issues of over voting and stuff, because this is a national election, a presidential election. You go count ballot paper, you go tire for a court. You have to prove that Labour's vote was given to APC. You have to prove it polling unit by polling unit. Imagine even if you contest 5 states only, right? This thing is time limited. The court is not going to sit forever. No, they have a time limit in which the case starts and the case finish. That is it.
Right? Is it 3 months?
Yeah, that's it. So within that period, you have to prove your case. You have to go to, if you say there was a problem in Lagos, just the beavers only show accreditation. You have to go and then bring all the ballot papers that they use.
Let it be clear to me. So you have to prove your case before they can hear your case. Am I right?
No. Why they are hearing the case, you have to be showing proof that if you say they were overvoting, then you show that through the beavers machine. Then they would, if you said, okay, in Lagos, I have 900,000 vote, but they only give me 500 or something thousand. How do you prove that? That would only come from ballot papers, because don't forget, beavers machine you don't use it for voting. You only use it for accreditation. You still have to go and thumbprint on the ballot paper. So it is only through ballot paper they can know who vote for APC, who vote for Labour Party, and who vote for PDP. So you will now have to count all the ballot paper that they cast in that election to show the difference. So you will now have to bring the difference. If that is proven, the court can say, okay, from this ballot paper counted in the court, Labour Party actually got more votes than they were given. But if you don't do that, there's no way the court will just take a vote and just add to your number. It doesn't work like that.
But progressive, have you ever seen an election litigation that added more votes? It's always the opposite, especially with the new law that once there's discrepancy, they cancel.
If you have votes, right, that were not given to you and you can prove it, the court will give it. They gave it to Opus Odima. Don't forget that.
I think they cancelled in Opu Dozima case. They cancelled and they cancelled the contentious votes. So at the end of the day, what was left favored Opu Dozima.
That's the question. Whatever they're adding to Obi,
they don't add. They cancel.
I know, but whatever the outcome is, will it be significant enough to sway the election? That would be the question.
No, that is the problem.
That's the point.
Even if it was significant enough to give him the number, but what about the spread? You know, so you're likely to go into even if let's say at the best,
progressive, can you just enlighten everyone here? If those polling booths, that means they go to cancel all the votes of everybody, PDP, APC, cancel everything.
Yeah, if they find irregularity in any unit, but if it's as if that unit does not exist, it's as if nobody have any votes there. They just remove everything. Is that polling unit to be zero for everybody?
So it's going to affect all the parties,
everybody,
the 18 parties.
Everybody. So in this case, this is where it is dangerous. If you are looking at it, it might actually favor PDP. If Labour Party is challenging APC's vote in area where it was the battle between Labour and APC. Don't forget, most of the places where it was the battle between Labour and APC, PDP perform abysmal in those areas. They perform poorly in those areas. So they're not really losing that much. You understand now? They're not losing that much in those areas. So if Labour was able to destroy as many APC votes as possible, that could reduce APC votes to the level whereby PDP overtake them. That is still a huge, gigantic task, because you are talking about.
But do you think maybe that is what Peter Obi is trying to drive at?
Yeah, but it still won't work, man. APC is over 1 point something million votes ahead of
1.7 million votes
ahead of PDP, right? So you have to cancel maybe Rivers, Lagos, maybe
Kano.
maybe five or six states. Completely the whole state. I mean the whole state result. You have to cancel everything, and don't forget, as you are canceling this state, PDP will lose. They are still them too will be losing vote, regardless of how small it is. They will be losing vote as well.
But you cannot cancel to.
Sorry. Kolata, were you saying something?
Yeah, who muted me? I was talking. I mean, what's that for? I said you cannot cancel to make spread. You can only, you can only cancel to reduce APC spread. And APCs are 30. They are 30. You have to get them down to 23. That's 7 states.
So for me, they can try. For me, the worst case scenario in this petition will be a rerun. The court might say, look, okay, election, throw everything out, and then go and do it again. But then you have a President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in power already, so you almost be running against an incumbent president.
Federal might.
It's not going to be. It's not going to be child's play as usual. You know what I'm saying? So,
progressive, unless maybe Labour now step down for PDP in that rerun. But will Obi be willing to step down for say let's beat
no, even if they step down for anybody, that time you are running against an incumbent president. He's already in power. He have leverage of government. He will pull it. He will pull it substantially to make sure that you guys don't go anywhere.
You guys haven't gone too far.
How did you even arrive at rerun? Because I see baffling.
No, I said the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario.
We still have Ola.
To me, it's still not. I don't see that as an option. I've been trying to Google and even find the story that Duaka is giving at the end of the day, you know, I'm biased toward what Femi Falana is saying. That see, it's not a must to win FCT. So I don't know how Anduaka arrived at that FCT and they must win the 25% when that case was not before even Supreme Court. Because I've been trying to search and search and search, I can't find it.
No,
Maybe
because
when it comes to
wait, what that means is that the votes in Abuja with them mean more than everywhere else.
It doesn't make sense.
No. Even what people are even trying to do, as if you are doing electronic logic, as if you are doing Roho and NAND gate and all those stories. I'm just wondering, because if I say Kulata, Ola Adewale, and Wapis, so I don't know. I don't know what it means. So as far as I'm concerned, I mean 4 people, right? So when they say at least 2/3 of that and this, so I don't see, because I think the constitution want the thing to
I understand what people are
to
trying
be
to. I understand what people
FCT.
are trying to say here, but I think the constitution, because let me explain something. I know Ogbeni is a senior lawyer, not senior advocate, but is among all of us here. He is that is his
An
profession.
experienced lawyer,
He's an experienced lawyer. So, but, you know, but at the end of the day, the same constitution is written in English language. It was not written in French, so we can all read and understand English language. So when the constitution said that you should have a 2/3, like 2/3 of 25% in 2/3 of the state, 24 states, so, and the federal capital territory. So, and then it went further to explain the position of the federal capital territory in that
It's another session. It's another
so
session.
in another
Section 299.
they went further to say, in this context, we are going to refer to the federal capital as a state. So what I interpret that to be, say, Kolata, if you get 23 states and then you get Abuja, then that still qualifies you
as 24.
As 24. Simple as that.
Exactly, because I don't see a situation where when this thing is not programming, where you'll be talking of polymorphism, and you just all of a sudden Abuja will be a state somewhere, somewhere within the constitution is not going to be a state. I don't see that.
No, what he just tried to what they are trying to do was give Abuja the same status in that when it comes to that very particular election matters. So okay, we will give Abuja the same powers to be able to have the same powers as other states in terms of the 25%. That's all. What they are trying to do in other cases, Abuja does not have the same relevance as every other state. But what they are not saying is that on this particular issue, Abuja will carry the same weight as any other state. It's simple as that. It's just simple logic. But they are not saying, oh no, you must now have 25% in Abuja. It's all trash. Okay, let's assume that is even the case. Atiku does not have it. So why are they emphasizing on the APC side of it? Atiku himself does not have to.
They want outright nullification. That's what they want. See, these people, let me tell you one thing, they know from the beginning that they didn't win this election. Because it's so clear. When the election, when they've not even started announcing the election, they've started fighting already. So that already gave us that clue that these people have lost the election. Because at that stage, the only people that were calm, only APC people were the people that were calm. So others were just agitating, jumping up everywhere. And you will assume the way Labour Party and Obedient, the way they are jumping around, you will assume that only APC knows how to, members know how to read, as if PDP and APC, they are 100% safe. You may find out that Abuja we are talking about now, if they even go to that place, if they want to do proper manipulation, or maybe they want to do some kind of forensic, you may be surprised that you can even find rigging there. So the more these people try to fight this thing, I don't see them winning that. And I'll be waiting for that Supreme Court that want to create some kind of constitutional crisis. I'll be waiting for such, because these guys, if they could avoid the same thing in 1979, I don't expect them to just come in 2023 where the situation is now even worse, now to create some kind of civil unrest in Nigeria. So they can dream more, because today, when Obi was saying he won, I started wondering how you went to Katsina, you won, or where? How many states did you even win in the entire north? Probably 2 or 3.
Kolata, you were doing the data. I want to know what is the percentage of Muslim Christians in Nasarawa State?
I saw that data before. Oh boy, I think
is it more Christians or more Muslims?
No, it's almost balanced. Oh, let me try and remember. I think it's almost 50-50.
Okay,
No.
so basically what I'm trying to look at is this. Obi did not win any state that is Muslim dominated, like where you have more Muslim than Christians. Because if you look across the whole 19 states in the north, Obi won Nasarawa, he won Plateau, and he won Abuja. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all.
And you know, the Nasarawa, the Muslim votes will have gotten divided.
Yeah, of course.
While the Christian vote will be monolithic for Obi.
For Obi.
Because it's almost a balanced state from a Christian Muslim perspective.
So how do you then win an election when your vote comes from one set of religious beliefs in the country? So you can see even Obi's shows in Kaduna tells you that Christian vote weigh heavily towards Obi in this election. It's because across the whole northern state, I think it did more, apart from those states he won, it did better in Kaduna than it did in majority of other states. So and that would tell
this Nasarawa is weird though. Progressive is 60% Muslim, 30% Christian, 10% indigenous.
Okay, so let's assume now that the Muslim vote was divided between Atiku and Tinubu.
Tinubu.
That explains that.
But then they should still be, because if you divide it equally, it's still going to be 30-30-30. Maybe it'll be one that extra 10%.
So at the end of the day, Kolata, there's no way the Labour Party can claim to have won this election outrightly.
Oh, it's impossible now. It's impossible.
Look, you know what? When you look at this election, every time I look at the result, the pattern, it tells me a lot of things. Sophisticated voters. People, if you go to Katsina, APC won every single senatorial seat, right? But they lost the presidency. So how did that happen? It tells you that people voted for APC in the Senate, and then they voted for PDP in the presidential election. So people were able to choose who they wanted to vote for on different platforms, right? If you go to other states, things like that happen. In Edo State, I think APC have.
Progressive, if I come in, please use Wike's in comments in Oyo State. He admitted that they work for APC in his speech in Oyo State. That man, something else. He admitted they work for APC.
Finally. I think everybody know that from time, say that Wike was working for APC. But what I'm trying to say is that was why I was trying to ask Ogbeni that time, that have we ever had a situation like this where the people who finished second and third, both of them claiming to have won the election, right? And both of them wanted to go to court. How is the case going to be in the first place? I don't understand. You know, because election petition.
Declare Atiku as the president day before.
Yeah, no, I know. I watched the. No, Dino has the way of overdoing his own thing. So what I'm trying to understand now is that who gains from this tribunal that they want to instigate now? Who is going to benefit from it?
I see this as is a case of mutual destruction, because if you contest one polling unit, if it doesn't match with BVAS accreditation, they cancel the entire polling unit. So if PDP, APC, all of them are there, they cancel it. So it's more like which one of them can pick their strongholds and contest it the most and destroy it the most.
I guarantee you today, they will not contest the result of this election. They're going to contest the process. That is what they're going to do.
They're going to lose if it's process.
They
So that would delegitimize its administration, I guess.
They know that the process of contesting state by state election, one state election tribunal is still a wahala, let alone even when they do one state election tribunal, right? They don't even count all the votes. They just concentrate on certain area to prove their case. So imagine you are challenging Lagos State, you are challenging Kano State, you are challenging Bayelsa State, you are challenging Rivers State. You have to prove it polling unit by polling unit.
Can the court even undertake that kind of massive litigation?
You understand? That's it. Maybe you know what? Let's see how it goes anyway. Because
I think they will concentrate on whatever the petitioner brought to the court. That's what they're going to concentrate on.
Okay, but if you want to, the goal is to take Tinubu down. Tinubu has 30 states spread, 30 states. It leads Atiku by 1.8 million. It leads Obi by 2.7 million. How do you take him down?
2.7, that's a huge number.
But I think the goal is not to take him down, but to delegitimize his administration so that it will look like, well, the process that brought him was fraudulent and all that. Not to really, because there's no way that is able to upturn the result. So I think that the legitimization of his administration is what they're really looking for. I mean, especially to Atiku, not to be seeking for, just to get him declared as the president.
But at the end of the day, now Nigeria now which administration is not delegitimized? It doesn't matter. Once you're president, you're president.
Kolata, you can't wrap your hand around it. You can't wrap
I can't see now because you see Supreme. I mean, at the end of the day, they have to get this thing to Supreme Court, right, for it to matter because they're just going to escalate it. Then you're now going to say if you pick Lagos State alone, you say I take Ojo. I take this place, I take that place, I take that place. You take Rivers State, this. How many judges there Supreme Court? How many people are working for Supreme Court?
It's a huge task.
It's a massive task.
Whatever
seven or 8.
Oh, the plaintiff? Wow.
And then it's now three parties.
Three parties. Doing their own as well.
They will run out of time for sure. They'll run out of time because this thing has to happen in I don't know, is it 180 days or 120 days?
Hold on. We understand Labour don't have a chance. But what about this? What about these things we are accusing Labour of, or we are pointing to Labour the danger they're going to face if they go to court to cancel all these things? What if it play out between PDP and APC in the north? What will be the end result?
But what piece? Even PDP does not have the 25% spread.
I know. I'm not talking about spread. This council of council of voters, because in the north, Labour don't have votes. It's going to be PDP and APC. If they not cancel themselves out, what will not be the outcome?
My brother, look at it. Labour is 2.something million votes down. Cancel the whole of Northwest.
It's not only one region you're going to cancel now.
That's what I'm saying. I say no. I'm just saying cancel the whole of Northwest.
See,
it still will make no difference.
Yeah, I understand. But I'm looking at it this way. They might cancel this. Yes, fine. They might cancel this place where PDP won. It will still affect APC too. And they might cancel the place APC won, and it will affect PDP too. Now, if these two places they both won with great margin, and the two places that they're both tied, what would that be the outcome of those things? These things you are saying now? Because imagine 1.5 million votes will just get out of 3 states from the north cancelled. What will you not say?
No, there's no state where you get 1 point. There's no 3 states combined where you can bring out 1.5 million.
I'm just saying when two states, somebody they tied at 300. So apparently that is about 500,000 votes. You cancel that place out. That is gone. Kanu is about 500,000 votes. You cancel that place out. That's 1
Yeah,
million.
but what is you can't cancel the entire state. It's going to be polling unit by polling
Polling
unit.
unit by polling unit. You
Oh
don't
yes, I
cancel the
agree.
whole
I agree.
state.
I agree. I just summary it up like just to have a base of argument so people understand. I know it's polling by polling unit, but people don't understand. People don't feel like I understand though, what you guys are saying about the obedient where they don't understand. Like it's polling by polling unit. If they reduce from if they cancel some polling unit, it will still not give Tinubu give them the numbers to meet up with Tinubu, which I've seen. But I'm just saying, what if this thing play out in the north too, and the north cancel themselves out so badly? Because Labour don't have stand in the north.
Yeah, but that's what we're saying, that the margin is too much. The margin,
the margin is high.
the margin
I
between
know.
APC and Labour is too much for them to cancel to now get below. Don't forget, if you cancel in some local government, even if Labour have 2 votes, 3 votes, that is still reducing the number of votes Labour have there as well.
True.
So it might be small, but Labour is still going down as well.
True.
So your opponent might be coming
So
down in a big way.
So at the end of the day, we might not see election that did not go up to 5 million for the winning party. Maybe APC will still win, but they're both like within 6 million, 6 point something.
I don't even think. I don't think they will go that far anyway. Okay, because
We're looking at the extreme. I don't think the court has time. Honestly, I think they'll run out of time.
Well, because the court will just look at you and say, "Look, you have not been able to prove your case here, so there's nothing you can do." Because
the progressive saw those examples. I mean, samples that was brought up earlier. The one in the, I think in Imo and all that.
And actually, those will be the easiest one to do because you know those votes will only affect Labour Party. You know that if they attack the Southeast, it's only one party that is going to affect, and that's Labour Party. Because no matter how much they cancel, that it will affect PDP or APC.
Yeah, but the only way they can. I know that Labour did a lot of work in the Southeast, but that have to be proven by overvoting. If there's no overvoting, you can't do anything about it.
You can't do anything. Yeah, you're right.
I think these people that is going to court, they are just going to court on the wrong. I think they are taking the wrong case to court. To me, the case that they have taken to court is INEC himself, not to meet up in some certain areas. To me, that I feel they will have a legitimate.
And make the candidate co-defendant, right?
Yeah, because you're taking ballot to court, you know that litigation will take 3 years to even get to some stages.
Do they even have the money for the litigation? Do they have the money?
No, they say 100 san is voluntarily for
volunteer. Hey,
is that real news? Is that real?
I don't think so.
Let's stop that.
Well,
I said you guys should stop that. What are you guys fighting?
I mean, really, I think at the end of the day, once the Tinubu has won, it will be hard to take it away from him. And I know a lot of things. Do you trust Ariwola, the Supreme Court? I mean, I don't want to sound tribalist,
these people are not stupid. You know, that is, if you remember when they were collating the results, Dino was trying to get them to stop the process because they knew that was the place they can make amends. If they were able to stop the process at that time, then they can do whatever they want to do.
They said they were looking for the judge to grant them injunction to stop the
exactly. They were even trying to get the court to grant them
no judge was going to do.
Once that process had gone past that stage, right? The next stage they have to go to court, and they know that obtaining that result in the court is so extremely difficult. It's like the process what you have to
progressive.
Yeah,
I said even
ahead.
the votes, the election that we had, even the president admitted that it was rigged. It wasn't turned off. Yaradua.
Yeah, Yaradua won. Yeah, that's true.
We have in Nigeria. Nobody, Supreme Court just shy away from it. Guys,
apart from that, it is hard. If it's a state election, okay, you can go say, okay, I don't need to concentrate all over the state. Just bring here, bring there. Then, if a state election whereby it's the difference between two of you is just maybe 20,000 votes or 30,000 votes, you can quickly run around because some local government and pick some polling unit, and then you get your margin. But you're talking about 2.something million difference. Oh, you can cancel the whole of the vote in the southeast before you can make up that. Even I'm not sure you make up that margin.
You won't make it up.
You will
The
make it up.
Southeast vote is it's not even up
I'm
to.
not
I
talking
don't
about
think it's
polling
up to
units.
that.
I'm talking about the full whole state, the whole southeast.
I know for a fact they will challenge the one in Rivers.
Rivers is almost dust. I mean, Rivers Wiki went excessive in Rivers.
So what is there? What is there? 300,000, 200 something thousand, 300 something thousand votes.
Yeah.
And the
So-
Lagos, the one in Lagos, that will be challenged as well. The Lagos, well, they will be that.
Hey, but you see, all of them rigged. All of them rigged in Lagos because I've seen Labour Party rigging videos in Lagos too, and of course I know APC too rigged. So this election,
The
I mean,
total number
Adewale
of
said it
Lagos.
best.
The total number
They
of
will not.
Lagos
They will
can
never
be.
cancel the states. They will cancel polling units. So, how many polling units are they going to cancel in Lagos?
It's
How
going to
many
be the
polling units are
one
they
in.
going to cancel in Rivers? Because canceling this polling unit as well, you must be able to show in those polling units that either they were overvoting or you were able to show through the ballot paper that they did not allocate the right amount of votes to you. So, all of these things, and just imagine in cases whereby those ballot boxes were snatched and then they were destroyed. So, what do you give to the court?
I think the numbers they're close to reality, and the reason I believe that is before. I mean, all the situation room at Senate. That was when they sent Obasanjo to write letter to cancel to cancel the election.
The only, if you notice that night, Kolata, the only people who kind of wrote out any tweet of confidence were people from the APC. They were the only APC people wrote any form of tweet. If you follow the Twitter space, you will see people like Dayo Israel and others, whereby at that night, they already saw a lot of vote coming in, and they knew straight away they had the numbers on their side. You know, Labour Party was quiet, and PDP was quiet. Then Labour Party only came out when the issue of Lagos arose. If that issue of Lagos never came up, you will never hear anything from the Labour Party side. Though. They were so fixated on the Lagos state side of it, and they're using it as a kind of a platform to say, oh no, we won this election. And if you ask them what happened,
they milked that Lagos. They milked that Lagos.
So are they saying that the turnout in Lagos this time is more than the one in 2019? Because in 2019, 700,000 voted for APC. Sorry. So with that figure, are they saying that there's a huge turnout in Lagos more than before? I understand the obedience factor, but despite that, there's no way Labour Party can ascribe 900,000 to themselves. It's not possible.
The turnout across the country, across the whole country, including even the southeast, tells you that it was a low turnout election. So if you are not telling us, the only state that I've seen now that almost maintained their standard was Kano, right? Outside of Kano state, I have not seen any other state that you can look at and say, you know what, the numbers was huge. Look at Borno number.
And the Kano, do you see any video coming from that end too?
No, because I'm saying look at Borno number. Borno used to come out big. Look at Yobe's number. Yobe used to come out big. Anambra used to come out big.
So is it ghosts that have been voting in those states before? Because this turnout, I think it's 27%.
Kolanta, I've told you guys, Buhari did not sign the Electoral Act before going into that 2019 election because he knew the damage that thing could cost him at that time. As soon as they got rid of incident form, Kolata, that was it. We saw it in Edo. If you look, if you are not accredited, you are not voting. Incident form, I could just take 20 people's voters card, and go to a polling unit, and then put it on. Oh, it didn't match up. Oh, okay, take incident form, fill the form, and vote. That was what they used to do. But they got rid of that incident form. If you are not electronically accredited, you will not vote. And if you vote, it will be over voting. That vote will not count.
So those cards, those BVN PVC card that were dumped in those places, they were dumped deliberately so that they will be able to use the number. Or how could they have, those ones that the woman was pulling out earlier with all those altered numbers and all that? How would they be able to justify the total number of accredited and all that in that polling unit?
Because the beavers will, once you get accredited, it will be registered in beavers. So beavers will record the amount of people that got accredited. So if you got accredited and you did not vote, that's your problem. But if say maybe the beavers have registered maybe 200 people as accredited, and then they count the ballot boxes, they have 250, that is overvoting. They will cancel everything in that polling unit.
Okay.
And if you are not electronically accredited, which means you cannot vote. And accreditation these days is not the way it used to be. They have to capture your fingerprint or your facial recognition. They have a facial recognition. So that is the game changer. That is why you've seen all these numbers. When they say the regulation, I say the only way a rich man, governors are losing election is that the people were able to make their own choice and their vote counted. Because those governors,
Do you think that Obi has a chance?
In my own opinion, no. That's the truth. In my own opinion, personally, no, I don't think he has a chance because I just look at the numbers in itself.
Guys, guess the turnout for this election. You won't believe it.
I think the turnout is about 20-something percent.
Percentage 27%, 26.71%.
But 20-something percent.
Jesus Christ!
Look, Kolata, and don't forget, since we introduced technology into our voting, we've had higher number of registered voters, but lower number of voters
Turnout.
and of turnout. Before we introduced this electronic voting, and this is one of the cases Obi was trying to make, and which was this dumb one. That is why when you look at that man, you can tell he makes some dumb case sometimes. That you argue how you going to run the country. Before we start having this electronic voting system, we used to have lower numbers of registered voters, but a very high numbers of turnout. But since we start introducing technology, the registered voters have gone significantly higher, but the number of people who are actually turning out to vote have reduced over the time. So the more we tighten the accreditation system, the lower the voter turnouts have become. So it means that something is working. That was why I was making a suggestion last time. I know it is a bit draconian, but let us try to push people out to participate in the system, because in a country of, according to them, what they told us, that we have over 200 million Nigerians. How can you be governed? Somebody who is going to govern us have 8 million votes, 8 million votes.
8 million votes. Tinubu has more votes against him than more votes for him.
Well, it doesn't make that doesn't make sense in a country of over 200 million people. Only 8 million people we elect the man.
We determine who is president. That's just crazy.
It's crazy.
So it's unpopular by unpopular.
Tinubu is so unpopular. Let's not lie. It's very unpopular.
The number that is not a representation of the people. So look at the United States election last time. Nearly half of the people in that country voted in that election. I'm not even talking about eligible voters. I'm talking about the whole nation. Nearly half of the country voted in that last election.
But are we 200 million or we're lying to ourselves?
That's what
I'm saying.
Are we
really 200 million?
I have said that.
Do you know why? Do you know why I don't think we are lying to ourselves? I used to think we are lying to ourselves. Do you not know why I don't think we are lying to ourselves? Because this NIN number that they introduced, right? I think around 90 plus million Nigerians have registered for NIN. So consider the fact that a lot of children did not register for NIN, right? Then you have a lot of people in the rural area who did not register for NIN, and then you still have a lot of people in the cities and who have not got NIN numbers we speak today. So that is kind of making me think.
I would say maybe 180 or 185, but that 200 plus, I'm sorry.
Exactly. Okay, yeah, we can put it in that region. So the number of people.
Progressive. Sorry, the lie that we are the lie that we are lying to ourselves is not our lie. It's a lie the European told us, and we are running with it. It's the European that told us we're about 2-something million. Are we really take ourselves? We got up to 200-something million.
We don't have a credible census,
That's
No,
the
but
problem.
we cannot do a census. Let us just do let us do this NIN number that they are using now. Let them introduce it into all primary and secondary schools. Introduce it into a lot of institutions. Then you will get an close to accurate numbers of Nigerians. That's all.
See, you know this thing because of the north allocating, because depend on the population you have and local government you have. That's how you get allocation for federal government. They so increase the north with population and local government. That's why you see Nigerian numbers start flying up to 200, 210 million, 250 million.
But that was exposed during this
yeah,
voting.
we are
that tells
up
you that, wait a minute. So you guys all these years, not even this month. Like this beavers cannot expose a lot of things in Nigeria, or not too many people. If you pay attention,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. This election opened up a lot of. That's why I was making the argument to Kulata that they not did put Tinubu in power because there are numbers they cancelled out between PDP and APC.
They had equal numbers from the northeast and the northwest. Atiku beat him by 60,000 or something votes.
And again, my argument was that Fulani voted for their own person. So I know they will not sit down and check everything. Like, do we really have this number? Does it not really have this number? They be saying all the time they have 120 million or what?
We're about 180 again in my own estimation.
We might not go up to that. We might not go up to that.
One thing that surprises me in this election is how well the APC did in the North Central. I wasn't expecting it. They did very well.
I was expecting that. I was expecting it. I knew they were going to do well in Niger, Kwara, and Kogi.
How about Benue?
But that Benue was a shocker.
I thought they were just going to be like Kwara and Kogi. That's all.
Which state Babashia where I came from?
It's Adamawa. It's Adamawa State.
Oh, really? I was thinking it's Taraba. So now you'll be licking his wound now.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you vow on the television that Bola would.
Adewale, you'll be crying at home like Peter Obi now.
You know, I was even wondering why was Peter Obi crying for real though? Why?
Was he crying?
Why?
Was he crying?
Why?
He cried today.
He cried now.
To be honest, I wasn't expecting. You look at the Oshutoku and he dropped the mic and he started bawling. I was like, why? Why?
Wait, did he bawl? I didn't watch it. I just heard. I saw a picture.
Why you don't do this now? Why you?
It's Beto.
Why you?
I mean, it was so emotional. I wasn't expecting somebody like. Look, you are like the chief warrior. You know you're leading your country.
Adewale, Dati Baba Ahmed, no Busekun. Dati card on TV now. So it's a series. Yeah. So what do you expect? Are obedience not crying now? Don't you see them on the internet?
Honestly, when I saw that, I was like, so is he thinking of what to go or what is the point of this?
Let us be honest with ourselves here, right? You see this obedient movement that we're talking about. Let's be honest with ourselves. I think sometimes we have to tell ourselves the truth. Some of us we are not nice people. We are not genuine people. Some people are just cashing out on this obey movement, right? So no, it's true. There are a lot of
people are winning LP tickets, living in Germany somewhere, and exploiting the OB movement, winning tickets to House of Rep. Low movement now. They use
the movement itself is directionless.
A lot of people are cashing out on it, you know. And secondly, if you go to a lot of this social media platform, the more you talk about OB matter, the more you support the OB narrative, the more traffic you will get.
Subscriber, super chat.
It is in their favor that this thing drags on. Initially, a day or two after the election, it was a bit down. Then, as soon as Obi says he's going to court, now you are saying, 100 sand, 200 sand. Obi has won a case. Obi has won in court. Look, guys, let them calm down. beneath the tail, they calm down. They have time.
I asked somebody in a year when the movement was gaining momentum about, they are occupy a Lekki road, and I asked someone very close to me, and very close to the Lagos State government too, and I asked her, what is this thing all about? For any protest of that magnitude to gain prominence in Nigeria, is either sponsored by the government or sponsored by some interests that are powerful, strongly powerful. But that protest was not organic. It has a motive behind it. But the people that was used, the youth that were, coerced into believing that at the time there was no person coordinating that movement. It was just like a group with no leaders. And then the government could not find, the government knows who were behind it. It was these same people that were trying to grab this power now that were behind it. But the youth have no idea. At first, they said the police was treating uh, the youth, the harassment. All of a sudden, they started bringing in police. What did they use this word? Police. Making changes in police force, paying them better, changing their training and all that. They were all brought in. That was when I said I didn't call the person. The person I said, look, don't worry, it's all about 2023 election. Don't worry about it. You will see it play out. And it played out perfectly. Perfectly. Because at the end of the day, these same people that were making that protest because they knew the moment they make Lagos State, they're trying to draw people's attention to that process so that people can turn against uh, the power that be in Lagos. At the end of the day, they were able to achieve that. But look at it today now. If you call, what do you call them? The SARS protest, who can you point to as the leader of that group? Nobody. But the money were coming in to finance that process, and that protest, money were coming in to the point that the federal government had to shut down some celebrities' account because they were using those accounts to launder those money in so that they don't mind those guys occupying that road for months because money was coming in, and they meant it all because of these elections. And look at it now; they are able to achieve that to some extent because those younger generations, they were able to vote for B, but he still didn't take him to that high that he's supposed to. It was not achieved. So when he was crying yesterday, was it yesterday or day before yesterday? I was like, could it be that whatever permutation must have been given to him was so sure for him that he will be able to get this presidency, or something, or it's about money, or because at the end of it all, it didn't work out. It didn't. Whoever is probably backing him, they are not. When you have people that are in the center of the game itself, those people, I don't think they are. Because if they are, they probably would have negotiated more better. So
Yeah, but
everything. Go ahead.
sorry to come in, sorry to cut you short. One thing people don't, one thing I always see people do is that when this man Tinubu is involved in anything, people tend to underestimate the man's ability and his capacity to do to do things. And I think it has been to the detriment to a lot of politicians in Nigeria. Because one thing that man always does is that even without him, he always have a lot of people around him that know what to do. So what am I trying to say here? When they know that the tide is against them, they always know what direction to take. So going into this election, they knew from the one that the tide was against them, even during the primaries. But you saw the pattern in which they campaigned. They tried to campaign without going after Buhari, but also knowing that Buhari is not fully in support of them. So they weighed their power in a very clever way. So that issue of NSAS, right? They try to use it to portray, put the problem on Tinubu to say, oh, it was Tinubu that ordered soldiers without any proof, right? But if you turn it the other way around, the Izu River, the Izu River massacre that happened in Anambra State, but these same people would defend Peter Obi when it comes to that issue. So it is this double standard in us that I always don't like. I always say what is not good for one should not be good for the other. And if it's good for one, it should be good for the other. Sometimes when we make a case on a platform, some people will come, Nigerians are tired. Look at NSAS. Did you see any NSAS protests in the north?
No.
They were even protesting in favor of SARS. Are they not Nigerians? Before this election, I was engaging one of the panelists on this platform. I said, look, give me 25 states, genuinely 24 states in which Obi can get 25%. I said, okay, let me give you a base now, right? I'm going to give you a base. I gave him the whole of South. I gave him the whole of Southeast. I gave him the whole of Southwest. I gave him the whole of North Central. Do you know how many states that is? That's 23 states.
23.
Yeah. So you then add Abuja to it before you can get 24. That is, I just say this. I gave him everything in the south, everything in the north central, including Abuja, before you can hit 24. What is the reality? Wow, how possible is that? We start from southwest. In Osun nowhere, in Ekiti nowhere, in Ondo nowhere, in Oyo nowhere, in Ogun nowhere. The only Lagos. That's -5 already. That's -5 already. Then you go to the north. So you saw with everything that we said on this platform, we saw it play out in the election. But yet they're telling us, no, that is not the result they want. But that is the genuinity in us, in all aspects, including what happened in NSAS. NSAS was to fight the brutality of the police officers against innocent Nigeria. So when the movement started, the government responded. I said, okay, we hear your cry. They disbanded SARS. And the people started making requests. They said, okay, we're going to take up your request. Then before you know it, some sessions start saying, Buhari must go, Buhari must go. Then you are entering a new territory.
That's when you know that that protest was not organic.
I think when Omoyele joined them was when they did Buhari must go.
Then you're entering a new territory there. You're no longer advocating for injustice, right? You're not calling for a change of government.
No, they are trying to bring something like that Arab Spring, something like that. That was what I think they were targeting at that time too, so that at least they would use that, and people Nigerians naturally they don't want to.
Maybe they forgot Jonathan is no longer the president.
You know, when I forgive me, when I saw Jonathan's picture with Tinubu, you know, they were laughing and show me to each other. I said, no, it's over with this. That was what came to my mind. I said, it's over with. Forget about the court case or anything. You see the way the guy was just, you know, like more happier and all that with Tinubu in Tinubu's company. I said, oh, forget about it. This election is over. When he visited other candidates, he was not like that. He was sober. Everything was in, you know, sober mood. But coming to Tinubu, he was there, you know, much more happier. You see, the youth are the catalyst the Obi used. If you ask any of these folks that voted last week Saturday, ask them to name one minister right now. Some of them will not be able to name a minister.
Not some of them. Many of them will not be able to name minister. Apart from that, if you have asked them, say, name 5 policies in Obi manifesto, they will struggle as mad to name anything in Obi manifesto, apart from consumption to production. Outside of consumption to production, they will not know one single thing inside Obi manifesto. And I keep saying, why are you making this election about personality? Why are you making it about the person himself? What happened to policies? Why are you not interrogating the policies? Why are we not sitting down and say, look, what policy favor the country? I don't care if it's Obi, I don't care if it's Tinubu, but the goal should be what is good for the country. You might not like the person as a person, but what if you have good policies for the country? A lot of people did not like Donald Trump, but some people say, look, Donald Trump presidency benefited their businesses a lot. A lot of people say they made money under Donald Trump in America, you know. But personality-wise, he's not a good man. He's not a good person. He's a very corny person. But a lot of people benefited from his policies.
His incompetence was right there at the face.
Even though I don't agree with his policies, but a lot of people benefited from it. So why are we not looking at policies of people who are running for offices? Why are we always looking at the individual? Oh, no. These people, they be thief. Now they spoil Nigeria. What is wrong with you? These people are, look, we are our own problem. If we hold our leaders, if we hold them to their policies, say, look, these are the things in your manifesto. These are the reasons why we support you. If you go to Obi and say, Oga Obi, in your electricity, this is what was in your policy, and this is the reason why we supported you. Look, what are you going to do? What is it that you're going to change? What are the policies? You know, but we never get to sit down and interrogate that space. It was just about una suffer never suffer rich. Una never do that. What are you doing? What is wrong with us?
Sorry, can you send me the link for the Obi crying things? I'm going to see. I just want to watch. So if anybody has the link, please just put it down in the comment section. Thank you.
Can I interject?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I want to talk about Obi crying on the national TV. What I noticed about the man has been dreaming. He has been dreaming for a long time, like for 3 months, that he will be the winner of the election. But unluckily, he does not win the election. For him crying in the number 2, I saw him that there's never he can never be in that position any longer, because 2027 Northerners will prefer to vote for Tinubu to complete his second term than to vote for Peter Obi to start another first term. They will never do that. They will never. Those votes that come from house, from Abuja, come from Plateau, come from Damo, it will never come out again. It will never.
Apart from that, there will not be an article on the ballot, and there might not be another Northerner on the ballot. It could just be a Southerner, and then you trust the North to go for the incumbent, because they know that after the 4 years, it's coming straight to them. So
it's coming to them back. That is what I noticed about the man.
Tinubu will do everything in his power to
retain the power.
Oh yeah, it's not like
for me, I would like
Tinubu is not Jonathan. Is a proper politician.
Yeah, apart from that, I would like to see good policies that will encourage the people to support the government, not just
to support
policies. You understand? Implement good policies that will positively impact the life of the people.
Bro, so I can't lie to you. I can't lie. Nothing Tinubu can do to someone in that country. 60% of Obi'S will not support it 2027. 70%.
That is, look, obedience is not the majority.
Nothing can change them, bro. Look, nothing.
My brother, obedient, they are not the majority of the electorate, and this election have showed it. So you don't have to please everybody, but just implement good policies. My brother, it is time it is time that we start to encourage these people to do what is right by us. You know, just implement good policies. If that
one thing progressive.
Like the student loan and all those things. Yes.
If at the end of his tenure there is regular power, regular electricity, that alone will make people vote for him second time.
Exactly.
Just regular electricity, regular power supply. Just that one thing.
Yes. But
This idea that they will every time they want to be manhandling people to vote for them, then they have to stop it. They have to make sure they work. Do if you do the work, the people will reward you. Stop trying to every time say manhandling the people to vote. No, do your job. If you do your job, people will.
The funniest thing, progressive. You see the politicians we have in Nigeria. That's their source of their livelihood. They can't change. In the entire Africa, they can't change because that's how money flows into their hand. And anything that will make that passage to be obstructed, they will do anything to take care of anyone that will stop it. That is why they are so desperate because some of them have no other job. Look at it. Tinubu has left Mobile for how long now? Over how many years ago? Right?
Over 30 years.
And yet, he's living large, enriching himself in politics. Right? So that's how you will know politicians will never change. And they will make sure that that power does not go to the hand of ordinary person.
Look at Lawan. That guy has been in office all his life since local government days. He hasn't worked a single
Even
day.
Kwankwaso.
Or even Wike that we're talking about. Wike is supposed to be a lawyer. He read law. I'm not sure he has entered the courtroom one day.
Giving me life bencher. For what? For not practicing law. Honoring as a life bencher. That is rubbish.
Even Saraki worked a little bit. FFK, that one, they didn't even practice law at all. I didn't even know. He just went to school and next thing he's a politician.
So these people, we need to start encouraging them to work, not just election come or they will start they want to share money, they want to bamboo. No, look, if they
everybody, I thought, are we not resuming back the campaign before the next governorship election?
Yeah, there'll be a bit of campaign before
no more campaign. No.
I thought they normally resume campaign after.
They must resume campaign. They will resume campaign. They must. They will campaign till Thursday next week.
Time is closed already. They already
closed. They will resume Babati. No, they will resume.
They will resume. They will resume surely.
Are you sure?
Yes, it will stop on Thursday night.
I will go and look at the electoral law.
No, they have to resume. I thought they have to resume campaign, and even 3 or 2 days to the election, they will stop campaign. I think so. I remember the last election, they resumed campaign.
You are right, because Badebo has been campaigning too, and Akinjide, you are right.
Yes, yeah.
No, Badebo is it Badebo? Okay.
Oh, Chinedu.
Chinedu.
No. When I say Badebo, I think Badebo not.
Chinedu.
Road driver.
I want to ask one question. Kulata, Thomas, and one man. What did you guys do to them on Dr. Damages? Because it's like you guys are triggered. Somebody whenever
you know Thomas and Co. They like to go there to go and trigger. They know what they are doing. Kulata knows what to say to trigger these people. It's done on purpose. It's by design. Just say some few words and get them angry.
I think I haven't been there in a while, but I think I'm kind of different. They understand where I stand when it comes to
progressive. Dr. Damages said, Thomas, he has to document my assertion, my final winner. And I said, I promise him I will go back there. But the day of election, when they declared Tinubu, I didn't go there because I know that day they will just shoot me from the phone. I will just die. So I give them some 2 days for them to cool off, for them to lick their wound. Then I went back there to tell Dr. Rudolph, I said, I'm back. My permutation finally came through. And I told them, I said, don't cry wolf. In any election, there will be a loser, there will be a winner. So the loser should go and lick their wounds. One of the girls, that queeness, he nearly hit her head on the phone.
Oh my God.
One man to na trouble man.
I think when one man is talking, I think some of them they will almost explode inside themselves. If they could just blow up, they will blow up inside themselves. I remember I remember one man going there. Look, Obi told us to go and verify, and we went to verify. And
That one, he doesn't even want to hear one man. Dr. Rudolph is a good guy, yo. Rudolph is a good guy. I like the guy. No. I will not deceive you. I like him. But most of
but
his
you know,
followers.
you have to allow room. I think this is what I don't understand about a lot of our people. When you come to debate a political issue, all of us, we're not going to agree on the same thing. We will disagree with each other.
There's the idea that Yoruba said, all of us cannot sleep and face the same place. No.
Everybody must not align, you know, in the same way. And if you, this is what I see, this is what I've noticed. A lot of people who are criticizing these our leaders, they are worse than them. They are worse than these people. These people they don't have it in them to take any form of criticism. You're not criticizing them now, you're criticizing Obi, they will want to kill you. So imagine that person in power. Do you think you'll be able to say anything bad about him?
Never. They will just kill you. These are
the same people. These are the people who criticize people in government, and you cannot accept a little form of criticism. Your stomach cannot take it. You want to boil up. You want to kill somebody. That is the same character.
Progressive. If that Queen Hess, if he catch Kolata, he will just strangle Kolata.
Why do you think he hides his face when he goes over there? You know, he's always hiding his face. I'm like, what's that hiding?
Kolata, what are you hiding? Why are you hiding your face? Kolata, why you are using nose masks? Why is he using nose masks?
I don't get it. I'm like, why is he hiding?
There was one guy that was there. The guy was supporting Tinubu, and the guy was very like full chest to, and then the guy was saying, Kolata, are you scared of this obedience? I be what? I better open your face. You can tell that guy went there to go and fight trouble. He didn't even care. He told them straight away, say, no, me, I'm practiced to
you know that is still okay. The worst one is that Nigeria was. I was there at the day of election. You know, after the day of the election. What they were saying,
you know what I did?
It was illegal.
I found them on my YouTube.
Bro.
YouTube.
It was illegal. They were saying that he said the kid is born in Lagos. I'm going to burn down Lagos. When Mr. Man, go and burn down and leave Lagos alone. Don't burn Lagos. If you want to, but the kind of thing they were saying, I'm like, how can you allow this on YouTube? It was vile. It was just violent, and they're going to kill everybody because of being lost. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with these people? And the way the guy was saying it, they were even begging him, like, sorry. What is sorry in this? Why are you begging him? You know, somebody wants to kill everybody and you say you should be sorry, sorry. I think it was CM or something, CM or what his name is, CM, whatever his name is on that platform. Because I'm going to burn Lagos down. What is wrong with you?
You know the funny part is this, yeah. A lot of people are saying, we have to go on the street. We have to shoot this. They are not there. All of them, they are abroad.
They are abroad.
All of them, they are abroad. They are telling people to go on the street, go and march. We have to go and march on the street.
Progressive.
No, you buy tickets.
One lady among them, he said, anybody that votes for PDP and APC, he said, now cancer go kill them. Diabetes go kill them. I was just laughing. Because I vote Tinubu and cancer go kill me.
A lot of those
human being is these people.
A lot of those talk are just ignorant, because if you live in a democratic society, right, in a society where you have multiple parties, they have multiple parties for a reason, so that people will have choice. So when you create room for people to have choice, and then you are saying no, you cannot have choice anymore, you have to support the person that I'm supporting, then it means that you are practicing an autocratic system in a democratic society, which is not possible. So a lot of these people, it is just out of ignorance, because there was a lady that was making a submission one day. In Nigeria, we cannot say we are practicing democracy, so we have to stop democracy for now. When Obi come, then we can start democracy. I said, it's not a tap. You can't turn it on and turn it off when you want. You cannot switch it on and switch it off when it pleases you. You know, the democracy is there for every time. The time that it's good for you and the time that it's not good for you. At time it goes in your way, at time it goes against you. That is the beauty of the process. So you have to just accept it. If they are not voting for your candidate, guy, accept the loss and carry on with your life. There's always a next time. The whole idea that we are going to change Nigeria under an Obi presidency is a fallacy. It's not going to happen. Okay? It's never going to happen. No, it's true. It's never going to happen. If that was the case, Anambra today, everybody would have been running down to go and live in Anambra. But that is not the case. Obi was the governor in Anambra for 8 years. People are not running down there to go and live there. They don't have 24 hours electricity there. Some of the road. Look, somebody showed Anambra that day. It was a trash town, rubbish everywhere.
A sham.
Rubbish everywhere. So this idea that the only chance Nigeria have is Obi. If we just miss this one, then Nigeria is finished. Nigeria is in trouble. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Echo chamber.
What is in Obi antecedent that supports this own nonsense that you are talking about now? What is it?
75 million.
He moved education from 30-something position to number one. You are judging it by result of WAEC. Do you want to see the work Rauf Arigbeshola did in education in Osun State? Do you want to see the schools Rauf Arigbeshola built in
Osun State? Even Kwakwaso, what he did in education in Kano.
See the schools? This Osun State is the only time I've seen people took their children out of private school into public schools. When Arigbeshola was giving students this tablet of what they call Okpoimo.
Yes.
Yeah. They gave it to students. Students get free uniform. Under Rauf Arigbeshola, the investment that guy invested in education in Osun State was one of the reasons that state got into debt today. Serious investment, but it did not translate in the WAEC result because that is not how it works. That is not how it works. If you are investing in education and your school, your state is coming up number one in WAEC, it means that something is wrong because that is not what you're supposed to do. It's not about 5-10 students. No, it's about everybody having quality education from grassroots upward.
Yeah.
That is how you transform education. Not when people talk. Sometimes me, I just quiet. I just walk away, man. Because there's no point trying to talk to people when it's either they know the truth and they are trying to just bend it, or they just pure ignorance of what they are talking about. So when you try to have a conversation with people like that, you're not going to get anything from it. When I come to this platform and I see somebody like Ogbeni is talking, I'll just listen because I want to learn.
You want to learn?
Listen,
no, but
I want to learn.
These people they don't think anybody has any opinion that is superior to theirs.
So it's like
if you don't say that is why Obi, that is why Obi, you are not making sense.
Last time, World Peace talking about shipping, okay, that is his field. I want to learn. I want to know more about things like that because I don't know much about it. I want to learn. So in areas where I don't understand and somebody knows better, I'll just listen and learn more. You understand what I'm saying? But when you don't know and you'll be arguing. You're arguing on what basis? On just pure emotional, pure sentimental. It doesn't make sense. Kolata will go there. The guy will be giving you data based on what data together. Hey, just tell us you are supporting Tinubu. What is your
what is the correlation of what he's saying and supporting Tinubu?
You know what I'm saying? The guy is trying to say, okay, look, according to the figures that I'm putting together, based on past elections, based on this, based on that, this is what I'm coming up with. We don't want to hear that in here. We don't want to hear those rubbish. Those things.
Nah. You know now. I hope they will not instigate or incite Nigerians, because one of them said we are going to occupy the airport. We are going to occupy Muritala Airport. We are going to occupy the sea airport. We are going to occupy Abuja. We are going to occupy, and the sitting down is this room in the US. My children will occupy Nigeria. My children, which of your children? Which one of your children? We will occupy, we will do this, we will do that. The blood of the innocent, the blood of the innocent, the blood of the innocent. I will just
brother,
laugh.
you see those costs they are causing people, right? It's just another form of trying to bully people who are scared of all
their
those costs.
whole way.
You know, people who are scared of costs, they are just trying to bully those people, because if you believe that cost does work, if you believe that your cost does work, just send the cost direct to Buhari, send the cost direct to the politician.
Let him die immediately.
Let them just die. Why are you sending it to somebody who want to go and vote for that person? Do you understand? Why are you doing it? Why are you sending it to a third party? You know, just send the cost direct across.
Progressive. They carry the coffin of Obasanjo. They carry the coffin of Babangida. Are they dead now?
No, they are. Forget that thing, my brother. All those things are just
because when Babangida don't get for in life, the cost where they don't cause Babangida for in life, it's supposed just the maggot supposed just they come out from Babangida's body. You know what I mean? The cause when Nigeria don't cause Babangida, it's still there. It's still living. The life of everybody is the hand of God.
Them they say they don't believe in that cause. If they believe in the cause, they would have sent the cause to the politician themselves. They would not be sending it to somebody who want to vote for the politician. You would have sent the cause to the politician themselves, so that at least why you the cause person who won't vote for Tinubu? Why you know your cost the Tinubu himself?
Make Tinubu die.
Now why you know your cost?
Progressive. There are some people still said is president elect. Have they sworn him in? Have they sworn him in? He will still die. I was on Rudolph platform one day. Somebody text on the comment section, breaking news, Tinubu is dead. I quickly rush out, go to Google, type is Tinubu dead? And there was nothing coming out. It's just, I was just flabbergasted. I said, and it's just, this is just, I don't even know what to say. Why can you be wishing somebody dead because you are not you don't want to vote for him? Vote for your candidate. Will you like it the Tinubu scam too? They should be willing Peter will be dead. It's just it doesn't make any sense. And they will just want to bully you, talk you down. It's just, and they will claim they are educated. One said she's a doctor. This one will say I'm an engineer. This one will say I'm ITS specialist. This one will say I'm doing my PhD. I just bunch of educated illiterates. I don't have PhD. I don't have PhD. But I have sense. No. It's this election. I really saw the Nigerians in another color. Progressive. In another color. Now, I haven't seen Nigeria in this bad light before.
Thomas,
so toxic.
Thomas, to be honest with you, I don't think we will ever recover from what just happened now. That level of toxicity, I don't think we will ever recover from this. We've said too much. We've exposed our real nature, what we've been suppressing for so long, that's always been there. I don't think we'll ever recover from it, in my own opinion. I don't think the country will ever recover from it. At least not for the, maybe for not for the short term, maybe in the long term it will, but the kind of hatred that was exposed, that was still during the campaign, it was out of control. It was just too much. It was just too much.
No. It's too much. I hope War Peace always preach on this, that he hope we should heal from this. I don't think we can heal from some people on social media. They've unfollowed their friend because they are supporting Tinubu. They unfollow their friend.
Yeah, Thomas, you see, that was why for me.
It's spread everywhere.
Thomas, that was that's why I see for me when this whole thing started, I looked at the temperature, I look at the way people are taking this thing. So you know what I did? I restricted myself to just coming to one man only, and that was it. Because a lot of platform it was almost like a fight. So, and I said to myself, I'm not going to give myself I'm not going to create enemies for myself because of politics. So it's better stay away from areas where you know that the tension, the atmosphere is very tense at the moment.
Very tense.
So so that was what I did. That's why I said all this election period I only come to one man show. Apart from one man, I don't go anywhere. At least I watch Dr. Damages from the background. I watch some other platform from the background. I just don't go inside to play any part because the commitment was just too much. That if you try to be objective, you get it right, left, and center. It will get it both everywhere. So
Akim, don't let me deceive. Sometimes if I want to log in, I will be scared. Should I go? Should I go? Should I not go? Because I know it's just because you will just be thinking you will be attacked. And there was no day I was on that platform. You will not get attacked. I will not get attacked.
Some people will leave what they are doing. Thomas is there. Let me go and curse this guy. Let me go. They will leave what they are. They will actually leave what they are doing to come and enter the show.
Do you normally read the comment section when I'm talking or Kolata or one man?
Yeah, sometimes.
My God. Oh my God. You'll just be thinking, are these people human beings? Are they living in this planet Earth? The cause, is just nah. Babati said it all. I don't think we're going to. It will take a couple of years because before we will heal from this toxicity that are really experienced in this election. No.
Well, because down in history, they will say, oh, they were robbed in so yeah. Yorubas robbed them. The Igbo, that thing will kind of fester on, and Obi should have helped to kind of reduce that kind of pressure.
Yes.
And he's crying now, feeding that narrative, making it a kind of emotional take, and that kind of sticks around for so long. And in years when they have kids at their own village, they robbed one of their sons. That's just the problem we already have with civil war and all those. I don't like that.
Can I interject, please?
Yeah, you can come in, Femi. Yeah.
Okay, this is what I want to say. The way Atiku handled the situation is different from the way Obi handled it. Obi handled it as a way that they ring him out of the election. And I know Atiku is pain because calling him drug baron, calling Tinubu drug baron in your press call, you don't need to say that. Obi claimed like you won your area 90%, 75%. Nowhere Tinubu won 75% in this election. Nowhere Tinubu won 70%.
Even in the southwest.
Nowhere. In Ondo State, he has 69%. Ondo State is the highest.
And the Yorubas are not crying.
And we are not crying.
Tinubu supporters are not crying foul. They are.
This is what really funny about it. APC have family members in the southeast that, and in my own town, if we are in the same family, we are like I have a senior brother, but we are not same blood. We are doing different politics. We are in different platform. I have to vote for my party because I know if my party won the election, there is chances of me being in a position. That is how we do politics in Nigeria, in Yoruba land. We do not attach ourselves because our person that is closer to us is vying for a position. No, that is what I expect from the southeast people, southeastern people. Now, if southeastern people are not in the top 5 position in the country, they will be wailing in pain that they did something bad to them. How will you as Buhari told them 2019, I can remember 2018, that he will support Southeasterner for in 2020 to succeed him. He said it by himself. But what do you guys give to him? You guys out of the Southeasterner vote, you guys gave him just 5% of the vote. 5%. And you want him to support them? It's not possible. We have been supporting APC since 2015, and I mean Southwest. We gave him 60-something% in 2015. In 2019, we gave him almost 50-something%. Those are figures that is there. There's no ringing in those states. Yoruba, we don't used to ring election. Telling me that in Anambra in 2015, they bring in Abia State 800,000, 700,000. What of this election? Why don't we replicate that kind of results? Those are ringing. The Southeastern have been ringing in this country for a very long time.
They have been ringing. Check your door.
No, it's not about coming for me, bro. Because look at it now. They have in Anambra. They take in 2015 they bring out 1.something million. Where are they having this kind of vote? Now they are now making noise that they have 1.2 million, and this Aisha Yusuf is claiming in national TV that there's over 1 million. For where?
That one a cloud chaser. That one a cloud.
No, that girl do something for body.
She's a clown. She's a clown. She's a clown.
How will you be insulting people? They are asking you where is the? You said that they ring you up. That is what she will ask you. You are now making noise of they keep people, they intimidate people. Those are not what they ask from you. They cannot cancel the election because of intimidation. It's not possible. You don't have any basis. In Lagos, we have more than that. Those are lies. Except one local government. Is it mainland? That is where their state chairman complain about the result. Apart from that, they did not complain. They complain about whether it's 2 units or 6 units. And 6 unit election cannot be more than 2,000. Why are we disturbing ourselves? They know the truth, but they just want their followers to be seen that they ring them out. And it's lie. This election is 80% credible. This man did very well, Mahmoud Yakubu, but it looked like the man did wrong.
Let me sorry for cutting you.
Problem.
Yes, yes, let's Solly coming.
See, the problem is that for you to make them understand you have to be as hypocritical as them. If you say that it is 80% credible, they will fight for that 20% that you do not include. That 20% will be their problem. As long as you do not be hypocritical like them and start saying the kind of crazy things they say, you will not accept anything you want to say. You know, the day that they announced Tinubu was president, that same night, I saw somebody posting Biafra flag on TikTok and they were already live streaming.
God.
That same night.
So what is wrong with me? Why are you doing this now? See, a lot over there. They're just recovering. What is going on? Give them time to recover from this.
So they keep insulting Tinubu. They keep swearing for him. They keep spreading rumors that he has died. But I keep thinking about it. If Tinubu dies, Shetima is your president. Isn't that worse for you guys?
Automatically.
That's worse for them. So I don't understand their strategy at all. The strategy is always going worse and worse and worse and worse for them. I don't know what they want. It doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Would you prefer Shetima or would you prefer Tinubu? Because Shetima will show them Pepe. That one has not smiled all through election. You know,
that man.
He didn't smile all through election.
Solly, what's up with your Showore mandate? Who's those Showore's mandate?
So as the Obi'S are saying Tinubu stole their mandates, me too, I'm saying Obi stole Showore's mandate because.
So what is the 14,000 for God's sake?
God's 14,000.
No, it's a lie. It's a lie. Because if Obi was not there, maybe Showore would have gotten 1 million. Who knows? But all those rigging that they were doing with Labour Party, they've stolen Showore's mandates, they've stolen Showore's vote. So I've come here to take them to court to come and fight for Showore's mandate. Yes, now me too. I'm behaving like them.
Please,
if they want to
please, I want to ask a question about the PDP Attorney General that they withdraw their case from the court. What really happened?
They know they don't have case.
Ogbeni was explaining it earlier as to say maybe they did not plan the case properly, and he say court proceeding, once they've thrown the case out, you cannot bring the case back again. So maybe they withdraw it to go and prepare it properly.
Okay.
So that was the explanation.
In my own view, they are going nowhere. 2019, that Atiku won the election, he lost in court. This 2020, that is very clear that Tinubu won the election. That is one. And this Yoruba man is the chief justice of the. He will be the one to sit to preside on the case.
Do you know the issue? Obi did not have the spread and didn't have the number. So PDP has a case, but Labour, I don't know what they're even arguing for in court. That's the problem.
Bro, how did Atiku have the case? Atiku have 22 states.
No. I'm saying that if anybody even has something to say compared to Labour, it should be PDP, not Labour talking.
Yes.
Yes.
The person
you don't have
second.
But maybe they are hoping for a hope Uzodinma at the federal level. That will not happen.
Yes, I remember it. I remember when you guys asked Uptown a question in the, I think around 1 o'clock or 12 o'clock, that you should name the states that Peter Obi have 25%. He named only Taraba, and I think he named Taraba and Kaduna Abi. Apart from those two states, I don't think he can name another state. They know they lost this election.
They can't even fight APC in court because all these APC people, they will just outsmart them. That's just the thing. They've been outsmarted from the beginning. From the moment
Solly, remind us about your 5 excuses they will give if they lost the election.
Thank you very much. I told you this over a year ago. It's like I'm a prophet now.
You are a prophet, though.
I said,
prophet of doom. Not prophet of doom.
Number one, holy,
I said they will say it was rigged.
1,
they stole their mandate.
2.
Let me even pull up the tape. I don't to forget. But I knew this was coming. I mean, you saw this coming. They're going to be in denial. But on a more serious note, guys, why will you come out and be crying on TV?
I think he started believing his own lies, or maybe he has another agenda. There's no way you can tell me that this guy is not financially milking them, because that's what usually happens on all these platforms. They milk them with their beliefs. These people are just going to pack more money and give in. Somebody needs to check the finances of what is going on.
But Solly, you know what? It's not even him. Those people around him, those lawyers, they're going to chop. They will be saying, okay, you have a chance.
You get case.
So they will be edging him on to push on and fight so that they can make money from him. That's what's going on.
Yes. Look at it.
Of how this Ipobian this thing, the same way they were pushing for. I feel like they've turned Obi to their new savior, basically, and they've forgotten about Nnamdi Kanu, because Nnamdi Kanu
Poor Kanu be like, see these mad people everywhere that I was fighting for. They have abandoned me. They have abandoned
him. Where is Simon Ekpa? It's not even
they don't.
But again, let me ask you a question. Those pastors that say foul language on the altar, they should be arrested. Because how will you be Paul Eneshe be saying those kind of things? A pastor that I hold him in high order. Like when I want to talk about 10 pastors,
you are falling my hand.
We need
You
to have
hold
law in Nigeria.
Nigerian pastor in highest order. Nigerian pastor.
You know, I'm just talking about like in churches, because I respect the man, Pastor Paul Eneshe. That means everybody's human being. They are just putting title. The difference is just the title. Because how will you be? He's not different from the obedient with the way he's talking.
When he defend them, he dey sweet us. When he dey sweet us, he dey help them. They never say something. As he dey sweet us, he go dey pay them. As he dey pay them, he go dey sweet us. As he dey sweet us, he go dey pay them. As he dey pay them, he go dey sweet us.
What fun is about this? I'm very happy when I look at this, when I hear Wiki. But I don't think the man can come to APC.
No, he has done his job. He has done his job.
He has done his job.
He was in Oyo State now. He said,
he said
the broom.
APC is most likely to be in power for 8 years.
He said the broom has finished last weekend.
I know. But
only people should go back to umbrella.
How Atiku to have lost this election has to be one of the dumbest politicians in the history of Nigeria. I mean, you have to be the dumbest to have lost this election. PDP had this on the pot of gold. Unpopular president, an unlikable candidate, and some way, somehow, you blow this. I mean, how?
The best thing that
If you buy Obi a jet,
Obi played his role so perfectly. I couldn't even just believe how he gave it to Tinubu. It seemed so planned. It seems like they paid Obi to do this job. He really took all those votes from Atiku. He hatcheted them.
You know what? Look around Obi, not now, when he began his campaign. Those guys that were around him were former Tinubu boys. So I would not be surprised if they were the one that told him to go around on the labor. I would not be surprised. Maybe they used him without him even knowing, because they saw this coming. Because remember, Atiku said today that he was going to pick Peter Obi, but he left early. He left the party early. So somewhere pushed him out, promising him something before. So it was supposed to be Atiku's running mate again. But because he could not maybe he thought he couldn't get the ticket.
Baba T, do you know Atiku said that?
I doubt it, Joe. I feel like Atiku is lying. Atiku
said that, so he would have picked him again.
No, the guy said, no, let me put the link up so you can read the news. The guy said that it was going to pick.
Was it
I listened to him
after election press conference? That is where it is.
Yeah, let me give you. It's on Vanguard now. Let me put the link.
No, and I believe Okowa will be disappointed with that word.
That idiot Okowa. Who's Okowa? Nobody knows Okowa now. Why would you people pick Okowa?
Atiku used to belittle Southerners. He belittled Southerners too much. That's one of his problems.
If Atiku have used Wike, this election would have closed since Saturday evening.
That Atiku did not play his Southern card he didn't play it well at all.
He didn't play it very well.
So Thomas,
he was too much about himself.
I put the link there. No, let me put the Guardian, the Vanguard link, not the line.
Yes, I got it.
My point is that he's just saying it just to get Peter Obi on his side, and he's not even playing that part well. That's just what I'm saying. That's why I say Atiku is just lying. Why did he not say it before
guys,
the election?
why is Atiku keep on making this comment that he still made it this 2 days ago. I am the stepping stone to Eastern president.
The way most of these Fulani people talk about the Southeast, but they are vexing for us. They just talk straight up belittling. So I don't know why they would want to. Anyway, everything is just critical. End of just enjoy Tinubu's presidency. There's nobody that will give
God.
environment to succeed more than that guy. There's no one.
Do you think that Labour has about over 20 people in the house? How long do you think that those guys will be there before they defect to APC in the house?
I hope they don't. I prefer how that place is now more diverse. We have APC, we have PDP, we have Labour. Instead of a group of just one majority, one party, at least maybe we can get something done if plenty people are disagreeing, But I don't know. I hope they don't defect.
No. I don't trust them. They will do like their brother Peter Obi, jumping around.
They will but it's too late now.
The law is changing. The law makes
it very do like that. If they do like that, APC will set them up. The APC, they have too many smart people on their team. Too many smart people.
Nobody wants to be a minority now. That's the thing in the house now. You must be majority to get things done, to get all those juicy projects now. So nobody wants to be in the minority.
Labour Party people always believe. They always try to do as if they have the power of belief. And the power of belief can get anything done. That's how they've been behaving. So who knows?
Look at the woman that was picked in Abuja, that Labour senator that won in Abuja, Kingibe's wife, Ireti Kingibe, right? I saw her. She was on her knees greeting Tinubu.
Forget it.
Don't join PDP APC already. You know the cooler for the current president.
Yeah, I feel it to be smarter to leave them in their party, but low-key, let them be APC. That way, you can slip into what the party is planning and plotting through one of their representatives. I don't know. APC is the kind of party that can do something like that. They don't make their things obvious, and they don't try to force people to do anything. They just work with what they have. That's what I've known them for since.
By the way, Thomas, let me share this with you. There was a list that came out. Atiku already has some of his appointments out there in public, and our friend Dino was supposed to be the DG of Wharf now.
Of the port.
Of the port. That's the reason why I think they pay him. So when he was yelling on TV, now we think they pay him. That say, "Oh boy, you see all this money I'm losing now." All the pot money was supposed to chop.
Dino is gone. Dino is gone. I'm tired of his fake crying and fake acting and all this thing. When I said PDP, this is the end of PDP. Plenty of people were arguing with. I saw it since from the moment Atiku did not let a Southerner contest for PDP. That was the end of PDP. That was the end.
Forget. Yes, there is no opposition party in this election. Again.
Atiku stole Thomas. Atiku stole the Southeast birthright because that PDP ticket should have been the Southeast ticket. That is their thing. It was their turn. But they allowed them to steal it because Wiki also played the part. That should have been the Southeast ticket, not.
But we heard the rumor that Atiku told them that they should microzone into the Southeast, and they said no. That is why he contested. We don't know how far it's true.
A lie.
That is a lie now. Come on.
Atiku used to lie. That's a lie. Lies just used to flow from that guy's mouth so easily, like he's breathing. It's a lie. If PDP had given it to Wiki or Obi, they would have beaten Tinubu house hands down.
Hands down. I agreed.
I will even argue that one.
I will not agree that one. What I noticed.
Look at the combination of PDP and Labour Party vote.
Nobody can disagree.
Nobody can disagree that. No
Yes.
way.
Look at the spread now.
We are not delusional with the way we thinking as a Baptist or supporting Tinubu, because we look at the figures. We don't work with imagination. As a politics, you don't believe in miracle. You work on what you have in front of you.
Thomas,
that is how you achieve.
APC against PDP. APC has no chance. Trust me. If we just
never.
They had no chance.
They had no chance.
No way. Because PDP will get the whole south and southeast. It will go to PDP. They won't vote for Tinubu. That's
exactly.
Just
the northerner will give Atiku some votes as well.
Yeah,
that is true.
So there was no chance. So thank you.
Yeah, he will fight for south. He will fight for
Obi,
southwest.
thank you.
The moment I saw them fighting in PDP, I knew they would lose, because APC, those people, they used to work, when it comes to their own interest, they used to work together. They don't care who becomes president. They just want to be in power. That's their main goal. That's why they will always be more united than any other.
But I hear that Amish did not work for Tinubu in River State. He worked for Atiku.
Amechi.
From APC.
Yes.
He was so silent. We didn't hear from him.
They said that Amechi worked for Atiku. All his boys that support Nico, all of them work for Atiku.
If that's true, he will soon be out of APC.
Yeah, that is what really happened. No, he will move out of APC after Buhari. He's just respecting Buhari. That is why he has not moved from the party. He doesn't
like the Jagaban. Yeah, so
he does not like him at all.
He does.
The guy spent a lot of money in that primary that he lost. He spent a lot of money.
Did you Sheba Migburu or Shibajo?
No, that Boboye. Only married Tinubu but Tinubu le gbagbe for life.
I can never forget, like Sambo. You know, as Sambo, nobody remembers Sambo anymore. That group.
Yes, he cannot. Government Tinubu cannot be inviting.
He's dead.
He's dead. Political.
They will suppress. What's his name? Oshibanjo. They will suppress him in the media. They will suppress his voice totally down to nothing.
How will someone appoint you? You that is supposed to be a lecturer now in one of the university in Unilago or UI.
500,000.
It's collecting salary, 500,000, 400,000 monthly. You become a VP with something that you did not suffer for.
Attorney General for 80 years.
Somebody pushed him to do that thing. Somebody pushed him.
That guy really disappointed himself.
No,
he disappointed himself.
He disappointed his family. Not only
disappointed. How will you do that to someone that your benefactor? I know that is not good.
Yes. But some people still said he had the right. He's a Nigerian.
There's no right. There's no right.
Remember, we were discussing the governor. Sometimes everything is not on paper. Forget what you see on paper. You can't capture everything in paper. It's not what is legal, what's not legal. It's the point. There's more to life than just what you capture in law.
Morality,
loyalty.
There was a plan, and he wanted to just scatter the whole plan because of selfish interest. That's PDP attitude. That's PDP attitude. From the moment APC brought Buhari, there was a plan to change it from northern to southern. That was the plan from over 8 years ago. So he wanted to just scatter everything because of personal interest, and some people whispered in his ears.
But let's be fair to Oshibajo. If Oshibajo doesn't contested for that primaries, let's assume that he didn't contested and Tinubu win this election as Tinubu just won, it will still be irrelevant. Because there is
it will not. Bro. It will not be irrelevant. It will not be. Everything is not for you to be in a position.
Okay. Let me drive my point. Then you can counter me.
Okay.
Because there is no other position Oshibajo can vie for more than the presidency. He can't be minister in Tinubu's cabinet. It can't be
possible.
advice. It can't be anything else. So
Okay.
it just tests the waters that Oju Afo Foton. Let me just go for it.
Let me ask you, Thomas. Let me ask you. During Yaradua's time, before he forced it, was OBJ relevant? But he had no post, right? You can still work for the government without being in government. They can still use you to do some things. You'll be out there working for them. You don't need to be in government to work for government and to be
as Good Luck is doing now. You know, Good Luck is working for Nigeria indirectly.
Yeah, they will be doing something, but this Osinbajo, they will not give him anything at all. Don't even do anything for government. They will just block him out entirely. You won't hear again from anything. Bam, that's it. No foreign tour or speech. They just block him on behalf of Nigeria. You won't hear anything from him again.
But please, I want to ask a question. This Fashola, I don't think this man want to leave government.
Chief of staff.
I'm thinking he will be the chief of staff.
That I'm telling you, I want him to be chief of staff because that is his best.
No, but he's a Muslim. They cannot give a Muslim a chief of staff.
No, Secretary of State is where you can negotiate. That's the one they give for. They do opposite. Chief of staff, you can pick the one you want now. Remember, Buhari picked his own stuff now.
The reason I'm saying this is that you cannot have number. Okay, the speaker and the Senate and the Senate parents. Okay, you are right.
Secretary of State has to be opposite of the president. That's how they do it. But chief of staff, you can pick anybody you want for that one.
Yes. But in my own view, also, Fayemi also is fighting for that chief of staff.
They are all going,
they are all fighting for that position.
But I feel like Fashola can do better because he's done it before at the state level when Tinubu was in office. Staff. And that Agbero part of Tinubu, he can control that nonsense. He can because your chief of staff is one of the most powerful people in your administration because they filter who comes in and who goes out. They can manage that traffic. I think he needs that kind of guy in office. He needs him in office. But
too. Is he going back to the Senate?
He's going back.
He's going back.
He won his election. He wants to relay constituency. Yeah, he won.
Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. It's going to be Tinubu, and Tinubu is Barami Abila is one of the persons that Tinubu listening to. They are very.
Sorry guys. What about El-Rufai? Do you think he's going to be in the government?
This what and those governors that lost their seat in Senate, all of them they are now open for ministerial slot position. The man will be full of.
Femi,
okay.
I don't feel sorry for them because they have turned the Senate to retirement home. Once you finish your government, they just go to Senate. Okay, they should make a law banning those nonsense now. Once you finish government, you can't go to Senate again.
Yeah, bro, I understand. What I mean is that I'm talking about Tinubu because all of them they will be like entitled for a position in his cabinet now.
Right, but El-Rufai
that is just the issue.
El-Rufai has a chance though because the guy really put his neck out there in the north.
Yeah, but Bagudu
is ticket.
Amosu won his ticket. He won. Everybody won. Amosu won. He won. APC won all the 3 senatorial districts there. Amosu won.
Oh, that's good. So APC will still have the majority in the house, isn't it?
Yes.
They have 51 now. PDP have 31.
And Labour has 7.
Labour have 14. Labour have 14 or 7. Like 14.
Senators.
Is it 14 or 7? 7. They have 7. They have 7.
El-Rufai has already said that it's not going to take cabinet. It's going to do his PhD. I guess it's going to send their own Portuguese to his cabinet to help out. But Tinubu is asking him to stay, but he said he wants to leave.
No,
bro. Anywhere.
Dewale, remember, Tinubu made El-Rufai promise him live on TV. If you remember that video on YouTube.
Forget that one. The guy is wrong.
He said, come here and tell me right now. Bring him back. Come on stage. Yeah, come and tell me you will stay. And he promised that he was going to stay. Remember, he did it on TV, on live camera. They had him there. Yeah, so, he wants the guy in his government because that guy really stuck his neck out for him in the north. That guy really, trust me. That guy, I'm telling you, will have been different. he really stuck his neck out for him. Because even I was doubting him. I'm like, this guy is an OBJ guy, but he stuck his neck out for that for Tinubu. So he owes him that solid at least for at least the first year of his government. Stay in government with Tinubu.
Yes, let us see a cabinet, not a Islamic student being Chief Justice of Nigeria. Buhari is worse though. That man, chai.
Islamist.
Islamic degree
He's not a good administrator. He's not a seasoned administrator. He's not.
How will you do that?
His aloofness is just, it's like, no doubt he's a leader, but it's just that when it comes to administration, it's just like, even in the military is not like that. I guess old age or just like, I don't know.
But thank God there will be no need to wait for 6 months for the cabinet for Tinubu. That one we can guarantee, Abi.
As a matter of fact, there's no
2
doubt
months.
between Obi, Tinubu, their administration will be better than Buhari's administration. This is how you would know. This is just him being silly. All those people with barbarian guys, they have nothing in their head. People that surround him, those principal officers in the House of Rocks, those are the ones you would know that the Nigeria one cannot be better. When you started seeing all those people with barbarian guys, but when you talk of technocrats or Tinubu and co, even if it's Atiku, you still see those people with barbarian guy and all that. That's how you know that these are people that have nothing on their head. But this administration, as a matter of fact, I think who said it like within 3 weeks of his swearing, he will put in his
Yes,
cabinet in place.
his cabinet. Yes, he
It
said
took
Boo-boo, 6 months now.
Buhari
6 months.
how long?
6
6
months.
months. Can you imagine? So that's how you would know that I need conscious all those people. If you were to be a good administrator, you will have put it in place. As a matter of fact, as soon as he got sworn in, he would have tendered the list of his cabinet. But they are going to be full of politicians, friends, and all that anyway.
So,
But
Dewale, if you had to guess, what kind of people do you think will be on the Tinubu ministerial list? If you had to take a guess,
at this time around, this is a national stage. It's no longer like a Lagos affair and all that. So, but I still believe that Tinubu believe in using technocrat more than a regular politician. Even though they might end up becoming politician in the future, he believes in that. Remember all these folks who were just like fresh from their own professional career when he put them in the cabinet.
Sanwo-Olu,
Yeah.
Fashola, they were just
Yeah, so Olu was a banker and Fashola was a lawyer. That tells you about
Osinbajo,
how Shibajo was a lecturer and at the same time a lawyer. So all those people, even Lai Mohammed was a journalist and all that. And who else? Even Dele Alake was in Concord then. These are the Dele Alake has been with him for a long time now.
for a very long time. Very long time.
And he used it. As a matter of fact, it was during the Tinubu's administration. That was when there was internet connectivity. Then was a luxury thing, and he put out a telephone. What do you call it, GSM then, where you call the number and all the commissioners come to television LTV at that time to give accounts and get close to the people. It was during his administration then. It tells you about innovative when it comes to public administration. I think it will bring it close. But my only concern is this bombardment, bombastic nature of his PR and all that. Uh, they are too hot. Like they're coming hot at you if they don't like you, especially the rice people and all that.
They need to slow it down.
That clerical boy, Rufai idiot. Yeah. I hope you can see what's going on right now. That guy is just two-faced.
After the election, I expect him to be calm. He's not calm. Till this moment, the guy is still angry. I noticed is that I think Peter Obi have promised him a position in his government. Because if that is not the case, how will you be?
Femi,
yeah.
All time brought us the cabinet of Peter Obi now. Oseni is there now.
Really?
Yes. Babati, do you forget?
I didn't know that though.
Yes, all time brought. Yes,
I wasn't aware of that. Oh wow,
yes.
that explains a lot.
Yes.
Wow, that explains a lot.
Yesufu is there. All those activists, everyone is there. Yes. And you know, all time is from in-house. At least he know what he's saying. Yes, Oseni is there. So Rufai is a fully obedient. It's fully obedient.
You can tell. But you know, I stopped watching Arise News. Not that like I unsubscribed from them. I still watch the show online, but I unsubscribe. Is that how they call it? Because television,
yes.
social media, their primary objective is to stay neutral and report the news.
And
but when you started sounding like an activist, that's where I draw the line.
Yeah.
That's where I draw the line. You might be, saying the right thing or
no,
the truth.
They still have in that Arise TV. They still have one guy that they are calling Charles. That Charles also is a madman.
So that's not journalism. That's just in your face.
No, this Charles is asking you question. He will look like he's investigating you.
No. But this is what my issue with them. If you have to interview people, give them a benefit of doubt. Don't do it in your face. You are wrong. I'm right. Look, you stay neutral because when you see, even in your own household, for those of us that have children, when you want to question your child and you are coming out and you're coming like you're about to cut off their head, you will see them going into that that position of reclusive position. They don't want to open up, they don't want to say anything because they might do something or say something that's going to make daddy mad or make mommy mad. But when you come across as if you are open, you want to hear, they will tell you what more than you expected. So when you don't sound as if you know more than your interview, then you will gain more from them because they will trust you and they will tell you more. Why do you think journalists get exclusive interview from the politician? It's because they trust them that they can have hold their information. But when you are coming, even though you are you have your facts right, but you don't come across as I'm your enemy. When you started hearing people are saying, "Who are the people?" and people said, "Who are they?" No journalist worth of resource use that, to preface that, to ask questions. No, who are the people? If you cannot establish who these people are, that means you are just making things up. That's your own opinion. That's your own view. To me, as a matter of fact, the APC spokesman, they play into their hands a lot. As a matter of fact, if I were them, I won't go to the house. I won't go to that media house. For what? What's the point?
I watched Rufai one day. One surrogate of Tinubu came on their TV, and he was asking how did Tinubu made his money. The man explained.
I will have been the one to ask, and I'll say, look, go and ask him.
He asked almost 6 times. The guy said, I've answered you. What else do you want? But the guy was even like getting angry.
One time.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Who do you think will receive punishments after this swearing in? Do you think there will be punishment doled out to certain people?
No. Tinubu is not like that.
He's not OBJ now. OBJ is what I will be chasing you up and down with EFCC.
No, what we are just hoping for is that we should have that Lagos State. That Lagos State is very, very important because if Tinubu is in national, Lagos State will grow more than before.
Femi, guys, But I have one person for solely. I know the person is in APC, but that person needs to be punished. In fact, flogged in public. That Kogi governor for destroying those roads.
No,
I
now
was watching.
no,
needs
they,
to
I
they
was
won't
what?
punish that one. What I'm asking for is like backlash, like people that have been giving Tinubu problem since, or people that gave Tinubu problem during
I
his
have
election.
name. I have name. Afenifere. I don't really.
No. See, if
Those ones are Afenifere.
you
There's
know,
no Ire, there's no any Ire
if Tinubu is like that, people like Femi Pedro wouldn't have even get close to him. People like Obaniko, people like Ogunlewe would not even associate with him anymore. But you know, politicians, they don't. These are Lagosians. Forget
I
about
know.
what people say. I'm
Tinubu.
not their spokesperson, but I can tell you, a politician worth its salt, they get angry. As a matter of fact, publicly they are, they use this passive aggressive kind of. But then behind, they will strategize and see how useful you could be. If you are not useful, they will discard you. However, if they know that you could still be useful in the future, they will draw you closer, trying to act like they forgive you. That is the reason why you could see people like at a time in Lagos State, Ogunlewe in Obasanjo's cabinet was like a thorn in the flesh of Ashiwaju, because every time you will see Ogunlewe on the television blasting Tinubu like crazy. You know they are both Lagosian. Whenever it comes to
It was
Lagos, it's always a tug
it
of
was
war.
it was for work announcing, right? For Minister of Works,
Yeah,
right?
it was.
Yeah.
Today, Ogunlewe is his crusader. You know, Alukoro is always. That's to tell you, politicians how they don't reason like we do. So not that I know for a fact that Emefiele is going to jail. I know that for a fact.
Please, for God's sake, they need to lock that guy up. You need to
I
be
I, I
locked
know that for a fact. Go and write it down. You
up.
will AFCC or what do you call them? GSS will carry him. At least he will spend a week in detention for some
But
time.
you say because it's Igbo. Or
No, no,
what
it's not even Igbo. It's from there, from Agbo or something like that.
they say because it's from the south side, they will find a way to justify
So
you're possible.
because
Our son.
do you realize that what he did was a national security issue? Do you know what him and Buhari perpetrated? It was a national security. It was a threat to destabilize that country.
But why do you think he did it though? Why did he do it?
Because Buhari bought into it, and they thought they could use that to against politicians, especially Tinubu, and I'm not so sure about Atiku, but Tinubu in particular. That's what they were trying to do. They rush, and they uses what they found in the book to do that, to harm themselves. Even when the court said they should revert back to status quo, they disobeyed the court. But you know, in a sane country, in a country that people are normal, not like Nigeria that we are not normal. That is enough. Enough. As a matter of fact, at least the APC got the backlash because people didn't vote for them where they're supposed to vote for them. But at the same time, that's enough to destabilize the country. People were hungry. Till today, people are still suffering. We see pensioners going to bank, crying, taking their clothes off. That tells you a fake economy. As a matter of fact, I also thought about something. It could be this as well. It could be that Nigeria is super broke and they are trying to, slow down um, uh, our spending. Because domestically we consume. So when you don't have money to buy stuff, you will maintain. You will manage. So it could be, but that's an uh, extreme permutation anyway. But it's possible. It happens in Lebanon. People go into the bank and then they couldn't get their money out. So, but coming at during the election period, everybody knows it's political. And the fact that the Mayfield was also bought a form. I could remember very well Dr. Abati on Arise News when the news came out that Emefiele will be contesting. This man was
say call Emefiele all kind of names you can find in the book that he should resign his post. If you want to contest that position, it should be a political, this and that, blah blah blah. That Emefiele now became the bride. Now everybody is cutting, and you see how they will talk about him glowingly, as if he's the hero of the democracy. You know. So I mean, what they did, what he did, together with whichever the cabal, including the Attorney General and the Buhari himself, you don't do that during the election. You can't, because it's going to hurt your party. So probably they didn't believe in the Bola Tinubu's campaign or his seriousness or whatever. Because if you look at it, money still play part. I was told. I mean, when at least I watched the Adewole's interview, he said parties were buying something like a recharge card and selling it to people.
Adwale, let me tell you, I have a friend in Ondo State, Akure precisely. They said they got like a voucher. If
Mm-hmm.
you dial that voucher on your phone, any network, it will ask for your account number. You put your account number. She
Mm-hmm.
told me her husband collected 4. Her
Mm-hmm.
husband gave her 1. They credited her account 2005 APC precisely.
Mm-hmm.
So they still
He,
buy votes.
he also mentioned Labour Party giving dollar out.
Really? Dollar? Where did they
Go
get the
and
money
watch the
from?
interview.
They were like,
PDP also.
what happened to no shishi?
My brother, forget it. Did you see all those bag on the national on the social media, the bag of rice, all those packages? I beg.
You don't see the gas cylinder given to
Yeah,
the ladies in the
my brother.
southeast.
Did you see the
Is that
one that
not
was
buying
giving
vote?
somebody money in the north southeast? That man with the bandana was giving money out to everybody. My brother, who is deceiving who?
Oh my God! So I said, so APC finally bought food again. He said yes, because there's no money. They will just. He said he got the alert immediately.
There's money,
2005.
but it's just that it will be too obvious if they're giving out money.
Yeah,
People
because
will be,
ojú ti wà lára wọn.
yeah.
Everybody, all eyes on them. Like they're going to share money. They're going to share. They
And they didn't
still
do that
share
in Lagos.
money.
They did that in the places where, people didn't focus much attention to them.
No, 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 no. Yeah, it is well, it is well. So all of them native. We saw
Oh,
Anambra
my
too.
brother,
There was no voting anywhere, and results was uploaded. It's just sham.
my
It's just
brother.
sham. All the way from Atiku to Peter Obi. You can see those votes Peter Obi got in the Saudis. I said, what happened now? Can
But
see
come on
APC
to see
members,
this.
Card members in the Saudis. Look at that vote. Look at that vote. Ashawo not
You saw the
Dogbosi.
one the Warmers was pulling out. You saw the way they manipulate the numbers and all that. You
Oh
know,
my God. Nigeria, we are not there yet. I told them, we're going to shock them. That's why they say we are bloating, we are mocking them. I said I will mock them.
everybody rigged. The biggest rig
Everybody
that
rig.
won the election.
Now the person will rig pass and person will get structure. Now he win the election. Everybody rig. Everybody
You
native.
know, it amuses me when I hear people say Nigerian votes have been changed by now. We live in America or Europe, one way or the other. But the peculiarity of Nigeria is so distinct that you can actually predict what an average Nigerian can do or not do. We are not yet there. The reason why I say that is that we are not civil. Everything we do is jagiti jago. It's about us.
Yeah.
We that's why a white man goes to the space, go to the moon, so that we'll be able to benefit the mankind, not Nigeria, not the black man. They will tell you they don't want to die. Who want to die for where So it tells you the peculiarity of Nigeria. Okay, so how would people believe in this system of electioneering? So you put all your trust in the hands of just one individual and say, Dr. Mahmoud should have, I never, give me a break. Who signed it? It took Buhari forever to even sign the
Yeah,
bill to
so
law.
now
And
fire
so,
by
yeah,
force
now,
is sign.
who is the deceiving one? I beg you, Gary. You know, that will be a reform. You will see. They will, in the name of reform, they will change a lot of stuff.
Do you know? Do you know what I'm actually looking forward to in the Tinubu government? Those things that is always fought for. Let's see if he can do it. State police, resource control. Amatekun can have weapons now. All those kind of things. Power supply, state level. All those things that is always fought for at the state level during the OBJ days. Can he follow through now that he has the power to do it now? It will be the next big question for him.
He will win some, he will lose some. But he's a politician with great experience. That is why public administration and politicking at the federal level, they are two distinct skill that you must possess. You have interest. A lot of interest group will be coming at you, right? Now, sometimes Yoruba say "Taba fa gburu, gburu afagbo." So everyone, everything is interconnected, intertwined. So in some ways, you try to make sure that the electricity is stable, right? But at the same time, you have people importing past my neighbor and all that. So it could be the one association in Alaba market that's importing that, and then they don't want to lose out because they have a warehouse full of past my neighbor. Where would they put it if the electricity is stable? You see, you get my gist. So they will now begin to sabotage that plan. So as a politician, you have to find your way to negotiate with those groups so that they won't lose out. At the same time, you will be able to achieve your plan. If not, they will derail, they will sabotage it. You see what I'm saying? So that still doesn't mean that you will not administer this country. You will govern this country. You will see to the domestic issue. But the politicking aspect of it is the one because these are the one that will make your legacy either good or bad. And if you are not careful, it's in fact it's even worse than the person that you take over from. So Tinubu on his own, the man is known to be, good in politicking and all that, negotiation, cutting deals. Those are the things that make politician a politician or a good politician. However, if he can do that, I told you guys 2 days ago, he has 2 years, within 2 years, to make changes. Something that is going to be impactful. If not, it's going to be tough for him. So within those 2 years, he has to do something that people can point to and to say this is what he did during his time. That's 100 days matters. 100 days in government matters a lot. If not, it's gonna be I understand Tinubu is older now, unlike when he was
Lagos State
young.
governor, yeah.
Yeah. So but I hope if by the end of his first tenure there's a stable electricity, my brother, people will vote for him. You turn off the light and the light is on without shouting up NEPA, people will vote for him. You know why I say so?
Oh, be there,
Because you have
doctor,
to
they say it no go last 1 year.
uh
It no go
you
last.
see the same people that said it's not going to amount to anything, they will be the same people that will sing praise him when he do something right. But that doesn't mean the saboteur will not be around the corner, to do what they do best, especially the opposition. But then he has that too. If not, you will
Um,
see you will see people that will claim to know better. So and he knows. He knows. One thing I want us to do in
it's
this
a
country
master
is to
game now.
have
It's the master game now. It's
uh
a master planner.
yeah, but
He
this is
knows.
the first time he's gonna go on a national level. So everything he has been doing is at the at the state level.
Local level, state level.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so because now he has to think of Abubakar and Nkichi and all that together instead of thinking about Tunde and Bolaji alone. It's no longer about Lagos now. It's about everybody.
Adewale, what
Yes.
is body judge? Body judge is going to do now. The man said he go
He
run am.
said he will leave the country. Is that not what he
No,
promised us?
he's still angry.
Angry about what?
The interview, I think Arise TV interviewed him, and he said that they were like that Tinubu stole some mandate, that they will recover it from him. And look at what IBB letter to
Whose mandate?
Tinubu
Whose mandate?
that he stole some
Whose
mandate.
mandate?
A mandate. I think
Whose mandate?
He's supporting Obi indirectly.
Both
But
of
they
them
just
are
be supporting.
both of them are islanders. They are both
Yes, he's
Lagosians
supporting.
in Ireland, right?
Look at the way. I think you guys have seen the letter of IBB to Tinubu to congratulate him.
Oh, really?
No, we just
Yes.
heard that he congratulated him, but we didn't see
Yes,
the letter.
he congratulates him. He said he can do it. That among of the people that he look up to in Nigeria politics today, that Tinubu is one of them, that he feels he fit the position, that he feels that he can do it. That he has the brain, he is capable, very good. He wrote something good about him, and I believe Tinubu can do it.
Claim that he's supporting Peter Obi now.
No. IBB congratulated him. IBB was neutral throughout the election. He traveled to Germany during the election period.
Yeah,
he was
in
not in the
Germany
country
throughout the election.
Yes, it was
2 months ago.
Yes, it
was medical.
Yes, it was not
something. Yeah.
Yes.
I just wonder what would be if Abacha is still alive. Will he still be in government?
Abacha will have been a field marshal.
How do you think Dewale? How do you think I got to America?
Sorry.
Abacha got me here, man.
I'm just wondering.
Abacha will be a field marshal. He will be a field marshal.
Field marshal. Will he still be the head of state?
No, he will still be the head of state. Live field marshal.
Guys, he was going to convert to democratic. That was his plan.
Yes,
it will be like for Biya.
Yeah, like
yes, he's going to wear agbada. He's going to wear agbada.
That was his plan. Before I find out that handshake from it's not Thomas, it's not Apple, it's handshake. If you know, you know. It's not Apple. That Apple is a lie. It's handshake. Look back. Diwali knows what I'm talking about.
Handshake.
Oh, of course I do.
It's not
which handshake? Write in the private comment. I don't know handshake. Which handshake?
You know the funniest thing, the man died like a chicken. He said, "Rufai of this world cannot even save him."
He died like a chicken. You are right. He died like a chicken.
He died like a chicken.
Thomas, that guy, let me give him a credit. Because the guy is sending money to us from the grave after 25 years.
That one, you know, they just named that thing. It's just a lie.
Like, how much did this guy steal?
This man doesn't even travel. He's never even traveled out of the country.
He never traveled out of the country.
So how much? How is he giving us money for how many years? Every year we have 10 million there, 40. How much did this guy steal?
Once they
in milk us.
No, it's not him. It's it's the what do you call that? Regular government officials and politicians. It's just that they'll use that money to cover it up, like saying that it's Abacha. Abacha that never even traveled. Abacha only traveled to, I think, 2 countries ever since he took over.
In the Africa territory,
Libya and one other country. He doesn't travel out. You know, all these khaki people, they are able to do perpetrate all those evil and staying in government because the Western power supported them. You will remember some of the things that were happening in the country by then were perpetrated by this foreign government. But we don't know. We always believe that, oh, it's a Abaja junta. No, some of these people, they kill a lot of people. Uprising. When you see any protest in Nigeria, that's why if I see any protest in Nigeria today, I'll just look at them and I will I look at them and these people don't know what they're doing. They will flood your country with illegal weapon. They will cause uproar. They will cause, people will go arms against the government of the day. They will think they are fighting for a cause. You are not fighting for any cause. This is a state-sponsored fight or state-sponsored agitation. But you're just a pawn, in the game. But people don't usually know that. It's unfortunate. Read between the lines. Think outside the box. But people don't. But I just imagine if Abacha was still alive, we won't be thinking about electioneering or all those. Where you're having, Daniel Kanu, 10 million man match there. I watched the video. You guys remember Daniel Kanu, right?
Of course, of course.
Yeah. The guy said Abacha is the best for the country. And then give money.
Okay.
That thing almost wrecked, what's the street called? Shina Peter's reputation. When he went to play there in Abuja.
In Abuja, yes, yeah.
We've gone through the dark days in Nigeria.
Going for Tinubu, the Yoruba
the funniest thing, the kid of today that are voting for the first time, they won't understand the darkest hours of Nigeria. That wasn't even the darkest. The one that happens in the 70s and 60s. The cool.
We became farmers during the time of Abacha. Everybody was farming. They was cooking stuff. That sawdust.
Yeah.
Sawdust
and pumping stove. People forget easily, man.
You remember one time? I think it was his daughter that imported one kerosene like that. The one that if you're about to burn you will be feeling, you could feel it in your eye. Brown kerosene. Man, Nigeria has gone through a lot, man.
It's called pumping stuff. You pump it now. You pump it like this. You pump it.
Nigeria, we've gone through this. This is not even art. This money currency crunch and all that. It's not even hard.
No gas back then. People are walking. They were checking to work in groups. You try to work, come back. Man,
till today, you can never see an helicopter flying in the evening or in the night. There's no plane that works in the night. No domestic plane operates in the night here. It all started. We used to have it. It all started during Abacha. It all started. What is it called? Canadian embassy moved from Lagos to Accra. You all remember that?
Yeah, people are.
Remember, of course, yeah.
Nigeria, we don't see we don't see when, but this is but democracy is good. We can abuse our head of say, who born you where? The SS will come knock at your door. They born you. This lack of Bayo Onanuga and Co. Even Dele Mahmood has always been a PR guy anyway. He's a celebrity journalist. He like to,
If you see how they burn those out of the house, 2:00 in the morning, because the army was looking for us now, because my dad was writing interesting stuff in the paper.
Oh,
in fact, because is one of his friends who was wrote in that. I was going to school. I was underground going to school. Imagine me. I go to school looking up on that. If I see any of me, I'm move first.
When they brought this military to the street before this election, it brought bad memory. All those what do you call this military police and They call it kill and go, whatever they call them there. Man, with those,
it's called. I know the name.
yeah.
I know. It was not sweep. It was not Operation Sweep. The one before that one, before Operation Sweep. I know the name. I've forgotten.
There were military, the one patrolling the street there. You remember?
Yeah.
There are military police patrolling the street there.
We had back then. It was Ewang, Sam Ewang, Akitonde, all those corners. That there was your governors, there was your ministers.
I think this was even during Buhari era, in 1983 or so. That's where you see all those military in the green beret. Oh my goodness!
Those times, it was marry the poor in the gutter. They no boy you protect. I forget Mopo. Those ones were bad ass.
Protect with you.
All this high pop will die. All jokers come. They split into the to the 80s. No way they survive one day. All these jokers people complain and they even take it easy on them. Back then, just mention Abacha about it. The fear that will come upon you, but just hear the name of Abacha.
Abacha has been in the consciousness of Nigeria for a very long time. When he was a defense chief.
Because the way that glasses, he has eye problem. He wears that dark shade.
Really?
Yeah, it's not fashion. It's eye. He has an eye issue. So, but the way it looks when he walks around, it's like one Terror Muda. You know Terror Muda in the Guardian now. That cartoon, Terror Muda. It's like Terror Muda with glasses. I'm like, oh my god, who is this guy? Like Abacha it was just people were just scared for their lives. It was only few Obi'S that even had mouths back then. I say, if you offend me, I will call Abacha for you.
You know, this kid voting now. They probably they've heard their parents mention Abacha before, but they never witnessed those era. You know, they never do. They just believe that I was a mother of how some of them were ever asking for military to take over.
Yeah, they are nice. They don't know if you went to that 80s, 90s, you will not wish that on any country. That was not.
It's come a long way. Yeah, I think sometimes we should celebrate ourselves. You know, we've come a long way, man.
Even the Fourth Republic, if you remember, they were those early 2000s. Political claims was nuts. You lose almost people they kill anyhow for forget polling votes for where this one the fight. No, but not Lebeni. So we are really involved though. I'm telling you,
during the Babangida era, there will always be one date or the other. Protest over protest. Oh my god. You know, then how do people receive their news? Then they will go to the newspaper stand.
Yeah.
They won't buy the news, or it's one person that will buy the paper.
You will pay
20 people will be sharing it page by pages.
You pay to read. They'll give you like 2 copies. Give me the sports page for 10. You can you will negotiate the ones you want. So if you want to read sports, if you are to bet, they will give the betting page now. I want to want a pool back then. I want Aston Martin, Derby County, all those pool people.
You know, we've had a worse time in Nigeria. It's getting better. It's just that it's at a snail speed. You know, we want it to be accelerated, but the best way to go about it, if Tinubu is going to do it, is to tap into our potential and find a way. He has already promised he's going to widen the tax net because I'm a economist by training. Everything starts on a macro level. If you cannot manage your own resources, your own resources, that means you won't be able to manage it when you go to public office.
Thank you so much.
There's no point if you don't make money and you want to live large, you end up in debt.
Right. That VAT thing, remember that VAT case is still in court. That stuff. And we need to start getting all because they said we only have 5 viable states in Nigeria. Just 5. That is not only 5 states in the whole country. So let's find a way to
That's
start
bad.
getting them to work. You must be on your own within 10 years. Give them a plan or something. You can't be making them all the time. How can you cannot go now? You can't be by yourself for 1 week, you will collapse. You will stay to win here. That is terrible.
I think also if Tinubu administration can ease off on the some aspect of physical federalism and let the state to some extent become autonomous in terms of, because as it is right now, every penny state government go out there to borrow, federal government has to co-sign with them. Now, in each state, they have their resources, right? Of course, the the crude would not be would not be federal government won't take their hands off it, so it's going to be a national cake anyway. But then there are a lot of potential that we could tap into. Let each state develop at their own speed. Because what I foresee is that if you don't, if your state is not affiliated to the power that be and the central, you will suffer. And that's why some of these governors have no choice than to, switch party and go to the party in the center so that they will be able to have access to the federal government to make a request and all that.
But they can
But
start.
then
They can like. I have an idea.
okay, but then the way we borrow money, we should pause it because how we service that debt is a concern for me. I don't think, but Tinubu is going to have a lean government. I don't think so. It's going to balloon because we have a lot of making promises to a lot of people. So at the end of the day, we should be able to produce what we consume, what we eat. And trust Nigeria, we want to drink the best wine. We want to wear the best shoe. As long as it's not made in Naba, we're good, right? But why can't they place embargo on those things and see how to grow it domestically? Now we're going to be producing rice locally, right? They have a rice mill now in Lagos. I think it was a collaboration between Lagos State and which state is this in up north? Uh, but those are the things that should be welcome. Those, and then some of the regulation should ease off so that people will be able to work supposed to take 3 months, 4 months will take just a month. I think Bola Tinubu promised this, and then the obese consumption to consumption to production also tap into it. But the thing is, we can't bank on agriculture alone. If a nation is well fed, they will be able to reason. Everything will fall into place. But when there's hunger in the land, there's no way people will reason. Get my point? So agriculture can only take us to feed us. I don't think it's at the largest commercial stage. Unlike here in America, where you have Honduras, all this Southern America, producing the food for America, right? But we could do that. Do you know what it takes if we focus on agriculture alone? West Africa, the entire West Africa. Anybody stay there? The house is quite kind of quiet. Hello, am I the only? Oh, okay. If we focus on the West African alone, feeding them, we could make money and diversify our income instead of just everything focused on the crew.
No, but
So
they already had template for that. If you remember, in the 1992, the plan was to dominate West Africa and to be a regional power. That was what Nigeria was supposed to be, and they launched from there.
we abdicate that position.
Yeah, Ghana is now talking smack. Imagine, but
Too bad.
yeah, but there's some things you can do for states immediately. Number one, you can say from now on, driver's license will be issued by states. Roadworthiness will be states. That is monthly income guaranteed. They can get that running for them. Just give them what to do, so you can get rid of all this FRSC redundant or parasitas.
But the federal government will have to give them the standard they have to meet.
Right. The training and what they need, what requirements. But that guarantees easy income now. You can Lagos now. Do you know how many people that are issuing for cars? Do you know how much they will make for that alone? Just Lagos. It's a lot of cash right there. So if you're a state, roadworthiness certificate, inspection, and that should be state stuff. That is easy money coming into the state. They can put that in maybe transportation or education. That will fund the education project alone for the year. That's good. So that bring them in easily, give them some incentive to raise funds. Next, you can go to farming and say if you have a large farming stuff, you get bring local government in as well. Don't abandon the local government council. They have to be involved as well at this time. Make them alive again from the dead.
That is the tool that the state government are using to siphon money.
Right.
Can you imagine? State governor will not conduct a local government election for years. For years.
Just pay salary and collect the rest of it.
Yeah, they just put their people there so that those people will be there, help them to monitor how because they needed them for election and for them to reach out to the grassroots people, especially at the party ward level. So they put their own people there as a form of reward and decided not to conduct election. So if you give the power state to conduct election, why not just give them the power completely to control their resources as well?
Right. That way I can choose to stay in my state and just don't give a damn of going anywhere else because I have everything in my state. I can go around, look at government councils. I get things done. There's no need to go to Abuja. To Lagos. I mean, we have everything we need here. Yeah, that's the way it's supposed to be, But that's what it is. But if at least fixed power, just power alone.
I can tell you, if that power is fixed, my brother, Tinubu is cruising in to his second term. If his arm and leg not shaking,
But that's the key. That is the you can't do anything without power. There's nothing to talk about.
You can't. My brother, I didn't grow up in the city. I grew up in the area where ordinary man, a goldsmith, a farmer, send their children to school, send them to university. They build houses with those little things that they do in the corner. Food seller, they will send their kids to school, still build houses and live well. It's no longer the norms now.
Yeah,
why?
That was the way it was before. Now, even if you're a government worker, you work for a year, so you rent a flat within 2 or 5 years, you start building your own project, you move out, you become your own landlord. That was the way it was. But now it's like, things have changed, though. Things have changed. I don't know, but hopefully it can bring it back. It has to.
I hope so. Because it's just a saboteur. Those politicians. If it doesn't look at Babashi Alawa.
That guy must really be insecure.
He wanted that position. He wanted that vice presidential position. As if Jesus Christ will come down when a Christian become a governor. I mean, a vice president. The one that we have there that is even an assistant pastor. I don't know. I don't know. The man is just as useless as his letter. You're very useless. Political currency, political structure, and then you are fighting your benefactor. What kind of human being is that? It's just ridiculous. Somebody gave me a theory that it might be a stooge. Tinubu planted there so that it will become I said, no, man, who will allow himself to be ridiculed to that level? Is it a force? Is it now by force to contest for presidency? Where is that path that will lead you to that sorrow? You are there just to push pen every day. Carry books and appearing on television as if you are the Obama. And that doesn't work in Africa. All those Obama, the media frenzy you see, no, it doesn't work in Nigeria. But that's why you see Tinubu with the thousands of crowd behind you whenever he's doing a public announcement. Public engagement. In that speech that he was making the night of his declaration. Then if we were to be, his wife not supposed to be there next to him. But what if Baba fall down?
Sorry, Thomas, can you bring Evergreen up? Thomas, are you there? Thomas. Okay.
So,
Go ahead.
so
Sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I think Thomas is fast asleep.
Yeah.
But then, that's those things. And he wanted to make a declaration, and he was playing this movie like a movie. Or I said, "This man, you don't. It will eat you alive. You're making a declaration. You are playing a movie. It's, what do you call it? Effect sound." I said, "This man don't know nothing. No. People."
He's been watching too much Hollywood.
And it was every time he would be quoting the Nollywood and the music and all that. I was like, "What are you? Who are you trying to impress?"
The guy said during when he was campaigning for primaries, we should be going to the moon in Nigeria. Who is this guy?
Moon call. So person will never shop. Now they go moon. Moon call son. Some people, he should have got.
They was funny. Somebody now put in the comment section when I was reading it. He said, "What if you want to go with the fly rocket? Never gonna take life for rocket."
Oh, yeah. What he failed to understand is that he was appointed to be a pen pusher. Just go there and be speaking to them. That's all. You don't need you to give a vision of how Nigeria is supposed to be going to. Wish him. Come on, I just said down there we never reach. Now, moon you the talk. I beg you. That man is. I'm sure at the villa they will just be human like this whenever I walk by to see. The day his principal traveled on a medical leave, and eventually he got the power. The power was transmitted to him, and he was trying to do the normal thing. What happens to him when the principal came back? Reverse everything. Reverse everything.
No. It was also they took some stuff from him. They gave him to buy his girlfriend now. All those commissions now. When I was distributing money, it was under the VP before. They took it away from him. That was when the guy was making fun of him.
Fanika.
Is that the way they like house boy, the way they are treating you now? Before you get there.
that guy get mouth. Funny sir. Well,
that guy should be in government. I really want to hear FFK speak.
Who? Fanika.
I'm telling you,
that would be the end of that government. He can't even govern his own house.
That guy, I don't know how he does it with the straight face. 1 week, the PDP, next week. We had you last week now. How did you just transform like that? And like nothing bothers him, like he doesn't even know what he said. He has amnesia, selective amnesia.
No, these people are indifferent to it. They don't care what you and I think about them. His father was like him too.
Oh, really? I was reading about it. That with Awolowo.
Yeah. I think his father was an NP, and I'm not even sure.
Yeah, it was one of these First Republic. I think First Republic, no Second Republic. I'm not sure, but First or Second.
No, extra brilliant. His father was a brilliant person. It's just like a privileged kid or something like that. I wonder what Obasanjo says in here.
Well, because it's very vibrant and energetic, though.
The guy is just saying, he went to church. So I don't know who told him there's going to be
the guy was on his knees.
Yeah. All those prayers they've been praying to Gapita now. Maybe all those pastors that will say they saw somebody, collect your money from them.
So he gave them 2 billion for you. Did he give them 2 billion?
I don't believe that, but it's possible. Anything is possible in politics. I don't want to believe it because I hold Peter Obi in that esteem. But in politics, I know money exchange hand when you move to Labour Party. Labour Party already have their things going on for them. They have their candidate. I think Patu Toby was their candidate. Somebody said he sacrifices that position forever. I said, nah, forget it. If you're spending money and taking care of things for this long, and somebody just came and say, I'm taking it. How would you feel? You wouldn't put water on the ground. I said, well, don't listen to people.
But
That's like violation. Don't listen to
Fire
people.
says a smart man. It's like, see,
No, he's a madman too. Don't you do
he's a more radical Igboro FFK. Like,
yeah. He's the type of person that wrestle like a pig. So you don't want to get dirty if you want to, because he's a coward actually. The reason why I call him coward was why all this virtue that he was spewing when before the election. Why didn't he come to the public and lambast Atiku the way he did on TVC? Because they don't burn and well. If say Atiku win, guess what he would do? He will be sending emissary to them to help them beg them to bring him back to PDP.
Thomas, are you there?
But where
Bring African and Evergreen.
Is he still asleep?
But is the money in Australia now? At least we don't have hot mic today like we did before. We did the other time. I said Thomas.
Hey, I ended up blocking some people. I said, you don't need to block all these folks. They hear everything they need to hear from.
Thomas don't even know until I'm like, I hope you know what happened. Say what happened. I said, we had everything now. See, it was my neighbor. Said, forget neighbor. That was more than neighbor.
Thomas the troublemaker. You go to Dr. Damages and they've known him there. They don't.
that area to me is a no go.
Thomas, one man, and a culata. Wherever they feature Dr. Damages. In fact, if those people can reach across from their screen and slap up and give everyone a dirty slap, they can't stand their view at all.
F-bomb, see word against woman, like, what are you doing here?
Oh yeah, they believe that the woman's platform, not Dr. Rudolph himself, but the people that showed up, they believe that. I know his job is a really tough one. You know why? Because he's trying to balance the view and let people come. Have their say, and but a lot of time the participant always take it personal, as if, you are the enemy of the state, you are this and that. And that sometimes the man himself get a little bit exasperated and thinking, oh my goodness, what have I got myself in?
No, you know what? That is even okay. The one that is the worst is that
Niger Watch.
Oh my! In fact, how they still have a YouTube channel, I don't know. They can't talk this thing. I don't get it.
I think after some time there will be some regulation, especially in Nigeria. It's possible.
The kind of stuff they say on that channel I'm like, how is this allowed on YouTube? Like, what is this? Like I said earlier, somebody was swearing that it was going to burn down Nigeria and Lagos, and they were even begging him. And sorry, I said, wait a minute, why are you appealing to him? He should be begging now.
Yeah, I won't be surprised if they have, government operative, coming to join us and listen to what we say. Sometimes I won't be surprised.
I won't be.
I won't be surprised.
I won't be surprised if they're online watching.
And you have thousands of viewers joining weekly. That tells you that it's such a.
Because I know on Clubhouse somebody got picked up in Nigeria.
Oh really?
Yeah, the guy has been running his mouth, saying crap, blah blah blah. So he was not going against one girl. And I'm like, yeah, I know who killed your dad. I know who killed your dad. I know everything. That girl's father was killed in Lagos. Was one of those big politicians in Nigeria that was killed in the 80s. That was
wow.
But that was murdered like suicide, but it was unresolved murder.
Murder.
But it was a political stuff. When the guy got to Lagos, when they picked him up from the airport,
Took 2 months.
the guy was sending recording from jail, like, help me beg out. It was begging. That joke. Running my mouth online. Because I said, listen, guy, that man has friends. Find a way to get out of that prison within 1 week. If not, man, they will die of that yellow. They will also now you kill him. So be careful online, though. I'm telling you, go and show up in Nigeria anyhow, man. It will pick you up real quick.
Somebody is backstage. Where's Thomas? Thomas is asleep.
Hey. Do you have the codes to get? I
don't though. I don't. They between one man and Thomas.
African, sorry, Evergreen. I mean,
and it's still recorded. We're not offline.
Thomas. This is what happens after hours. I'm like, Thomas. I don't know what else is. Because this might run for 18, 17 hours until one man gets back here. Like,
I think the other night I slept off. As a matter of fact, the other night I fell asleep. I only woke up only to find out that the channel was still running.
Wow! So you can go for almost a day then, just the stream thing.
As a matter of fact, I was about to sleep though. Now I came back and see you guys. I was like, okay, you guys are still on.
Yeah, the after hours is much better for me than the rowdy. Back in the few months, like last year, one man used to do a morning hour drive for 2-3 hours in the morning.
I wonder where a woman always have that time and energy. With that time that they boast in because I know by now they will be already in the morning in the UK, right?
Like 7, like 9.
Are you in the UK too?
No, US.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they'll be up and doing now. So and I wonder, like, how does he do it?
Me?
No, woman.
Yeah, I couldn't do two of this. I would collapse if I have to host 2 of this. I'm like, no way, not me. I don't know how he does it, but he does it so. But before, it was actually hosting 2 of this. He would do like 3 hours in the morning, then do that.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's the one I used to join. It was
the one in the morning.
Yeah, like 6, 7, or 8 people on screen, more calm. Then you go from VI in the morning to Oshodi at night, and it just goes crazy. It just, yeah. Oh, you're in the UK to African. Oh, okay. A lot of UK people in the house. Yeah, I think it was more to cater for people in the US, the morning show. So it does the
okay.
Mostly the US folks, and then in the evening it's more for everybody. Yeah. But let me see if I still have Thomas' phone number. Hold on.
Okay.
At least it's not. We don't have hot mic today, so.
Oh wow.
I'm out of text him and say, man, wake your ass up. What are you doing?
Do we have I think Uptown is the one that usually joins from Nigeria.
Oh, that's him? That's Uptown?
I think so.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
When you can have enough data to join one man from Nigeria, that tells you're a big man from Nigeria context.
But he changed his name now since his man lost. He's downtown now. His man lost now. I
ain't gonna lie. It's hard. It's tough to when your preferred candidate lost. It's always tough. So I won't blame him or any of those his supporters. I like the but I actually wish he wins though. I really wish he wins. So
I do too. But it's not him that I have issues with. It is his toxic fan base I cannot stand. It's not him.
No, I was even thinking that okay, at least that's region have not produced a president in a long time. So let them at least have a taste of it, and at least they will have it, and people will throw the, you know, the way they yab Baba Bubu now.
Bala Blue.
No, Sai Baba. Say Baba. If say Baba now, they will hit you from the back. They see the same people that will praise you in 1 second, the same people that will say, kill him. It's no good, it's of no good to us.
So do you feel like Tinubu will release Nnamdi Kanu?
Of course, he has no choice. But then the northern power, the northern oligarch, maybe other, but what I foresee in Tinubu administration is that he's going to establish himself as a really power that be, so that it won't be remote control.
Yeah,
You know,
at least for the first time, we won't have OBJ moving in Asodok anyhow, just trolling all the place.
Yeah,
you can finally sit
residue of OBJ.
You don't want all that.
Yeah,
guy
Tinubu will have no choice. I mean, how does he affect his administration? He inherited it. The best option to take that headache out is to let him go. With the public strike, they look, you can't do this, you can't do that, and put the people behind his trail and see if he messes up, pick him up. But I bet you he's not going to stay in this country. He himself is going to try to watch Tinubu's administration, how it unfolds. So that's why I think keeping what is it called, Nnamdi, has no political benefit to Tinubu. They didn't vote for him in the first place anyway. But what is the point keeping him as well? My fear is that he's been made as an hero. So him coming out now, Peter Obi not winning, will not be like putting fuel in the fire. So, but then never can tell. But I don't see reason why he's going to keep Nnamdi Kanu. For what? There's no reason to.
So Nnamdi Kanu comes out and it's like, my people, I warned you here.
Trust me, Tinubu. I don't like using that word. Trust me, Tinubu will use that. He will capitalize on that to score political point. That of course, he did it for the Southeast. He will try to do that for real.
Well, if you say so, I don't.
Oh, politicians like to, put their names behind some things. It will tell the people of the Southeast, you doubt my legitimacy of my winning. Yeah, I am. I'm fearing your people. So say something nice about me now.
I disagree. I don't think there's anything this guy is going to do that they will accept. I think they will just they will just act frustrated all through till he leaves. They don't change. I don't think there's anything. Even if you release Nnamdi Kanu and give him a senatorial seat, they are not going to say anything good. Let's know.
Yeah, but what is the point? What is the point of keeping him? What is the point? There's no point.
If you were president, wouldn't you keep him?
The first 2
For
years.
what?
No,
for what?
The first 2 years I'll keep him on. The first 2 years just to
No, I don't think that would say. I will let him go, make him feel.
They will forget about Obi immediately.
See, as a matter of fact, they will even desert him.
That they think is not your mandate. That's what they are coming for next.
If he's released Nnamdi Kanu, he will go down as one of the heroes, even though they're still going to turn on him.
But what is Nnamdi Kanu going to do immediately you release him?
He'll fly out.
Lie. He wants the end of Nigeria. He will just continue from where he stopped.
And they'll pick him up. They'll pick him up again.
Do you think any of these people are the arm length of any government? They will pick him up if they want to, if they choose to.
He will run away. This guy will run away. The moment
of course he will. I think
It's
what they
really
would also do to him is to keep him in Abuja, just like they did to Showore.
Oh, that makes that is it. I think that's it.
no, they will cause chaos. So when they were going to court, didn't you see how much police they needed to carry with him all the time? They will just scatter the Abuja. All those ones won't work. You are trying to be too liberal. You are trying to be too liberal. If you were the president, you would never do all these things. Never. Something you struggle so hard for. Do you know all the things that happened in these last 2 years? They are not releasing him is a big mistake. Give him like 1 or 2 years, then you release him. Let everything settle down. Let's see the environment. Let's see if they are going to keep on agitating that they stole the mandate. If that thing continues, what are you releasing him for? They are the ones that will decide if he's going to be released or not. You calm down, they release him. You don't calm down, he's staying there all through. Plain and simple. So, and I think we know what's going to happen. You calm down.
We don't know. We don't know. Sorry, we don't know what will happen. No.
They won't calm down. This narrative, see, they believe this thing is stolen. They will never change their mind. What is going to, unless Nnamdi Kanu say, it wasn't stolen.
Obi is now the one feeding into that nonsense now. That's the problem.
Which now even makes it worse. They will never let it go. I thought by now this thing would have reduced, but it hasn't. They are still talking about courts, this thing. Anyway, we'll see what happens after the swearing in. At least, I want to see if it will reduce or it will increase. Because once it's sworn in, what do you want to do again? I don't know for them.
They will make an excuse again that, Yeah,
it's just I want to see the behavior, because after it's sworn in, there's nothing you can do again. I want to see if they will still be arguing court. I believe this will be he has plan, he has something for after. All those crying, all those tears, all those. I even heard this guy was even wasting them during NSAS period. Do extrajudiciary. So what is all these things that they are pushing? It's not because of he's the right candidate, is this thing. I don't believe all that, because when he was governor, he didn't treat you guys right. Let's be honest. So anyway, we'll see how it plays out. But Tinubu is not the kind of person that has to do all this kind of revenge. If he doesn't feel you are a threat, he probably will even raise his hands towards you. So it's people like it's the people surrounding Tinubu that are vengeful. Like Erufai, that guy is vengeful.
Because somebody L will fly. L.
So it's not Tinubu that is their problem, it's the people around him. Those people are vengeful. And they don't take all those play, they don't take all anyhow. We'll see how it plays out. They are backing up the wrong tree. They don't see the people surrounding Tinubu. Their eyes has not opened to that one yet.
I make I go sleep small, Jerry. My eye done the close.
Well, I have 30 more minutes to finish my on-call service before I hit the shoot myself.
Oh, okay. All right. Tomorrow will be another day.
All right.
Thank you, my brother.
All right, guys. Thank you so much.
Obi'S still so what?
This solid guy, I tell you, it's something else. Isn't it?
They don't steal my mandate, yo. They don't steal my mandate. Yeah, guys.
Almost, yeah, back. What happened?
I'm here. I can't keep quiet. I'm here.
Money beyond for Luni. I didn't hear anything from you anymore. I'm like trying to send you a text or something.
Yes, I'm here. I just sometimes I'll just leave people to much good guys are
you resurrected
from the dead. I said no hot mic today. Eh? No hot mic. Why? We want to hear things now.
No what?
We want to hear things now. Hot mic now.
No. Nothing. I'm in my comfort zone. I'm in a house, so no problem. We wish. I think people have forgotten even we are having governorship election. I think the tension is down.
That's good for them.
But at least the Labour should do well in the local thing in Lagos. At least get some sitting in the state House of Rep.
Do you think they can unseat Sanwo-Olu?
The people love
It's possible. Anything is possible.
That would be disastrous for Lagos State, though,
Governor
especially with all
Governor Shinedu.
Governor Shinedu.
I'm telling you, some of these woke Lagosians will accept it, though. I'm telling you. It's because of the hatred. The hatred is just too much. The hatred is clouding their judgments. You know. So we'll see what happens. They will have to actually suppress votes to actually keep. There's no doubt about it. They have to suppress votes. They have no choice. They have no choice.
Well, if it happens, it happens. So
Can people from other states come and vote in Lagos State?
But they say Lagos is a no man's land. Why are you?
No, I'm just asking because a lot of them might come to Lagos State to vote.
If you allow them, you know, I discussed with our people that practice IPA and all that stuff. We discussed, and they've always said welcoming in. They are done with all this welcoming attitude of us, and I have actually gone toe to toe with Chief Gomez on this platform about all this our welcoming nature. Kopewa is weakening the Yoruba side of
everybody is always taking advantage of it.
We are welcoming. We are it's good if you have your own country, you can do that. But when you are in a country where nobody gives a damn about that, they will exploit that part of your culture for their own benefits. So Kopewa to be doing all this welcoming thing. Lagos is no man's land. Do you know how insulting that is?
The first time I heard it, I just felt one kind of ick in my body. Like, why would you even say such? It would never come to my mind to come to your state to come and say something like that. I don't even know where it would come from. I never felt anything like that before in my life. I didn't feel insulted. I just felt just somehow like, why? What's the point?
Thank God what piece is not here. You say it's Benin land though.
Let's hear from my brother. My brother.
Hello, good morning,
I am
everyone.
Africa.
Good morning, good evening, good
morning.
Yes, I've always
that is Radio Biafra right there.
Yeah,
really.
Yeah, I've always followed the channel, and sometimes I just listen in the background. I actually took some notes because I really wanted to just share my opinion on some few things that you've discussed, along the line. One of the things I put down is I think Adewale was talking about ministerial and other post appointment. I think because of the quota system, so I do agree in terms of Tinubu. Definitely, we have a lot of technocrats, and but because of the quota system, it's still going to be a case of different region and different states need to be represented. So then it's going to be depending on who do they present from those places. Of course, Tinubu definitely will have a lot of influence on who he want, and then I think in terms of electricity, some of the things that you talk about as well. I think